in an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria's electoral system remains one of the largest in Africa, but also one of the most contested in terms of public confidence, participation, and outcomes. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, data from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, shows that over 93 million Nigerians were registered voters in 2023. Yet, only about 25 million votes were cast in the presidential election, a turnout of roughly 28%. This sharp decline highlights a growing disconnection between citizens and the ballot box, trust deficits, and technology gaps. A major issue is trust in the electoral process. The introduction of the BVAS device and the INEC result viewing portal, IREV, was expected to improve transparency. However, controversies over delayed or disputed uploads during the 2023 collation process triggered widespread criticism and legal disputes. For example, several opposition parties challenged presidential results at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, arguing inconsistencies in result transmission. Although the court upheld the outcome, the dispute further deepened public skepticism. By comparison, in Ghana's 2020 elections, results were publicly declared at constituency collation centers in full media presence, significantly reducing post-election disputes and strengthening trust in the Electoral Commission. Vote buying and economic pressure. Vote buying remains one of Nigeria's most visible electoral weaknesses. During the 2023 elections, domestic observer groups such as the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote Initiative documented cases of financial inducement in multiple states, particularly during legislative elections. In some polling units, reports indicated voters were offered cash or goods, ranging from food items to small sums of money in exchange for votes. This practice continues to undermine issue-based politics. In contrast, South Africa's Electoral Commission enforces strict campaign finance regulations, and political parties are required to disclose funding sources, reducing direct voter inducement and increasing accountability. Electoral violence and security concern. Security remains another critical barrier. In parts of the southeast and northwest, voter turnout was significantly affected by fears of violence, enforcement clashes, and disruption of polling activities. For instance, in the 2023 elections, INEC was forced to relocate or delay voting in several polling units due to insecurity and logistical challenges. By comparison, India, the world's largest democracy, deploys over 1 million security personnel during national elections, ensuring that even remote areas are secured through coordinated federal and state election security operations. Youth participation, high numbers, low turnout. Nigeria's youth population remains a major electoral force, with more than 60% of the population under the age of 35. However, participation remains inconsistent. Despite the Not Too Young to Run Act of 2018, which reduced age requirements for elective office. Youth representation in major political offices remain limited due to party hierarchy dominance. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements such as online civic campaigns on X, TikTok, and Instagram significantly shaped political conversations. However, analysts noted that digital activism did not fully translate into voter turnout at polling stations. In Kenya's 2022 elections, youth engagement was stronger due to targeted civic education campaigns and structured mobilization efforts led by both civil society and electoral bodies, which helped convert awareness into turnout. Party structures and internal democracy. Another structural weakness is internal party democracy. In many political parties, candidate selection is heavily influenced by party elites, often sidelining younger aspirants. This limits renewal in leadership and discourages political participation among emerging voters. By contrast, Germany's proportional representation system allows political parties to present structured candidate lists that often include youth, women, and minority groups, ensuring broader inclusion in governance. The way forward, what must change? Experts argue that Nigeria's electoral reforms must move beyond technology and focus on trust, enforcement, and inclusion. First, enforcement of electoral offenses must be strengthened. Vote buying must carry swift prosecution to deter offenders. Second, civic education must be expanded. In countries like Finland, civic education begins early in schools, producing one of the highest voter awareness levels in Europe. Third, electoral transparency must be reinforced through consistent and credible result transmitting systems that are backed by law and not subject to interpretation. Fourth, youth inclusion must go beyond voting. Structured mentorship, political training, and party reform are needed to allow young Nigerians meaningful access to leadership positions. Finally, security coordination must be improved using models similar to India's Election Commission framework, where election security is centrally coordinated to ensure uniform protection across regions. Conclusion: Nigeria's electoral system is not defined by lack of participation alone, but by a crisis of confidence, enforcement gaps, and structural exclusion. As the country moves toward the 2027 elections, the central question is no longer how many Nigerians are registered to vote, but whether they believe their votes will count. Across the world, strong democracies are built not just on elections, but on trust, transparency, and consistent accountability. For Nigeria, closing that gap remains the defining challenge of its democratic future.
We are tracking flat momentum on the Nigerian exchange, sustained stability of the naira at 1,361 naira to the dollar, and a steady crude market as Brent holds near $79. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the stock market closed on a slightly positive note on Wednesday, being August the 5th. As late session interest in key financial and insurance counters helped the benchmark index scrape past the flat line territory. Nigeria All-Share Index ASI closed at 244,912.24 points. Market capitalization rose by 70.62 billion naira to settle at 158.09 trillion naira. Market breadth, though negative, where we had 25 advancers against 33 decliners. And in talking about market activities, total volume, traded stood at 823.97 million shares across 48,025 deals, valued at 25.40 billion naira. Insurance and mid-cap financial stocks dominated the top performance chart, and here we bring you the top 5 gainers for yesterday. Linkage Assurance PLC, traded as Link Assure, made a positive bullish adjustment of 9.94% to close at 1 naira 77 kobo. Ava Capital Group PLC, traded as Avacap, made a bullish adjustment of 9.55% to close at 10 naira 90 kobo. Fortis Global Insurance PLC, traded as FTG Insure, yesterday made a bullish adjustment of a positive 7.69% to close at 2 naira 80 kobo. MC Nichols PLC, traded as MC Nichols, closed on a positive bullish adjustment of 7.34% to close its trading book at 5 naira 85 kobo. Wapik Insurance PLC, traded as Wapik, closed at 2 naira 49 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of a positive 5.51% to close the top 5 gainers chart. And moving on to the leggers, where consumer goods and agricultural tickers express sharpest pullback. PZ Cushions Nigeria PLC, traded as PZ, closed at 74 naira 75 kobo, making a dip of a negative 9.94% adjustment. Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, traded as Honeyfloor, yesterday closed at 16 naira 30 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of a negative 9.94%. Zikis Agros Allied Industries PLC, traded as Zikis, closed on a bearish note of a negative 9.74% to close the trading book at 20 naira 76 kobo. Len Africa PLC, traded on the exchange as Len Africa, closed on a bearish adjustment of a negative 9.62% to close the trading book at 9 naira 40 kobo. Nemet International Pharma PLC, traded as Nemet, a pharmaceutical company, traded in the dip yesterday as it closed trading at 8 naira 25 kobo, making a bearish dip of a negative 8.33%. Volume leader First City Monument Bank, FCMB, dominated trading activities, accounting for 369.24 million shares traded, and First Holding Company anchored liquidity on the exchange, driving the highest overall turnover by value, in making First Holding Company the value leader for yesterday. And quickly, here is our market projection. Trading today is expected to feature cautious sideways momentum. Negative market breadth from yesterday signals ongoing profit taking across vulnerable sectors, though selective bargain hunting in insurance and tier 1 banking tickers should offer downside support. Investors are advised to watch liquidity flows into heavyweights and keep an eye on broader macroeconomic indicators. Turning to the foreign exchange market, where the Nigerian Naira sustained its firm range-bound posture on Wednesday, closing with a slight gain in the official window, while retail demand kept pressure on the parallel market. In the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, the local currency appreciated slightly by a positive 0.4% to settle at 1,361 naira 92 kobo to the US dollar, compared to 1,362.49 kobo in the previous section. Spot transaction ranged between a highs of 1,368 naira and a low of 1,360 naira against the US dollar. Now quickly, here are the support drivers. You understand that high fixed income yields, anchored by the Central Bank of Nigeria's 26.50% monetary policy rate, continue to attract foreign portfolio inflows into short-term debt instruments, speaking to NTBs and open market operation bills, keeping official liquidity stable. And moving on to the parallel market, or the British change front, or what many people call the street or black market. Across the street, informal and informal channels, the naira traded lower at an average of 1,485 naira to the dollar, driven by sustained demand from unallocated retail buyers, travel allowances, and small enterprise importers. The spread between the official foreign market and the parallel market widened, while the gap remains under 10% tolerance threshold. The divergence highlights persistent structural demand that bypass official banking channels. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. Looking ahead to today's section, the naira is projected to maintain its tight consolidated pattern within the 1,360 naira to 1,368 naira channel in the official window, stabilizing headline inflation at 15.91%, and strong monetary policy support will buffer official rates against sharp volatility. Currency traders will be looking to see if the central bank steps in with direct forex injections into British change channels to narrow the parallel market premium and prevent further divergence heading into the weekend. And quickly moving on to the global benchmark, here speaking to the global oil industry, where the Brent crude stabilized on Wednesday, snapping a 2-section decline that saw price drop over 12% combined. Brent settled at $79.45 per barrel, edging up a positive 0.11%. That's a minor gain of 9 cents. Prices tested an intraday high of $80.95 before proceeding towards the $78 support zone. As traders balance geopolitical headlines against shifting inventory data, total trading volume stood at 363,940 contracts. Now taking a look at Brent performance early this morning. As trading opened this morning, Brent crude extended its modest rebound, gaining a positive 0.25% to trade around $79.65 per barrel. Yes, Brent opened at $79, hitting an early high of $79.66. Short covering and bargain hunting following the heavy early week sell-offs are keeping prices floating comfortably above key $79 mark. And quickly, taking a look at the key market drivers. One is the geopolitical de-escalation signals. Markets continue to price in diplomatic progress regarding Middle East shipping routes and potential interim agreements affecting the Strait of Hormuz. Another factor is the inventory shifts. The official US EIA crude stock reports, showing tighter immediate inventory are offering downside support against broader macroeconomic demand worries. And that takes us to the market outlook for today. We are looking ahead at today's section. Brent is expected to trade within a tight consolidated range between $78.80 and $80.80 per barrel. Sustained trading above $79.50 could open a path towards testing resistance at $80.50, while a breach below $78.50 may trigger renewed systemic selling pressure. Expect muted headline-driven volatility today as market participants await clearer supply signals and macroeconomic indicators from major energy-consuming economies. And quickly, moving on to the commodities desk, where agricultural spot trading across domestic markets presented a mixed picture on Wednesday, while early grain harvest in North continues to buffer wholesale grain prices. Transportation overheads and regional demand dynamics, created noticeable price variances across major urban hubs. And quickly, taking a look at the staple food price breakdown across key hubs of Lagos in the southwest, Abuja in north central, and Enugu in southeast. We are taking a look at local rice. 50 kg bag of rice in Lagos sold between 82,000 and 92,000 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 75,000 to 84,000 naira. In Enugu, the price ranged between 85 to 95,000 naira. Local rice is lowest in Abuja due to grain belt proximity. And then quickly taking a look at the 50 kg bag of garri, either the white or yellow one, in Lagos, sold between 42,000 to 48,000 naira. And in Abuja, it went for between 38,000 to 45,000 naira. Whereas in Enugu, it sold for between 35,000 to 42,000 naira. Enugu records lowest rate as cassava processing spikes. And then 100 kg bag of brown beans in Lagos sold between 105,000 to 120,000 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 88,000 to 98,000 naira. Enugu always paying a premium at 110,000 to 125,000 naira. And this is due to high haulage costs, elevating southern retail pricing. And quickly taking a look at medium yam tubers per unit in Lagos went for between 3,200 to 4,500 naira. Abuja having a bargain, it went for between 2,200 naira to 3,200 naira. And in Enugu, it sold for between 2,800 naira to 3,800 naira. And this trend is as a result of the early yam arrivals, lowering prices across North Central. And quickly taking a look at palm oil, 25-liter keg, in Lagos, sells between 38,000 to 45,000 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 42,000 to 48,000 naira. In Enugu, it sells for between 34,000 to 40,000 naira. Southeast leads in local production advantage, giving Enugu the bargain. Now, taking a look at the key regional market dynamics. In Abuja, which benefits from direct proximity to grain and tuber farm gates in Nasarawa, Benue, and Kaduna, maintaining the lowest average prices for rice, beans, and yam. And quickly, moving to Southeast Hub, speaking to Enugu, which maintains a distinct price advantage in cassava derivatives, speaking about garri. And then palm oil, due to strong local processing output, but carries a premium on northern source pulses like beans. And quickly moving to Lagos, which is a commercial port hub. High terminal logistics and urban distribution demand keep overall basket costs elevated, though imported grain lines benefit from port proximity. And quickly moving to our market projection, the commodities market projection for today. We are looking ahead at today's trading. Staple food prices are expected to maintain a steady sideways posture in major open markets. Increased inflow of fresh harvest across North Central, it will keep downward pressure on yam and corn prices. Wholesale buyers should monitor diesel fuel, freight rates along key transit corridors, speaking to north to south routes, as transport costs remain the single largest factor determining regional market spreads heading into the weekend. And quickly turning to the international equity markets, where global risk sentiment presented a clear east-west divide over the last 24 hours. While Asian markets surged on tech earnings and easing energy fears, European equities faltered under geopolitical headwinds, and Wall Street consolidated near all-time high territory. Starting with U.S. Wall Street, where the Jones Industrial Average bucked the broader pullback, rising 263.24 points to close at a new record high of 54,349.12 points. Strength in industrial, travel, and defensive blue chips anchored the gain. S&P 500, the benchmark index, dropped 12.97 points to settle at 7,723.55 points, pausing after hitting an all-time high in the previous section. Nasdaq Composite, the tech-heavy composite, suffered the deepest retreat, sliding 221.55 points to close at 26,363.44 points, as semiconductor and software giants faced profit-taking. And quickly moving on to take a look at European market, where UK FTSE 100 closed 10,888.30 points, making a positive addition of 8.92 points. And in France, CAC 40 closed at 8,669 66.30 points, trading flat. And Germany, DAX 40, closed at 26,126.30 points, indicating a negative 76.10 point loss. And quickly moving on to the Asian Pacific market, where Asian equities outperformed global peers, riding a massive surge in semiconductor, artificial intelligence, and export-oriented stocks. South Korea, KOSPI, led global gains, surging a positive 3.76% to close at 6,598.26 points, powered by an explosive rally in memory chip makers, SK Hynix and Samsung Electronics. And in Japan, Nikkei 225 advanced a positive 3.66 points to 66,300.44 points, supported by steady domestic wage growth data and stabilizing Japanese yen. And in China and Hong Kong, the Shanghai Composite gained a positive 1.50% on selective state-backed stimulus expectation, while the Hang Seng Index posted a modest gain of a positive 0.20%. And quickly, our strategic market advice for Nigerian investors today is anchored on urging you to keep 15 to 20% in liquid cash to buy top-tier stocks on dips. Yes, we are urging you to keep 15 to 20% in liquid cash to buy top-tier stocks on the dip, while parking the rest, in high-yield fixed income. Yes, we are just urging you, make liquid cash available so that you can take advantage of the dips, especially in the tier 1 banking sectors, while parking the rest in high-yield fixed income. But here is a quick reminder. Where we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. We urge you to always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers be your guide, throughout today's opening bell. Keep watching the Aneke TV market update to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts
All right, good morning, my fellow sport lovers. Good morning to the world. How are you guys doing? It's Thursday morning here on Aneke TV, and we are here again to give you the updates concerning sports. It's your one and only program, Aneke Sports. We give you all the updates, all the information, all the news, all the details of how it's happened and how it's going to happen in the world of sports. I remain your humble host worldwide, saying good morning and welcome to the show.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma saying good morning and welcome to the show. I really have to mimic my boss because my boss is my boss. And it's a wonderful morning where we bring you what's happening, the best and the biggest update in the world of sports. It is a pleasure to have you here, and it's a pleasure to have you seated watching us. We are worldwide.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a dramatic moment for the women.
Yesterday was very interesting. In fact, prior to that match yesterday, we already knew the mathematics that was, about to happen.
We're here. We even called our maths lecturer, say, please, can we have a maths to solve?
We had to solve maths, but
simultaneous equation.
CAF had to, bring out a rule that, maybe we were not expecting, because the way they did it was different from what was supposed to be or what we were anticipating. We were anticipating if at the end of the day, which we talked about yesterday, they end up on 6 points. That's the three of them, talking about Zambia, talking about Malawi, talking about Nigeria. We all end up at 6 points. What is now the criteria that is going to be used? Is it going to be head-to-head? Is it going to be goal difference? Or what? Because normally there are so many criteria to be used, from head-to-head, goal difference. You can talk about the team that has less card, talking about the yellow card. That's where you talk about team discipline. If it's then they used to use a home and away, you use home and away. So there are so many criteria: goals scored, goals conceded, and all that. So yesterday, from the group, at the end of the day, when both sides were done with the matches, Nigeria played 6 goals to 2, and was it because to beat Malawi 2-1. Now, the three of them lined up at 6 points. That's Nigeria had 6, Malawi had 6, Zambia had 6. And if you take a look, just wanted to show you a picture of how it ended up so that we'll be on the same page with our fans, with our viewers on what happened. I will read out the group and how it ended up. Now, Malawi finished first, having, played 3 matches, got 6 points. That's what you're seeing on your screen. Then Nigeria finished second, having played 3 games also, have 6 points. Then, of course, Zambia finished third, having played 3 matches also with 6 points. Now, if you take a look at this table, then you will see that the goal difference even favored Zambia because they have +6, while Nigeria has +3 and Malawi has +2. So, in other words, if we are going to use goal difference, Zambia will have qualified, ahead. Then, of course, Nigeria will also still qualify because we have +3. Then Malawi will come down to to the third position. Meanwhile, Egypt, of course, has a -11. They did not win any match. So that is to tell you that goal difference was not used in this match. Now, what did they use? They had to use head-to-head between the 3 of them, excluding Egypt. So Egypt was minus from this case. It's now between Nigeria, Malawi, and
because
Zambia.
Egypt did not do a lot.
Yeah, Egypt, they don't even have anything to do. Now, they don't want to use head-to-head, including Egypt, because if you add Egypt to it, there are so many. Nigeria won their 6-2. I think, what's this called? Malawi had to beat them, trash them a lot, 5-1. So they removed Egypt. Now, the head-to-head was between Malawi, Nigeria, and Zambia. Now, what did they play? Malawi versus Nigeria, first match. Malawi won 3-2.
3 goals.
Then Nigeria had to beat Zambia 1-0. Then, of course, Zambia yesterday came and beat Malawi 2-1. What am I now trying to say? Or what CAF did here is they used the number of goals that you scored against just the 3 of you, the number of goals that you have scored. Now, Malawi has 3 goals against Nigeria. They also have 1 goal. Despite they lost yesterday, Zambia won their 2-1. That's 4 goals. 3 + 1 is 4. They have 4 goals. Then, coming down to Nigeria, who finished second, has 2 goals. Malawi beat us, of course, 3-2. We have 2 goals, despite we lost. Then, we won Zambia 1-0. That's making it 3. Then, what's his name? Zambia won Malawi yesterday 2-1. That's 2. Nigeria beat them, they did not get any goal, so they remained on 2. So if you now use that to create a mini table or a mini league, you will see that Malawi has 4 goals, Nigeria has 3 goals, Zambia has 2 goals. So that was what CAF now had to use. Number of goals that you have scored against yourself, excluding Egypt. That will now put Malawi first, Nigeria second, and Zambia. So that is what you are seeing, or what we saw on the screen. So that was how we had to qualify. Of course, kudos to Zambia. What's it called? The people that finished 3rd position. That's Zambia. Yes. They had 6 points. If you check other groups, you will see that somebody with not even up to 6 points, talking about, let's use for example the Group B, South Africa has 4 points, but they finished second. They qualified, ahead. The other people had 3. Now, this is people that had 6 points, but they could not qualify. In this case, there is nothing like 3rd place, unlike the World Cup, which was extended, where you have to see 3rd place. Here, there's no 3rd place, so it's just the 1st and the second that will skate through. So, at the end of this is the group. So, I just wanted to bring out the points I'm talking about. In this group, you can see some people finishing 4th, talking about South Africa. Of course, the last group there, Cameroon has not played their matches, so they will be playing that today. So, you have it to see Group C, where we have 3 people on 6 points, and of course 1 has to go home. So that is the the unlucky or unfortunate situation that Zambia had to find themselves, despite being with the best goal difference. If you had to put all the 4 teams together, but at the end of the day, number of goals that you have scored against each other, against the 3 teams trying to qualify, was used, and of course Nigeria came out second. So we qualified at the end of the day. Yeah,
we qualified at the end of the day. While we're still talking about that, let's not forget that they will face Cameroon on Sunday.
Yeah, of course.
It's gonna be another showdown, another test of how quality we are.
Well, for me, we have after that 3-2 loss against what's his name, Malawi. We have bounced back. We beat Zambia 10 women down, because this time around they are not men. If we say 10 men down, but this time it was 10 women down, because we scored the goal, got a red card, and still defended our lead throughout that match. And I believe the girls, the ladies are back. You know, the Super Falcons that we used to know are back. That first loss was just maybe just something that we are not expecting. But the 10-time championship team that we know, we are back. And I don't think Cameroon, from what we have been playing so far, if you watch the match yesterday, despite having so much penalties, about 3 penalties in the match, Nigeria had to play 2, while the Egyptian side also played 1. We played very well. Of course, Oshola also got a goal, and you could see that these ladies are, you know, in the mood. They have gotten into the mood.
They have gotten in the mood since they got the promise of the last, you know.
The promise was delivered, and you know another promise has been made.
Yes,
it's not just the delivery of the former promise. Now another promise has been made.
That's the thing. Since they, you know, these things are, I won't say they're intentional, but I'm saying that when promises are fulfilled, it motivates.
Yeah, of course.
It motivates the game. It gives people the idea that this is what we should do, and this is how it is done. For instance, it was when they lost against Malawi.
Yeah.
There was no reason for them to lose again.
Of course, there was no reason.
Like if you had seen that game, you would see there was no reason for them to lose.
The debutants of the competition.
Now, the thing is that they should have taught those debutants how to debut. But you see, the debutants had to teach them how to stay in the competition, how to stay winning. Now, what happened was that at the neck of time, when they lost, that's when they brought them, okay, they called them, and they gathered, they say, okay, the promise we made, let's fulfill it. Next thing, the houses came. Next thing, the promises came. And from there, they started trashing. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not going to be saying that this is linked to the, you know, the issue of performance based on, you know, receiving promises, or performance based on what was said, you know, performance based on, you know, things you have received as a player.
But we can't attribute it to that, because just imagine that those promises were not fulfilled. Just imagine after they lost that first match, those promises did not come true. Do you think they will have that motivation also to even go ahead? You saw the match against Zambia. These people were one woman down from first half. One woman down after scoring. That motivation was already there. The promises has come, so they were ready to defend with them. So just imagine that those promises were not still fulfilled. They were now one woman down. You think they want to keep their defense? And of course, they are playing for the nation at the end of the day. They are not playing for their own personal self. It's for the country. They are doing what they are doing for the country. So when you did not fulfill your promise, they might just go ahead as even losing the match and come back home. Everybody will rest. Nobody will put the blame. It will be that Nigeria has gone out. They will not be saying Aisha Toshola has gone out of the competition. Nigeria has gone out of the competition at group stage. Imagine the defending champion going out at the group stage. That will be the statement, not particularly naming one or two of them there that played the match. So it will be the blow. The bigger blow will be on Nigeria as a country, a multi-time winner of this competition going out at group stage. So the shame will be on us Nigerians, not even particularly on the players. So imagine, I just want us to look at it like the promises were not fulfilled. These people will not be motivated. They will just play what they like. Look at yesterday's match against Egypt. It was trashing. They were there to trash you. Within the first 21 minutes, Oshola already had a goal. Before you know, 42 minutes, Monday had a goal. Then, of course, the penalty that came late, that the Egyptian side had to score. The first half was already 2-1. Coming into the second half, they were still determined to get more goals because they knew what was at stake already. They were determined, even at the tail end, when you are talking about 80 minutes, Nigeria started scoring. Uchebe scored, what's it called? Ghazi for the Egyptian side scored. They still scored 2, 90+1 and 90+9, having to score 2 goals. So these people, I can tell you that the motivation was there and they were ready to play football. So I'm happy that the promise was will I say delivered, but though the timing might not be good. In fact, next time we should learn our lesson to not be doing this kind of thing, delivering your promise on the next occasion, not when you are supposed to.
I thought you wanted to say we should be careful not to, lose our first game before our second game. I thought that's what you wanted to say, because I would say
this one that you are setting blue already. Because I don't know why you are closing your fists.
No. What I wanted to say was, thank God, it's not. You didn't say that.
No, thank God we didn't have to learn it the hard way, sir. Because we could have learned the hard way.
Because I'm not saying promises are part of the motivator of fulfilling promises, but we as a nation, we are big.
Yes, no.
Nigeria is big. Nigeria is bigger than some of these nations we even played with. And I don't know how we are going to rattle or razzle towards fulfilling promises for the delivery that has been done. Just like I told you, okay, you and somebody has a match in the ring. When you win that person, I'm going to give you $50 million. And you win the match, and I don't give you $50 million. I don't even do as if I remind, there's a reminder about it.
And you expect me to come and win another match that you now tell me you want to give me another money. So the thing will be demoralizing. It's not going to go well. This attitude that they have shown is not really good for me. It's not really good. Coming out after they have lost their first match. If we had won that first match, but we will not be talking about all this cracking of head, talking about mathematics that we have to be calling maths teacher to come and help us to solve 1 + 1. What is going to happen if this? So that probably would not be necessary. By now, maybe we will be sitting on 9 points. We will not be thinking whether this person has to win or whether we have to score more. So there are some things that could have been avoided, that should be avoided. It should not even occur. Just imagine when we skate through to this stage now, go into the quarterfinal, play well, semi-final, play well, win the cup eventually, and the promises that you made, in fact, they have learned their lesson. I believe if Nigeria should get the win at the end of the day from this competition, those promises will be delivered. They will not come and wait for the next WAFCON to start delivering, what they have promised.
Because I want them to understand that this is WAFCON, and they know how to win. Unlike our men, the women know how to win. They know they are the defending champions. Yeah. They know how to win. So it's going to be good if they do this back to back. Imagine winning WAFCON and they don't settle you, or they don't fulfill their promises. It's somehow. So
imagine winning WAFCON and they don't give you the trophy. You finish winning the WAFCON. They will now promise you that go to Nigeria, we will deliver the trophy to you. And you now eventually go to Nigeria and they not deliver it. Then coming back to maybe 2029 WAFCON, you will now lose your first match. They will now bring the trophy to you and say, okay, this is yours. It's not necessary. There are some things that are just avoidable. You should not let even the people of the country to be hearing about it, that you are delivering your promises after they have lost their first match. For me, it's not necessary. It's something that could have just been outrightly avoided.
All right, while we're still talking about that, we're looking at the Tigress. That's talking about the Tigress, the junior side. They yesterday had to, win their game, and it was amazing. It was really, really amazing seeing that these guys have, achieved something in the space where they are. And I'm talking about the 18 women's AfroBasket win against Tunisia. Talking about their win against Tunisia. It wasn't smooth sailing because it was 54-50 that they had yesterday, and it was not
54-50.
Yeah, 54-50.
Oh, that was very close.
That was very, very close. So 54-50 that they had yesterday. Imagine that they were not able to get the 4, and it was just a fight, I would say, for them to get through that. And it's a big win for them. It's really a big win against Tunisia that they had yesterday. And I know, still talking about the whole thing going on, but let's just take a look at the at boxing, where we have Joshua versus Fury is said to be on that rumor of being postponed, and Joshua versus rumor game is coming up, even though there's a rumor that it's going to be postponed and it's going to be delayed from the rumors, and the report suggests disagreements over venue and structure of the deal could drag the fight into early next year at Madison Square Garden. Wow.
Well, anyway, for me, there was no particular date yet. It's just the venue or the country to be held that we were particular about. They were talking about United States. Now, having them to come and be, saying it might be delayed until 2027. That's quite a very, very long time. Talking about disagreements over the venue and structure of the deal. These things are, for me, they are also avoidable situations. Venue. If the United States that you have slated for the fight is not, looking favorable to you guys, it's just to change the location. Well, talk about there are other countries, other areas there.
The thing there for me in this in this story or in this update is that, you know, this is one of the biggest fights in 2026.
For both of them.
In fact, in the world of boxing, this is the biggest fight.
Okay.
So this fight cannot just come. Something must be done. If this fight just comes like that, no. That's why I really agree with anybody who has, you know, anybody who is delaying it. This is the biggest fight.
But there has to be, you know, being the biggest
fight. What I'm saying, there are many factors there are many factors that makes this fight the biggest fight. First of all, Anthony Joshua, the Anthony Joshua factor, the Tyson Fury factor.
Okay.
And Tyson Fury is, you know, this year he has been very busy. Tyson Fury, very busy. Yes.
Now imagine, no, I agree with you that it's the biggest fight, but postponing it, is he going to be favorable to the world of boxing? Now,
yes,
people are getting more interested in boxing this year.
No, let me tell you.
There's no, according to you now, there's no big fight this year yet. And you want to take it to 2027, where people might be losing interest.
You know, this is a rumor.
This is a rumor.
Sorry, I called you Wiz. Are you whiskey? No.
It's a rumor, quite all right.
This is a rumor. Now, let me tell you something. There's something we call agenda. Agenda is not just in politics. Agenda is in sports.
Yeah.
You use this kind of fight to attract traffic, then funnel your traffic to the game where you will make a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Two things: the agenda of Anthony Joshua, this being his second fight in 2026, then Tyson Fury.
This should be the third fight.
Yes. Now, the both of them, they are not like Moses Itawa. They are not like you know, Spence and the rest of them. Spence Jr. They are bigger in their profile. What made them bigger? First of all, Anthony Joshua is from two nations. He's a UK descent and a Nigerian descent. Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is not just somebody you can, you know, you can go and challenge head to head. He's somebody that has his own, you know, big name. So these two, you can't bring them into a match and tell them to off light that they want to fight.
I know.
So it will not work. What will happen is that they will use this agenda to attract a lot of
people,
a lot of, you know, the media, the press, and social media. Everything will now focus on their fight. I tell you, this is an agenda.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you very well. I agree with you. But you know, well, the way we are looking at the positive side, there could also be the negative side. When you are postponing to gain more crowd, to gain more viewership. No. Now I'm coming. When you are postponing, you are trying to gain more people to view the match. Postponing to 2027. So likely, also people are losing interest. Don't forget that 2027. By that, they're talking about the first, you know, month of 2027. Don't forget that the football, talking about the leagues, will be on. And people there will be many other
in 2027. Are they holding election?
2027 is election, but it's not.
It's for Nigeria.
It's for Nigeria.
But now, will there be election in 2027?
There will be election. Now there are other things that will take away people's attention. And this 2026 now in the world of boxing, we have not had much. Now we have had in the world of football where we have seen the World Cup. You just imagine that they postpone this World Cup in this 2027. People will also lose interest because it depends on the particular time. In the world of boxing, we have not had much. In the world of wrestling now, we have had entertaining match that you are saying, okay, 2026 we have had enough. You have seen Obafemi fight Brock Lesnar.
Then you have seen Portable fight.
You have seen Portable and Charles Okocha. So we have seen in the world of long tennis, we have seen the US Open. They have come. Now in boxing in particular, we have not seen that much. Anthony Joshua just fought Prenga, which is like, will I say, just to keep him fit. Tyson Fury fought a watch, but there has not been a major event in the world of boxing. And you now want to postpone the one that we have for 2026 to 2027, you are also indirectly making some people to lose interest, because in 2027 there will be other things coming up that they might not shift their interest to. Then if you now bring back boxing, which by that time we should be seeing another match, Tyson Fury and Joshua should have ended. Maybe we will now be seeing from Mayweather and Joshua. another hitman will come up. You know, there should be something else that is bringing us again to the world of boxing. So just like I know they want to pull crowd, they want to gain more just to push it to things. There is also disadvantage. That's what I'm saying. That it could lose people's enthusiasm. That they will not want, you know, they might, some people might have even forgotten that there was a boxing match for Joshua, and then you have, you know, when it's now getting to the date, probably by December, you now start having to do those adverts again, doing those media publications to remind people that this match is coming. You will now put a lot. So for me, this will have been the best time to give us this match, September. I'm not even talking about this month. If you want to push it from September to October, it's still quite fair enough. You know, we are already anticipating this match. If it's when you smell, you are perceiving food, someone is cooking in the kitchen and you are already sitting in the parlor waiting for the food, you know, that anticipation is already there that the food is coming, the food is coming. Maybe at the end of the day now, they now come and tell you the food is not coming again, that someone, or the food poor, or someone has eaten the food. Imagine how frustrated you will be. You'll be like, food that you have perceived the scent, the aroma, I've been waiting for you. Maybe you have drunk one chivita to just keep the
to soften
your
the landing, to give the oh my days.
You are expecting somebody
you are a foodie. You must fast. You must fast.
No, I will fast. But so I'm just saying, this thing might dampen that, you know, that feeling of wanting the fight. Then you bring it up in 2020. People that might have, by that time, maybe someone that is pregnant will have given birth to a baby, having a baby to take care of. You'll now be telling him to come and be watching the fight. So for me, I don't know. Let's see what's going to happen. But I believe this 2026 will have been best for that fight. We have been waiting for it. Joshua has been out of the ring for up to 7 months. Imagine that distance. Then he's coming back. He has fought Prenga. He should fight another person within 2026. Before we now get to 2027, we will now be fixing another match for him. There will be other people are lined up now. It's not only
for me. I would say sincerely, there's nothing about this fight that is not an agenda, because it may be from an intentional side. But right now we're seeing an irregularity that does not come together. And in terms of the activities and the things surrounding the fight, Anthony Joshua fighting the British Tyson Fury. Both of them are British. And this fight, like you said, and you explained, that if someone loses, if they extend it, someone may lose interest. I am also of the opinion that someone may not lose interest, because the interest is built. Like, what will make people to lose interest should be if there's no PR. So all these things are public relations, trying to, you know, bring in, you know, the spies, trying to let people know there's a fight coming up, and there could be some abnormalities, but then the fight will still hold. Just that there won't be, you know, there won't be less of people knowing it. So now the fight is going to hold in US, Madison Square in the US. That's one of the biggest stages you can, you know, have a fight. Right now, it is as important as every other fight, but it has no less of a meaning for Anthony Joshua and the world, because this is second fight, and this is one of the fights that will take him into the ranks where he wants to belong. Because Tyson Fury is already ahead.
Of course. Tyson
Fury is ahead. Alexander Usyk actually ahead. So Anthony Joshua could come into that Hall of Fame with this fight if he wins. But I don't think I'm seeing him winning.
That's something even me. You know,
I don't think I'm seeing Anthony Joshua winning. Yes, I don't think I'm seeing Anthony Joshua to win that fight. I'm actually thinking of a rematch for him, because Anthony Joshua would win if he could find the loopholes where Tyson Fury, if he can find the loopholes. But for someone like Tyson Fury, who is experienced, matured in the game, I'm not thinking Anthony Joshua win. Rather, it could be a send-off for Anthony Joshua to go and get more prepared and come back, and so that he can be able to carry out what he, to fight and win again. And for me, Tyson Fury is someone you don't joke with when there's a fight. But we're still going to see if that is going to be the case. But however it is, many Nigerians and out of patriotism and the spirit of nationalism, we would want to see Anthony Joshua win. But you don't just say Anthony Joshua will win. You need to do some calculations. Anthony Joshua win. How will he win? Is he ready to win? What happened? Why? How many fights has he had this year? So that means if he has not had a fight, he needs to train more to have a fight. So he needs to train more to fight Tyson Fury, because he has not had a fight. We would have said, okay, of course, he has been training since January. He has been on the rings personally, grooming and getting himself better. But that's not enough in quotes, because you would want to do you may not want to spend all the time in the ring. So what you would do is just the little time you have to knock Tyson Fury down, he can do it. But then if Tyson Fury catches him somewhere,
Tyson Fury, of course, is in fact, when you look at his size, his stature, his height and everything, you know that this one is one that you have to take a lot to crack. To even give Tyson Fury a knockout, it will take a lot from Joshua. This is a man that is on the top level. We're talking about heavyweight boxing, and Joshua coming back from such a long time that he has taken out of the ring, coming back against Perenga.
They're just 1 year. And Tyson Fury is 37. Joshua is 36.
That's in terms of their age. But if you check their heights now and maybe probably the weight, I believe Fury will be more in terms of weight and in height. So. And Fury has been in the ring this year. We saw him against Watch, and there was another fight that he was involved in. He has been in the ring more in this from 2025 to 2026 more than Joshua. He has been training more than Joshua, and Joshua's major fights, or the only fight that he has had in this 2026 was against Perenga. Who, don't forget, even when Joshua had the victory against Perenga, Perenga knocked him down twice in the first round. So you will see those analysis and those facts that are there that Joshua might not be in favor. We cannot say based on we are Nigerians we are going to see, or we are just going to say that all things are looking in favor for Joshua. No, he has not been in the ring more than just that fight against Perenga, and he also had it difficult even after he gave him a knockout in the round 2. So Tyson Fury and Joshua, for me, Joshua has to do more. Has to go back to the preparation ground, have a lot of training, because you will not have any other fights till that day. So any other thing you are going to be doing is just training, getting yourself prepared, getting yourself fit and ready, both physically and mentally. Of course, he has a lot of mental work to do then. Talking about the physical preparation, he should be very well prepared. So he has a lot. Maybe even postponing this match itself will even favor Joshua more than Fury. I can tell you that Fury is already prepared. He has been in the ring, prepared. He has seen the fight, the actual fight. He has been doing his training. So Joshua even still need more time to train for this top level fight. It's not the fight that you are going to be having just like the one you had against Perenga. No, this is like an even match. Is equal to the task. Fury is on that level that you are. So you have to do more training. You have not been in the ring. You are just coming back, started training not quite a long time ago. So he has more to do in terms of this fight. So if they are going to even postpone this fight, I believe it will favor Joshua more than it's going to favor Fury. So at the end of the day, we are going to see what is going to happen. Still talking about boxing, there's still a lot of boxing match coming up, and you're having Itaoma, the man that you have already mentioned already, Itaoma versus Halgovic winner must fight Sanchez. So by December, the winner from this fight between Itaoma versus Govic will have to fight Sanchez. So we are going to see what's going to happen in this fight. But of course, it's fight week, and we are seeing a lot of schedule, coming up Thursday. Talking about today, we are having, especially in the women's category, we are having a lot of fights from today till August 8th. We are going to be seeing fights at all events, free and open to the public, from 6 p.m. and to 3 p.m. We are having all these fights at Caribbean Royal Holland FS streams on MVP YouTube, so you can watch these fights on YouTube. You are having the posters there, and this is Nix and Dazzly are on top, but Dina and Tam are coming for their pedestal. These two people that you are seeing on the top by your left hand corner, that is Nick and Desley. So a lot of match coming forward this weekend, and we are going to see what's going to happen in those fights while we await the fight or the major event of the year, talking about Fury and Joshua. We will take a quick short break right now. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will give you all the other updates that we still have concerning the world of football. We are talking about Mohamed Salah, who has been, who has moved to Trabzonspor. He's the new player that has been unveiled by Trabzonspor. So we are going to be seeing the Egyptian king in Trabzonspor this coming season, talking about the Turkish league, and he is the highest paid player right now in that league, so accompanied by Osimhen. So we still have other details for you. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. It's still Aneke Sports on right here on Aneke TV. We'll just go for a quick short break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Alright, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, and we have been talking about so many things in the world of sports. We have talked about the WAFCON, talking about our own darling country, Nigeria, who have scaled through. We qualified yesterday after beating the Egyptian side 6-2. And of course, Zambia also had to defeat Malawi, the debutants, 2-1. It was a sad moment for the Malawian side, who also got to 6 points, but they did not scale through, in terms of having to check the number of goals that they have scored against each other. So it's a sad one for them, talking about the debutants, who really did well. They had to win Nigeria 3-2. Don't forget that first opening match, they won Nigeria 3-2. So it's really, will I say, I'm not really happy that they went home, but at the end of the day, I won't prefer my own country to go home over them. So I'm happy that we qualified, and of course they had 6 points also, but that was not the day for them to qualify. Now, before we talk about Mohamed Salah, let's just give you the points, talking about the Grand Prix, talking about Formula 1, the points that have been accumulated so far in this 2026, talking about driver standing. We are having a lot, but we are going to give you just the first 10 of them, and we are having Piastri, who has 309 points. That I'm talking about driver standing. Then we have a Norris, who has 275 points. Then Verstappen on the third place, having 205 points. You are having George Russell having 184. Then Charles Leclerc is on 151, fifth position. Sir Lewis Hamilton has 109. Talking about Antonelli, Kimi Antonelli on number 7, has 64. Then Albon has 64 also. Then Hülkenberg has 37, and Hajar has 37. This is the standings, talking about driver standings so far in this 2026. And moving forward, the man, the man that will say he is the keeper of the tournament, just concluded the World Cup, talking about Vozinha. I love this. I love this. His name Vozinha, looking like that Vovo. That Vozinha. Vozinha. I remember Vovo when those was the olden days car that our fathers used to drive.
You drove. Don't say tell me your
I didn't drive it. I can tell you I didn't drive it, but I used to admire that car. The shape, that's like a square. In fact, it was a square or rectangle. I think
when
it was
he
rectangle.
hits you, you'll be squared.
No, you not allow that kind of car to hit
you.
When you end up, it will not be good for you.
You end up heated.
You end up orthopedic. I don't think if orthopedic we won't be able to solve your problem.
Where you will end up, you will not believe it.
You will not believe your eye if that kind of car should touch you. But talking about Vozinha, this guy was amazing in the World Cup, and
he has signed to Colo Colo at 40.
At 40, having
Colo Colo.
That is what the World Cup does to you. Imagine
it exposes you.
It exposes a country like Cape Verde having to sign someone at 40. Yeah, that's why we have talked about it. Vozinha, of course, is in Colo Colo right now, having to still get a contract at 40. Imagine the younger ones talking about.
Imagine if Osimhen
I don't want to mention Osimhen because Osimhen is somewhere good. Imagine the younger ones, the names that have not been exposed.
That would have been to this World Cup. Imagine, look at him, Vuzinha, at 40, has a club, and they gave him a grand welcoming. That's a super. So well. If he's in captain, you say this is a superhero. He's a superhero. He made a lot of saves in the.
It's rare to even see somebody getting a mouth-watering contract at 14, and talking about a goalkeeper, not even an attacker. This is a goalkeeper where clubs will not even want to, be having somebody at 40 to come and be their keeper. This is him, just because of that World Cup exposure. So imagine Nigerians with a lot of young talents, a lot of grassroots footballers that could have gone into this World Cup, and by now we will be seeing, if not more than at least 5 to 6 of them getting signed. Look at the Moroccan side. Their players, almost all of them are getting contracts, right, left, and center. The Saibari, the Abu Dhabi. The other, the Manchester City are going for one of their that young midfielder, defensive midfielder. So you could see that these things exposes the players that you have. It will give them a better contract. Maybe they were playing for a club that they were not well paid. After the World Cup, shining in the World Cup will now expose you to get a better contract. So for me, we have learnt our lessons, and I don't want to go back to be dwelling on what has happened to us. It has happened, and I believe we have learnt our lesson. Now, just before we go into what is happening, talking about Mohamed Salah, we are still having to see Infantino. Infantino is not still out of the news yet. It's like he has clamped himself. He has hooked himself in this thing that he has been trying to do.
Yeah, he's trying to use 2030 World Cup final to save his presidency, and FIFA president is said to have demanded public backing from Morocco in exchange for hosting the 2030 World Cup final, as calls for his resignation continue to grow. Infantino is also attempting to persuade other countries to publicly support him as the pressure of his leadership intensifies.
How long do you think Infantino can keep up with this? Now you are having to pressurize other countries. This time around, now you are putting, it's like you are offering them something that I will give you this in exchange for you to support me. This is 2030 World Cup that Morocco, we know they are part of the people bidding to host the World Cup. Now you are telling them that if they are going to support you, you are going to grant their wish, and other countries just to persuade them. But I don't think you will, the people that are putting pressure on you right now to resign are of more importance in the terms of World Cup than any other body, talking about UEFA. Once UEFA have come outside to say they are no more feeling like you have that confidence to lead them, no, they are giving votes of no confidence, I think it's just likely not impossible, except you just beg for forgiveness and tell them, okay, you have retreated from what you are saying. You are not telling them you are no longer interested in proceeding. Let bygone be bygone. Let's continue what we have been doing. There's no selling of 20% stake. That's the only way I see you are going to come back to this. But from what you are even doing, you are even putting yourself, you have entered one deep sea and you are still diving in, trying to tell other countries now to come and support you that this is what you are going to. It's like you are even tilting towards bribing them before you get support, and I don't think it's going to work. If you ever are saying they are no more supporting you, the CONCACAF are saying they are no more supporting you, you are having just Asia who have maybe concluded, some of them, not even all, saying okay, they are still in support, and you are trying now coming to Africa to try and convince some part of the African continent or the countries to support you. How long are you going to put up with this politics that you are trying to play? Yeah, are you not turning everything to politics where you are going to try and win the support of some people? Meanwhile, the most important people are not in support. So I just believe in the next maybe 2 to 3 months, we are going to see an end to all this, because you using World Cup 2030 that is not yet here to even try and support your claim and whatever agenda that you have towards FIFA is not probably going to work. So I believe this is the right time you should look back and say, okay, you have made a mistake in your intentions, that this is not what you actually wanted. You wanted the best for FIFA, trying to sell it to a private company to take care of the social media part, the investment part, the publicity part, the viewership, the ticketing, that 20% stake. Just try and bring up one excuse to justify what you are trying to say, and maybe tender a public apology.
I wish you can, but I have a feeling that the people who are backing Infantino are bigger than FIFA.
Okay.
That's my feeling. I feel that they are bigger than FIFA, but they're also bigger than the factors which we are facing. So it may not be the same. It won't be the same. Because if he tenders apology, who wants his apology? Nobody wants his apology.
They might just overlook,
they
might just overlook it.
They may, but when you talk about apology, it means there's a problem ahead from the eyes of other countries who are part of FIFA, who did not agree with his request. The problem is that in 2030, he's still going to, he's trying to make sure that this World Cup final, he will use it to save his head. So the World Cup that has not come, he's already using it to campaign. That's it. So the people that are backing him are bigger than him. And just like you go somewhere and they tell you, don't worry, it's going to be all right. All you need to do this, just don't worry, just, okay. Now you do that. When you come back, you face those people and they told you to go. Now when you return or leave them, you are alone.
Yeah.
So you see, imagine FIFA president is not traveling with anybody in aspect, in quotes, any of those people that are backing him. They could be just talking on phone, but the people that are backing him are bigger than him, and they may have told him, "Don't worry, it's not a problem."
But how, the backing, bigger than you, and you know that the people that you are working with will not, despite those people trying to be bigger than, it will not work, because you being bigger than or listening to people that are bigger than FIFA, those people cannot even come around the FIFA, and you cannot take away the current people that are in FIFA. You cannot take away UEFA, you cannot take away CONCACAF, you cannot take away the South American side, you cannot take away the African side. So that's why I want to call it a mistake, that you have already made the mistake of listening to them. This is the time you turn back, and go, just like the prodigal son when he went he did everything he could do. You still come back and you still see that they will still forgive you. Your father will still forgive you. No matter what the child will do to the mother will still forgive. Now me born you. You not go throw away your picking, so you might still probably forgive. Infantino, at the end of the day, is still a product of FIFA. You did an election that you want, so just that was a look for a way to explain to these people that you have made a mistake, because now you are just putting more effort even to escalate the mistake that you have already made. You are now talking about 2030 World Cup, trying to teach people to back you just to give them a ticket for their bid. Morocco will now be part of the people to host the World Cup. What of the remaining African countries? Is it only Morocco that is in Africa? The remaining African countries that they are not hosting the World Cup, okay, so you now have to give them something or promise them something at the end of the day. So for me, he should just retrace his step, just like coming back home to say, okay, I've gone outside to do everything that I want to do. I've made this statement. I thought it was good for the sake of it was not for my own personal sake, for the sake of FIFA, for the sake of the World Cup, for the sake of the FIFA Club World Cup. I thought it would be something good. I thought selling it to a private company will bring more revenue for us. Tender a polite explanation, and see at the end of the day, people might come back and say, okay, yeah, just leave him. He has made a mistake. Let him continue. Let him continue being the FIFA president and so on. At the end of the day, maybe next election that will come up, then you people can now change him and put somebody else. But for now, let him just continue. So for me, I just think this is just the right part. Except you just want to keep wallowing in what you have already made that we will call a mistake, and just keep wallowing till you get to the point that there is no turning back, and at the end of the day you will have to leave the office, because you cannot go against the major people in that body. It's not only Infantino that holds FIFA. Infantino was not made the president by his father. So this is not your father's company that you come and say, okay, you have every right to do what you like.
Well,
it's not going to work.
While we're talking about FIFA now, let's just go into football properly, where you are having the Premier League defending champions being trashed by,
Maybe you should just say Arsenal being trashed.
No, let me. No.
Of course, they are the defending.
Why do you mention us? I said Premier League defending.
There's no other Premier League defending. Is Man City the defending champion? Is Liverpool the defending champion? Is Chelsea the defending champion?
Trashed by Real Betis.
Where these days people of
no. What do you want to do? Do you want to defend or do you want to agree?
They've charged them now. Do I have anything to defend? The score is
I
there.
Thought you are.
The match was played yesterday. It was 3-1.
Okay.
We saw the match. They were beaten. But at the end of the day, we want. If I want to defend now, we'll say it's a friendly match.
Okay, you want to defend. What if you want to attack?
No, I don't want to attack yet. Let me start from defend. Is this pre-season match or is a friendly match? But nevertheless, it's also a friendly match for Real Betis. It's not just a friendly match for Arsenal. A friendly match does not mean you should lose. People win friendly match. In fact, it's an avenue for you to show who you are, what you are made of, what you have been training for, what you have been planning, what you have ahead of the season. This is an avenue. So when people come out with that excuse of it's a friendly match, so therefore you should lose.
You are too wise. You are too wise. No. I like the way you took this matter.
I just want to when fans will come out and say it's a friendly match.
You are too wise.
Therefore you should lose. It's not an avenue for you to lose. Or you have to be losing on your friendly match. Let us just know it's a friendly match. The other what's it called? Chelsea lost to Juventus 1-0. It's a friendly match.
It's a friendly match.
PSG lost 3-0 to Mallorca. It's a friendly match. So we should just be losing the friendly match.
Losing to Mallorca is kind of why?
It's a joke.
It's a joke.
Losing to me.
And PSG has Manchester United on Saturday.
Okay, they should also lose that one so that we'll know it's a
friendly match. No, they will. That's not a.
Imagine losing
they will lose to Manchester
Paris Saint-Germain. The current, of course, when I saw the lineup there, but what would I also want to talk about?
Let somebody not say
you will not say the lineup. You will not use your first team.
Why do you not use your first team?
Those people that you used
are they
Paris Saint-Germain players
are they Chelsea?
Hong Kong players?
Are they not Chelsea? Are they Hong Kong?
Because
are they Chinese? Are they
themselves did not even use their first team. So you cannot come and be telling me you don't use your first team.
When other teams lose, you are saying
everybody does.
Is it not the name? We just say first team.
They will not say Mallorca second team versus PSG second team. They not say.
They will say the team, the name, what's the
Paris Saint-Germain and
PSG.
That's what we
have.
They lost.
Paris
Saint-Germain. Kvaratskhelia was there. So if you now want to say they know, why did you not feed Kvaratskhelia?
Why are you telling him to score?
You are not begging him to. You could not even score one goal.
Why did you in that line said why did you feed Caicedo? You would have brought a ball to play that place.
It's a friendly match and you people wanted to fight. There was a time that they almost wanted to start.
But it's a friendly match.
It's a friendly match. Are you supposed to be fighting in a friendly?
It's okay. It's okay.
All those excuses that it's a friendly match should not even come up. In a friendly match, people win. Bayern Munich won somebody 15-0. Is it not a friendly match?
It's a friendly match.
Why are you beating somebody 15-0? And they did not use their first lineup.
It's a friendly match.
But it's a friendly match.
It's a friendly match.
Why did they not lose? Why did Bayern Munich not lose 15-0?
It's a friendly match.
Let's say 15 goals is too much. 3-0.
It's a friendly match. No. Because sometimes, let's just be honest. I know maybe in real-time competitions, like in the Premier League or in other leagues, when league starts, 21st of August, we are waiting. When the league starts, you will see teams. They are learning their lessons, and they will use the lessons they are learning now to improve the next games they will have. But of course, it's a match that you need to win. You need to build up on these games so that you can have a good landing when you start the league. So people telling me it's a friendly match. Yes, of course it is.
It's a friendly match.
What of those factors that it is also counted that you lost?
At the end of the day, you lost. And if you even come, let's leave Arsenal aside. Let's come to Chelsea that lost 1-0. Who were the players that was feeded?
Everybody, even Morgan Rogers
played. Pedro played. ndlea played. What's it called? The new striker. Welbeck played. What's it called? Stavio played. Who is left? Modric came in the 9 minutes of second half. He was featured. So if you now come out and say it's a friendly match, is there anybody special that you want to say that you not use that made you to lose? Is it Enzo Fernandez that you don't want to call as a special player who was red carded in the final of the FIFA World Cup for challenge?
I like this guy.
Are you sure that if Fernandez even played that match, you guys will not even consider red card?
Well, we're going to see what happens, and this is where we're drawing the curtain close on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It has always been a pleasure, and we are celebrating you wherever you are. And we are kicking off today with something interesting, so you go out there. And we are returning same time, same station tomorrow on Aneke TV Sports, where we'll be bringing you live updates and how the world of sports would look like, or how it is shaping up. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Have a wonderful day.
All right, I still remain your humble host worldwide, saying have a lovely Thursday. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
One that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, Towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government,
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Bar Association faults Economic Commission over Osun State account restriction. On the foreign scene, South Korea activates emergency response as Seoul faces record heat wave. On business news, Customs Chief demand legislative overhaul of import waivers and concessions. Now the news in details. The West African Examinations Council, WIKE, has released the official results for the 2026 Senior School Certificate Examination, recording a 61.52% pass rate in 5 key subjects including English language and mathematics. Announcing the release in Lagos, the head of national office, Dr. Amos Dangot, stated that candidate performance dropped by 1.42% compared to the previous academic cycle, leaving 38.46% below the university admission benchmark. Dr. Dangot confirmed that exam results for candidates sponsored by defaulting state governments remain locked due to an uncleared financial obligation. Furthermore, WIKE withheld 167,000 candidate scores, representing 8.59% of total test takers, over widespread examination malpractice, with several invigilators handed over to security agencies for prosecution. A public dispute has broken out between Christian and Muslim leadership bodies over the enforcement of bans prohibiting preaching inside commercial vehicles. The president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, Bishop Wale Oke, announced in Ibadan, Oyo State, that Christian evangelists will continue public transit preaching, describing the restriction as an infringement on constitutional religious freedoms. In swift response, the Muslim Rights Concern issued a public statement condemning the PFN stance as an invitation to civic breakdown and traffic safety violations. The executive director of MURIC, Professor Ismail Akintola, urged transport regulators to arrest illegal transit preachers, calling on commuters to report non-compliant evangelists to police authorities. The self-styled Director General of the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, Adeyemi, has rejected a proposal for closed-door parliamentary questioning while in police custody. Speaking through Defense Counsel in Abuja, Adeyemi demanded that any interrogation by the House of Representatives ad hoc committee be conducted in an open public hearing. The defense team requested the legislative panel to order police authorities to produce the suspect publicly, challenging his continued detention without a valid judicial remand warrant. The House Committee Chairman, Yusuf Gagdi, previously stated that an executive session was necessary due to multi-agency investigations into alleged criminal impersonations, forgery, and financial fraud. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, has criticized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over a post-no-debit restriction placed on the Osun State Government Allocation Account. In a statement issued in Abuja, NBA President Afam Osigwe declared that freezing a state government account without a valid court order violates constitutional provisions and hampers public administration. The EFCC defended the banking restriction, stating that financial intelligence monitoring detected suspicious movement of public funds linked to an ongoing 11 billion naira fraud investigation. Legal practitioners and political organizations have condemned the Anti-Graft Agencies Directive, describing the financial freeze as an executive overreach designed to disrupt state government operations. The Police High Command has deployed 15,000 tactical operatives to Osun State to secure the upcoming August 15th governorship election. The newly deployed Commissioner of Police, Mr. Samuel Etaifo, announced in Osogbo that the security detachment comprises conventional personnel, mobile forces, canine units, and medical teams under senior supervisory officers. Mr. Etaifo warned political actors against election violence, stating that individuals arrested for electoral offences will be transferred directly to police headquarters in Abuja for prosecution. 14 political parties are participating in the governorship contest, with police authorities promising neutral, transparent and robust security coverage across all voting centres. The Enugu State Commander of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Mr. Paul Audu, has announced an operational crackdown on drug trafficking networks across the state. Speaking during his maiden press briefing at the command headquarters in Enugu, Commander Audu stated that officers will systematically confiscate illegal assets linked to narcotics trade. The NDLEA chief explained that enforcement will leverage the proceeds of Crime Recovery and Management Act to freeze real estate, vehicles and bank accounts acquired through illicit trade. Commander Audu added that the agency will expand its war against drug abuse campaigns across all 17 local council areas to educate youths on the dangers of substance abuse. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Maman Giwa, has extended condolences to the family of the late Inspector Ikechukwu Obodo, who died in a hit-and-run pedestrian accident. Represented by Assistant Commissioner of Police Oliver Odimega during a condolence visit in Enugu, Mr. Giwa described the death of the officer, who held a PhD, as a loss to the force. Spokesperson Mr. Daniel Ndugwe clarified that Inspector Obodo alighted along Bisala Road on July 5th following a dispute with a commercial bus driver before being struck by an unidentified speeding vehicle. Mr. Ndugwe refuted online rumors claiming the officer was hit by a government convoy, assuring the public that accident reconstruction detectives are tracking the fleeing driver. The Nigerian Army has declared 2 high-ranking Islamic State West Africa province commanders wanted, placing a combined 60 million naira bounty on their capture. Military authorities offered 50 million naira for information leading to the arrest of ISWAP leader Abu Musa al-Mangawi Bashua and 10 million naira for his deputy Mohammed Jida. The Media Operatives Directorate confirmed in Maiduguri that the identities of the terror commanders were extracted from technical equipment recovered during Operation Hadinke offensives in Borno State. Military officials appealed to border communities to supply actionable intelligence to secure agencies, guaranteeing anonymity and warning civilians against attempting personal apprehension of armed suspects. Operatives of the Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Command have recovered 2 FN-FAL battle rifles and live ammunition from a criminal hideout in Dajin Madam Forest. Police Public Relations Officer Mrs. Josephine Ade confirmed in Abuja that the tactical raid followed the interrogation of a suspect named Musbahu Ishak. Investigations revealed that the criminal syndicate operated the logistics cells supplying arms, ammunition, and narcotics to armed bands operating along the Plateau and Bauchi borders. Mrs. Ade stated that police tactical teams are executing follow-up operations across neighboring forest corridors to arrest remaining syndicate's members and recover additional illegal arms. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. WIKE releases 2026 Senior School Certificate Examination results, recording a 61.52% pass rate, while withholding 167,000 scores over exam malpractice. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. South Korea orders emergency response measures as Seoul faces dangerous summer heatwave conditions. On business news, Customs Controller General demands National Assembly review of national import waiver and tax concession frameworks. Stay with us.
Every hat has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Welcome back. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has ordered emergency public safety measures as summer heatwave temperatures in Seoul approached 39 degrees Celsius. Addressing an emergency cabinet session in Seoul, President Lee directed municipal authorities to open cooling centers and enforce mandatory rest intervals for outdoor workers. Meteorological officials reported that 21 heat-related fatalities have been recorded nationwide, attributing the intense heat dome to offshore atmospheric pressure systems. The severe weather forced the Korea Baseball Organization to suspend professional league fixtures after several spectators experienced heat exhaustion in stadium stands. New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon has generated political debate after proposing a potential national referendum on the country's proportional representation electoral system. Speaking during a national radio interview in Wellington, Prime Minister Luxon suggested that citizens should vote on whether to retain the mixed-member proportional model by 2027. Coalition partner and New Zealand First Leader Winston Peters rejected the proposal, characterizing the referendum suggestion as an unnecessary constitutional disturbance. Opposition parliamentary leaders have voiced opposition to changing the electoral framework, pointing out that voters previously approved the system during a national referendum in 2011. Taiwan President Lai Ching-te observed annual island-wide defense exercises, boarding an armored vehicle to reach an underground emergency command center in Taipei. Dressed in full military gear, President Lai supervised the government continuity drills designed to test command resilience against potential foreign military blockades. The Ministry of National Defense confirmed that 10-day live-fire exercises included surface-to-air missile deployments across critical infrastructure locations. Defense officials stated that emergency communication networks were tested under restricted bandwidth conditions as military tracking confirmed nearby foreign naval presence. Myanmar military leader Min Aung Hlaing received an official welcome during a diplomatic visit to Thailand for talks with regional government leadership. Thai Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul hosted the delegation in Bangkok to discuss cross-border security, humanitarian assistance, and trade stability along shared borders. The official visit comes amid ongoing diplomatic efforts by Southeast Asian nations to encourage peaceful resolution of internal conflict within Myanmar. Regional political analysts noted that neighboring governments are prioritizing economic engagement, cross-border crime management, and regional stability mechanisms. Comptroller General of Customs Bashir Adeniyi has requested the National Assembly to execute a legislative review of Nigeria's import waiver and traffic and tariff concession framework. Speaking at a legislative workshop in Abuja, Comptroller General Adeniyi urged lawmakers to evaluate whether tariff concessions align with national economic growth targets. The customs chief advocated for legislative support regarding full digital automation through the Biodogu trade platform to streamline cargo clearance operations. Customs authorities stressed that modernizing the legal framework will eliminate physical clearance bottlenecks, reduce discriminatory waivers, and protect federal revenue collection. An early morning fire has destroyed several residential structures at Abule Oja along Unilag Road in the Yaba area of Lagos State. The Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, Dr. Olufemi Oke Osayintolu, confirmed in Lagos that no casualties were recorded during the incident. Joint emergency responders, comprising the Lagos State Fire Service and the Federal Fire Service, mobilized to the scene to extinguish the flames and perform damping down operations. LASEMA officials explained that investigations have commenced to determine the cause of the fire, with relief materials being arranged for displaced residents. And now to sports news. Nigeria's Super Falcons secured qualification for the quarterfinals of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, following a 6-2 victory over Egypt in Morocco. Head coach Justin Madugu guided the team to a dominant performance at the Rabat Olympic Stadium, with goals scored by Asishat Oshola and Rashidat Ajibade. The victory ensured Nigeria's progression to the knockout stages, finishing second in Group C on goal difference behind group leaders. The Super Falcons continue their continental campaign in Rabat as they target an 11th Women's Africa Cup of Nations title. And on entertainment news, the Nigerian film industry is mourning the death of Yoruba film actress Temitope Oshoba, who passed away at the age of 40. Colleague Alesh Sani announced her passing via social media, prompting tributes from Nollywood actors celebrating her professional contributions. The late actress, featured in prominent film productions including Ileowo, had returned to active performing following treatment for health complications. Family representatives have not released public funeral arrangements as colleagues and industry organizations continue to issue formal condolences. And now to end the news, the main points again. WIKE releases 2026 SSCE results, recording a 61.52% pass rate, while withholding 167,000 scores over examination malpractice. South Korean president orders emergency public safety measures as Seoul faces severe heatwave conditions reaching 39 degrees Celsius. Customs Comptroller General calls on the National Assembly to review national import waiver policies and support digital trade automation. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period, or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that lesson is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work, but the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again, how's the can go? Can you see another one? Now steady. On a head chicken. I'm on our recording. Okay, yeah, Shibuna. Oh, my, now more like a finish and no better one or one ever like a Ghana go school. Now I'm at the same time. I have been when is me can where is me a brain on now.
Just like the popular saying, an idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
More na suggest when I get on holidays. Eje chọrọ ha obere ọrụ aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ịnọwa nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụchaa akwụkwọ ịma na o nwegwa aka ọrụ karịa ịnọwa nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị ọ na-anyị nọkịta n'ahịa bifo ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma ọ na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụtara ị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọ nata bifo ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpụrụ ụra.
Holidays na-adịkwa ma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka. Sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop ote o nwere onye nke gbagote tukwuru ọ bịakwa join na the business ka ọ fụkwa ebe esi eweta the ego eji akwụrụ ụgwọ school. Also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye dị ka ọrụ.
Everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village because children were there for township supposed to know their village. They're supposed to know, no be only me born them. I get mama who born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do people or students close by 2 o'clock. You find that they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the curriculum, the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life, because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Z is into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with love, delightfulness, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Kenachoma. It's a beautiful Thursday morning. Welcome to Sunrise.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning and welcome to Sunrise. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And Good Hope, how is it?
It's a wonderful morning. It's a Thursday morning. And Ochoma, how is it?
I'm good.
I'm feeling like it's a Friday already.
Yeah,
I almost said Friday. Thank God it's Friday. And I realized, okay, it's Thursday.
It's Thursday because.
But Ochoma is looking like a lady from the Texas.
Yes, sir. Because she had to load herself this morning with goodies. And
no, I don't know the goodies, but she appears like a peasant lady.
I mean, what's your?
You know, I mean, when earlier on, it looks like she's
just the caps that is remaining. Get your cowboy cap, and you're complete. You're good to go.
If the appearance would allow for a hat, I almost did wear one bar.
Really?
Because we have to, keep a certain performance and a certain representation. We will make do with this.
Don't worry, your fans will make do with this.
All right, we go back to the quote of the day. That's the inspiration segment here on Aneke TV, where we inspire you every morning to be the best of what you can be and do the best of what you can do. It's a wonderful quote, and we're bringing you the words of Frederick Douglass. He says, power concedes nothing without a demand. It's never had and it will never will. It never did and it will never will. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It's never did and it will never will. It just simply means that when there's no demand on power, it will not be a situation of what people, it will not be a situation of you take it by will. No, you take it by force. You don't take power by will, you take power by force. And I've heard that many times where people say that, if you don't want anything to go well, or if you don't want something to go, we have to keep silent. Now, Douglas is telling us that it's not going to work that way, that whatever we need to do to get power, to keep power, and to stay in power, it is always and would always by the actions that we take. And it's very important as we motivate you this morning that actions matter as we talk about power.
All right, Frederick is reminding us that power never concedes without a demand. Nobody submits to a certain authority without a demand made up from the person. To submit to a higher power, you must have given up something. That's how powerful power is. A quote says, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So for you to concede power, it will take something from you. No transition of authority came by easy handover. Something gave, something was exchanged. It has never happened. And with the way life works, with the way system of things work, with the way progression of systems work, something has to give when it comes to power. Something has to give when it comes to authority. Something has to be submitted. Something higher than power needs to concede for power to overtake.
All right, very well said. But an aspect of this quote is placing a demand. But for you to place a demand, then you need to earn the right to place that demand. And in speaking to this, when we talk about power not conceding without a demand and saying that it never did and never will, means that you need to ask for it. And when you ask, you need to earn the right to ask. And equating it to our situation, we are working towards the 2027 election. A number of times, we hear Nigerians say that this so and so is not doing well, is not giving the people what they want, that the roads are not hard, you do not have water, you do not have lights, you do not have power. But for you to be able to place that demand on authority, you need to equally earn it. And to earn it, you need to participate in the process. Yes, you can be aloof and then place a demand on authority. You need to be part of the process. So we urge you to start warming up, get ready to engage the process and participate in it. With that, you've gotten the right to place a demand on power. And when you speak, you will be listened to. How would you want to make a demand and place a demand on power when you do not even have a voter card, the PVC, the minimum requirement of a Nigerian to vote in Nigeria. So we are urging you this morning, those who have gotten their PVC, to get ready, engage in the process. Soon, the town halls will be open. Participate, ask questions, place a demand, verify those who are seeking to serve you. And when finally you choose someone, you will earn the right to place a demand.
Well, we take a short break. When we return, we are bringing you the weather updates. Stay with us. "7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we take a quick look at what's making the major front page headlines across the newspapers today, from the Daily Sun, the Daily Trust, the Vanguard, the Guardian, and the Punch.
And starting off from the Punch headlines, it reads, NBA faults EFCC as Osun account freeze sparks row. NBA faults EFCC as Osun account freeze sparks row. On the Vanguard newspaper this morning, outrage greets EFCC's freezing of Osun government account. Outrage greets EFCC's freezing of Osun government account. Osun 2026, Adeleke APC bicker over fraud, vote buying plot intimidation. That's a story on the Guardian newspaper this morning. 2026, Osun Adeleke APC bicker over fraud, vote buying plots and intimidation. On the Nation headline, troops DSS free 308 in biggest rescue operation. Troops and DSS free 308 in biggest rescue operation. On the Daily Sun, Osun government cries foul, heads to court over frozen bank accounts by EFCC. Osun government cries foul, heads to court over frozen bank accounts by EFCC. That's a cover story on the Daily Sun. And lastly, on the Daily Trust, EFCC freezes Osun government. Osun account, 10 days to election. EFCC freezes Osun account, 10 days to election. Also on the Daily Trust, WIKE records 61% pass rate, withholds 167,486 results.
Now we start from the Daily Sun, which says Osun government accord cry foul, head to court over EFCC frozen account. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, placed a restriction on the Osun state government accounts and amid ongoing investigation into the alleged financial misconduct involving approximately 11 billion naira. Governor Ademola Adeleke and local officials strongly condemned the directive, alleging it was a politically motivated move ahead of the upcoming state election. So this is actually what is still going on in Osun State, and we're asking the question, why Osun State? Why is there this opera in Osun State? Why is it now that it's 10 days to the election and these things are coming out? Why was it not seen earlier? Because we live in Nigeria and we have seen that Nigeria has some tendencies. I mean, when election is about to come up, you would see some moves from dangerous places. People bringing out details of this, details of maybe the person who is contesting, or maybe the details of the person who is conducting. One or two issues could come up just like this, you know, just 10 days to the election. And this is not a good place to be if you are someone who is contesting. It gives that questions. It raises questions about the authenticity of the previous investigations that has been made. So Governor Ademola Adeleke coming out to target politically motivated, he may not be wrong, he still may not be right, but it depends on the method, the investigations, which EFCC has sealed the account on the level and on the ground the issue was discovered. Now, I'm still saying it to you tomorrow, 10 days to the election in Osun State. The other day we saw the talks who came to scare people away, and they had to take away the PVCs, people's PVCs. The other day we saw the SSGs who were arrested, and they discovered some amount of money in his house. Now, 10 days to the election, we're seeing that EFCC has sealed the state account. I'm asking the brain behind all this movement, and it's something that is worrisome. If, like I said, if you are in the position where you know that you are clean, or you could see it from the records, you could be clean, but the whole method, the whole process is going to be against you because you're one of the contestants. It's not really giving a good.
For me, this is what I would consider to be the heaviest blow on the Osun State government. We've seen events leading up to this moment. We've heard hearsays, we've heard speculations, we've seen the arrest of SSGs like Good Hope mentioned, we've seen thugs attacking, participants or electorates coming up to get the PVCs. We hear some PVCs stolen. Now, this is by far the highest blow on this administration, freezing a sitting governor's administration's account. And what the EFCC is saying, that there is an investigation going on and there is an alleged movement of funds from government accounts. I really wonder why this is happening now, because it just further highlights the thoughts or the notion of a certain attack on the Osun government. And it's 10 days to the elections. The governor he has claimed, or he has mentioned a couple of times, that he's not intimidated, that he's not scared. But these are things that are being done to, it can throw anyone off balance. It can throw anyone off his strides. I just hope that these things are reconciled in ample time and whatever the investigation is, it's sorted out before the election. And even if it's not sorted out before the election, I hope that the government of Osun State have alternative plans, on how to fund their elections and how to ensure that the elections move smoothly and, safely come August 15th.
All right. We'll take a short break. We'll return. The conversation on Osun State continues. Stay with us, please.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise, and we are discussing the freezing of Osun State government account. And joining us for this in-depth analysis and discussion on this issue is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. And good morning to our viewers out there.
All right. The conversation this morning centers around the freezing of Osun State government's account by EFCC. I'm sure that you're quite inundated with this update. So let's get your perspective on this issue.
Thank you very much. This is a very sensitive issue. You see, time and again, arguments have come forth, or rather, arguments have gone forth, asking or querying, what powers does the EFCC have to freeze the accounts of a federating unit, given, the various powers, the extant powers, both from the Constitution and the EFCC Act. It's very obvious that, yes, EFCC has a constitutional a mandate, to run after corruption tendencies, most especially in public organizations. But that has to be done within the context of what the law allows. As a matter of fact, it's not just a state, even your personal account. These are things that can only be done by the express mandate of the court. I mean, even you as an individual now, if there's any reason why your bank account, your personal bank account should be frozen, a court must give authority to that. Because if a bank goes ahead to freeze your account without court mandating that, it becomes an infringement of the law. And that is why Osun State, of course, they made it very clear that they are heading to the court. And I'm happy also that MPA has spoken very loudly that EFCC does not have such powers to freeze. And you see, when you talk of a state account, a state is like a living being. It's like a lot of people draw strength from there. It's like a giant person. You have children who are eating from you. You have families who are eating from you. Related, many other people. Your continuous standing is giving strength to so many people. And the moment you fall, or the moment there's no life in you, it will automatically impact on a whole group of people. So when you say the account of the state has been frozen, you know what you're talking about? The state cannot carry out some certain functions any longer. If there are people they need to pay, they cannot pay. And if they don't pay, the services that those people need to render will come to a halt. If there are payments that they need to do to get some things done, so if there are salaries to pay, allowances to pay. So I really don't understand. For me, if you ask me, although EFCC will tell you that what they are doing is purely apolitical, that it has nothing to do with politics. But for me also, that story is for the gods. is a parboiled poetry. It's not done. It's parboiled. Because this is we are talking at the peak of the election. Even though EFCC is saying that what they're investigating in the $11 million transaction that happened, is it 11 million? 11 billion that happened in the previous administration. And we have waited all this while, and we think now that the state is preparing for. Yes, you can come out and say that it is not the state that is financing the election, so it does not matter. But it does matter a little bit, because the state itself has their own obligation in making sure that the state is orderly, during the period of these elections. By every standard, I think it's very, very inappropriate. And even if for any reason, they have valid court orders, they can wait after the election. If they have not done it before now, they can as well wait before the elections. And take that away also. One thing we must not lose track of is that, like I've always said, the kind of politics we play here in this land, in this country called Nigeria, honestly speaking, is very scary. It's very, very scary. And usually things like this that make people come to the conclusion that some people are trying to win at all costs, and I don't think it's fair enough. EFCC is headed by a man of whom we were told and who have every cause to believe that he's a man of distinguished track record and character. And for such a man to sit at the helm of affairs of EFCC and actions like this are happening, you see, perception is everything. I must tell you, perception is everything. And look at what Osun State, look at what look at the kind of narrative that comes from the officials. So I'm saying that the reason why they're doing this is because the state government promised to pay palliatives to the workforce. And so they don't want them to pay the palliatives so that it will now look as if the state government is lying. And of course it will impact on the election. All these things are not good enough. They don't speak of a level playing ground. They don't speak of fairness. They don't speak of neutrality.
All right. Let's take a moment. Let's just take a breather and listen to what the Osun State Governor had to say on this.
This morning, we received a letter from our banker forwarding a letter from the EFCC instructing the bank to freeze Osun State government account. This action was taken without any court order. We are supposed to be in democracy where the rule of law must always prevail.
We woke up with a melodrama from the Economic and Financial Crime Commission to put a PND on the statutory account of the state. And this is the main account that we use to pay people's salary, workers' salaries, pensioners, teachers, as well as the healthcare service providers.
His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, has instructed me as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice to appoint the court for proper interpretation and determination of the issues involved. We shall therefore be seeking the court's guidance on whether the cited provisions or any other law empower the EFCC to freeze or restrict the statutory account of Osun State.
All right, Mr. Adam, just like you were saying, we've heard the governor, the Attorney General of the state, and the Accountant General of Osun State speaking to this issue. And while you were highlighting it, you rightfully said that this is pure politics. The timing matters in everything, but one may continue to ask, where does the EFCC drive that power to freeze the accounts of a state government? We know that the Constitution, the powers establishing EFCC, drives its force from the Constitution, but there's no part of our Constitution, and I want lawyers, and I'm happy that they've said they will go to court for guidance, where EFCC was expressly empowered to freeze a state government's account is, for me, quite bad. But if we track back in time, we'll see that precedence has been set, and a number of times we always take a cue from the bad precedents that were set over time. Just like if one could go back to the state of emergency in Rivers State, you remember different interpretation that emanated to that action. But in this country, despite the fact that we will track from 1999 to date, under Obasanjo, one would remember he had the military high-handedness, if one is to use that terminology, in the administration, being that Nigeria is just coming out from military rule. Yeah. Then there came a government around 2011, Goodluck Jonathan. There was a state of emergency, but he respected the Nigerian constitution from the interpretation, because as we speak, the apex court in the land has not come out to say this is where the law stands on that issue, but we saw that a state governor wasn't removed in office. And this day and time, we are seeing EFCC freezing the accounts of Osun state government. And like you rightly pointed out, to me, is nothing but politics. Politics towards the election in 10 days' time in Osun State. How would one be able to, separate these issues? Because we've seen many hands pointing towards a known direction. And, it leaves a lot to be desired. And it keeps telling you that once we continue to have strong men and weakened institutions, that things will never go well for the nation. And then, like you rightly equally alluded to the fact that the Nigerian Bar Association has come out to speak publicly. But let me tell you what irks me more, is that we have a democratically elected president who is a Democrat. It's one thing when you elect someone like the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Do you understand? Yeah. We were in that of his credentials as a Democrat, knowing his background as a military junta, and then his life as a military man. We have that, doubt about those democratic credentials. But we do not have that fear in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who we know is paraded as a Democrat through and through. And then, on his watch, given his experience as the governor of Lagos State, where the accounts, local government accounts, were frozen, he went to court, challenging the authority of the federal government to, froze the local government accounts of Lagos State local governments until the expiration of that administration. We saw the court gave order for those frozen accounts to be released. And then this is happening. Why do we keep, trying to make progress while we take 10 steps backwards? And when you bring all this together, I believe that a President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that I know would not be in any way in support of this, constitutional overreach by EFCC. But that be as it may, let's talk about the election in 10 days' time. Given the utterances that have been coming out from all quarters, even the leader of the APC Governors Forum, we've heard him say on record that they would win Osun State. We've seen other members of the APC speaking to the fact that they must win Osun State. And we've seen actions pointing towards the fact that even the police that are supposed to provide security in that election seems to be, if I may use the word, part of a biased umpire in this very regard, because their actions and inactions could affect the outcome of the election. Now, certain individuals have been arrested. We are waiting their prosecution because they were said to have been found with some incriminating items that could be used to rig an election. And then, with police deploying about 15,000 personnel into that election, tell me how we will be able to separate the interest that is at play here. Now, and why we do all these things, Mr. Emeka? Why is it that we do not place the people, at the forefront of our action? This account carries, from what the accountant general is saying, is a salary account for which salaries of civil servants. And what is Osun State relying on, if not from the federation allocation? Of course. How do they generate? How much is their internally generated revenue of the state? Then you froze the account. For how long? Maybe perhaps till after the election. What are you telling us here? Is it, we still need more answers beyond what EFCC is providing. 11 billion naira from ecological fund. And then you froze the account of the state. They need to tell us more, Mr. Meka. From where I sit, yeah, I demand more answers.
It's a very serious issue. I mean, EFCC, I believe that is an institution that is created by law. Their actions should be very well guided by law, even though they will tell you that they have always been guided by law. EFCC has, I mean, the legal status establishing EFCC clearly gives 3 mandates, you know, which is investigate financial crimes, identify proceeds of crime, and recover assets that are suspected to be proceeds of crime. This is more like a summary of what the status establishing EFCC, you know, simply says. Now, at the course of their duty, if they have any reason to arrest somebody, they can do so. All they need to do is to approach a court and get a backing for it. If they have any reason to detain somebody, they approach a court, get an order to effect such detention, and if they have any reason to seize, which of course must be very temporary anyway, to seize or to freeze an account, because freezing an account is a type of seizing, yeah, right? It's
post no debt.
Yes, the post no debt. The owner of that account, you know, ceases to have a control or access to that account. That must be done by the mandate. They need to also approach a court of law to say this is the case, this is the case, this is the case. And before a court of law can grant such, you know, injunction, they will put the particular people on notice. So you see, these are the kind of things. And then if the court now believes in its own wisdom that there may not be need to put the people on notice, maybe because of a certain, to prevent a certain action from that will not be left at the wisdom of the courts. But to say they go out of their way certainly is an overreach. I'm not a lawyer, but you see, I'm a journalist, and these things are quite common.
Every designing mind could
so to this. It's an overreach, and I believe that the EFCC should please try and retrace its steps. Quite frankly, you know, we live in a country, and we can't run away from this country. We can't. I'm not in Osun State. I've not been there in the last 2 years or thereabout. The last time I went to Osun, I think it was just about 2 years ago or so. But you know, let the right things be done.
Let the right things be done, simply said. And on that note, we call on the federal government, our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a non-democrat, to direct that the right thing be done according to the Nigerian constitution. And we held the government of Osun State for towing the path of law to go to challenge this EFCC action in the court of law. But we urge every party to obey and pander to the Nigerian constitution while we put the interests of the people at heart.
Okay, we'll move on to the next story. This is from the Daily Trust. It reads, WIKE records 61% pass rate, withholds 167,486 results. The West African Examinations Council announced that 61.52% of candidates who sat for the 2026 computer-based WIKE exam obtained credit in at least 5 subjects, including English language and mathematics. And while over 94% of records have been successfully processed, the results of over 167,000 candidates were withheld due to alleged examination malpractices. Additionally, results for students sponsored by indebted state governments remain withheld, pending the settlement of outstanding payments owed to the council.
You see, this one is the funny aspect of it. So when you write your you read very well and prepare diligently.
It's your state government that is holding your result.
State government is owing, so your result will be withheld. You can imagine how the children involved now will be thinking.
Sorry, Mr. Meka. Let's get this clearly. No, let's get this part clearly. It's unfortunate. Results are withheld because the state government is owing.
Yeah,
but these children pay for.
You see, the thing is this. It's yes, the children may have paid something, but they will also tell you that some of these things are subsidized, and so what the students actually pay or what the candidates pay in fact there are some states that their state governments underwrite these bills outright. I know one or two other states in Nigeria. I don't know, I think Lagos State is part of it. I'm not saying that part of the people owing, but I'm saying I think they are one of the states where they underwrite the bills for all the candidates in the state who register from the secondary schools, write this exam. So when you write and pass, while the results of other people are being released because your state government is owing. But you see, that what is even more important, what is far more excruciating here is that if your parents that are owing, or your uncle, or your guardian that is owing, that somebody directly responsible for your schooling, for the payment of your school fees, can be troubling that person every day and say, Daddy, please now, I want to see my job. So you know how you children trouble their parents, and at the end of the day, the father will look for money anywhere to go and pay. In this case, your state government is valid, so you don't even know who to. You just have to
you talk to your local government chairman to talk to the state.
You just have to fold your eyes and start waiting until the day the government pays, and so that your result will be released. But that aside, I think if you look at the results, it's a bit encouraging, because the truth is that if you look at as people who have, as someone who has passed through that stage several years back, when you're writing exams, especially for people in the rural, settings, and for children of whose parents are not financially buoyant enough, to carry some of these burdens easily, you know what it means. Many of these children stay out of, there are some places where you have children stay out of school for about 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks because your parents are not yet able to pay for the exams. Sometimes there's no money to get additional or extramural lessons that you require, to be able to enable you prepare very well. So these are the various challenges. Sometimes some of these children go, like there were cases we had, many of them were writing these exams in darkness, something like candlelight. They wrote with candlelight, or is it with torchlight or so these are the various things challenges that you meet along the line. So I'm happy that at the end of the day, we are not seeing 30% pass or 40% pass, but we are seeing as much as 65%. So it's people, our children are striving. So the government should, because we keep referring to the government, but the captains of the society, whether you like it or not, the head will always be the head. The head determines the direction every other part of the body takes. That's the truth. That is not to say that the body does not have its own part to play. It does, quite frankly and clearly too. But the head determines the direction, the head determines when, and the head determines how. So I look forward to a time when exams of this nature will come, and we hear that we are having up to 70-80% pass. By the way, we must also commend wike, although this has been happening for quite some time now, but it wasn't like that in our own days, where exams are written in a matter of 78 hours, in a matter of 1 week or 2, the results come out. And it's commendable. These are the kind of things that we should be able to also, as much as we strike them when we notice lapses and the kind of things that shouldn't happen. When we see them happening, we condemn it. When we also see things like this, it's very encouraging that you write wike now. You don't have to go and wait endless before you get your result. In less than 2-3 weeks, the result is out, so that you know what to do, whether you are preparing yourself for the coming year or not.
Or the year.
So I think, in fact, in our own case in those days, you write WAEC, the result won't come out until they start buying for another one. So because you don't know whether you can keep assuring yourself you did well, but you know in WAEC, you can tell yourself any story that you did well. It's the result of when the result finally comes out. That's when whether you did well or not, you get the reality. So we've had situations where even JAM too, it was happening. You wrote exam, the result is not yet out, and they are signing form for the next one. So in order not to be caught napping, you go and buy the form. At least keep down. And by the time the result comes and you find out that you are passed, that money is already wasted. So, but I'm happy that that's not the case now. So we encourage them, and all the various challenges that we were told happened during that exam period. WAEC should try as much as possible, to keep updating and improving on these things, so that writing exam shouldn't be a nightmare. During our own set, honestly, they were more like nightmares because all was not equal. All things were not equal then. It was very difficult, very difficult. So I commend them and I congratulate the students and all the people involved.
Well, it's also from your end that will also come, because we have seen in 2021 81.82 rates of the success in the WAEC examination. That's the highest in recent years we've seen. And then in 2026 we are seeing 61%, or more than 61%. It's something to really commend them, but we're expecting more from this, and we're expecting the state government to do what they have to do, because this is we are still going back to that the future belongs to those who are now, to the children. And this is what we have seen over time happening in Nigeria, where many people or many states has caused an issue that is personal to the children. Just like we had in insecurity, we had in the Oyo school abduction in this security sector. Now we are still seeing that they have to make this, let these children, let them be able to get their results and know what they are doing. That's just what I think it is.
I would say that the schools in these states should hold their state governments accountable, because whatever debt that you've incurred, you do not incur it. It is not us that cost you to incur it. So if these schools, and probably if the percentage of the children that have passed fall under the states that are owing, I think the schools in these states should hold their government, state government accountable, so that, because if they relax and wait till whenever the state government, it is indirectly affecting their efforts, because if these people, if they don't know how these people passed, they won't know how to prepare the next session or the next set. And if they still don't pay, when these children write, their results also will be withheld. So as against waiting for the state government, they should hold these state governments accountable, so they can offset whatever bill it is, whatever debt it is that they are owing the council, so they can get the results of their students.
All right. The only thing I need to point out here is that despite the performance of this year that is being held, we still around 1.42% lower than the success rate 2025. However, what gladdens me more is the fact that we had more female students sitting for this year's WAEC exam, giving credence to the advocacy towards educating the girl child in Nigeria. So it's quite important to point out that. However, another issue for me that is of concern is that it's high time we start looking at either a way of these students who somehow either didn't scale through to either receipt in record time, rather than wait for 1 year cycle before they could do that. And this is done in other places where they could just quickly receipt the papers, and then be able to move on without losing a whole year in that regard. And then we've all equally spoken to the performance of WAEC as well. So in all, while we continue to commend the effort, we continue to urge improved action towards better education in Nigeria, and we call on parents equally to play their bit in seeing that the children are well prepared for these examinations.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now on the Guardian newspaper, we have federal government seeks renewed pact with faith leaders as Kwankwaso back on NICAN following recent friction over criticisms of national hardship by Cardinal John NICAN and the Catholic bishops. The federal government has sought a renewed partnership with faith leaders. Opposition leaders Peterobi and Rabiu Kwankwaso strongly defended the clerics, accusing the administration of intolerance toward dissenting voices regarding poverty and insecurity. In response, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, reaffirmed the government's respect for the church and its commitment to ongoing collaboration with religious institutions to tackle national issues.
Well, I know that this issue will get to this point because number one, I also know that the presidency will act very fast. If you notice, I can imagine a lot of things that are happening, behind the scene. I can imagine a lot of things. I can imagine and see the president issuing some instruction to all his aides not to reply anything or say any one word concerning this matter. Because remember the last time we said it's a very sensitive issue, and we are talking of the Catholic bishops. Now, Catholics in Nigeria, they are estimated to be, if not more than, very close to 35 million people in Nigeria. And you're talking of the very apex of authority, the headship of the Catholic faithfuls in Nigeria. That is the Conference of Catholic Bishops, including the Cardinal himself. There are just about, I don't think there are more than 4 or 5 cardinals in Nigeria. And it's a privilege for any country to even have a cardinal. There are countries that don't have. So, if this were probably, this had probably involved just a Reverend Father, with due respect and due reverence to a Reverend Father, perhaps it would have been okay. Let's see what we are talking of, the bishops themselves, the very hierarchy of authority. And like one of the politicians said, a bishop, his jurisdiction can be likened to that of a state governor, not in terms of political influence and authority, but in ecclesiastical, oversight. So you talk of at that level, quite frankly, you don't just reply everything they say. And even if there's going to be a reply, see, who makes that reply matters a lot. I remember very well that when there was a time President Muhammadu Buhari, President Obasanjo was saying one or two things that was more like, it wasn't really an altercation, but there was a kind of bantering of words, the former president Obasanjo is not one that is intimidated. He will tell you what he wants to tell you, and not minding whose ox is God. So he had made some very damning statements as well about the administration, and perhaps the media aides of President Muhammadu Buhari felt like, well, it's our duty to respond to some of these things. And Mr. Femi Adesina has said one or two things. I remember in another interview that Mr. Femi Adesina granted, he said, and I think it was Shegun Akubale also that was asking him, how he said that they had an ultimate, the administration, including the president himself, everyone had an utmost respect for the former president. And that there was a time, if I understand him clearly, say, in fact, when this was happening, President Muhammadu Buhari had issued an instruction that nobody must join issues with Basanjo. Let him say all he wanted to say. Allow him, let him say what he wanted to say. Whether it was right or wrong, just leave him. You see, whether we like it or not, let's be very honest. We Africans, right? And in Africa, we have our own values. There are things that make a lot of meaning to us here. If probably this were to be Europe, the president can come here and you bring out your hand and shake him, say how are you, sir? And the man will greet you very well and go away. If you do it, if in Africa here, the president of Nigeria comes to, even the chairman of the local government area comes here, and you bring your hand, you hasn't said anything, you bring your hand and say how are you? You look at you and say that's a mark of disrespect. But that's not what it means. Because of the cultural values. So when you have Catholic bishops went in to see Mr. President, and the cardinal among them had come out to grant a television interview. Now, if there were things he said that didn't go down well with you, you must be very careful the way you even respond to him. That is the sensitivity of that particular assignment. The way you even respond. See, there's a letter you may need to write to somebody today. You begin to ask who signed off that letter. It's not as if the content of the letter is going to change, but who signed it off matters a lot. So that's why for me, I found, and if you notice very well, a lot of people, left the interaction between the bishops and Mr. President, because they were talking, Mr. President was also replying that, if you recall, some of the visuals that we saw. But more and more people centered on the response of the media aides. And I'm happy, that there's a whole lot of mediations going on, because the administration cannot afford this heated up. Election is by the corner. You also recall, you see, religion is a sensitive issue. You recall in Imo State, when was it Governor Ike Hakim was the governor at that time. I don't know how that rumor came out, whether it was a rumor, whether it's something that happened, I just don't know. But some people came to say that he slapped the Reverend Father.
Flog, yes.
And that was the issue. And many people say, oh, he has gotten to that level. And if you know Imo State very well, that is my state. If you just like when you go, you see, you need to know what religion. In my town union in Abuja, we're in a meeting one day. I go to a Pentecostal church. I'm not Catholic, so we received a letter from the village that the bishop of the diocese within where my own local government area falls into was going on all the main parishes within his diocesan province, that he was visiting our own. And so the parish priest in the Catholic church in our own village, in our own town, had written to all the unions, both they call it both our brothers and home, that they should make certain contribution to put things in order to be able to give a befitting welcome to the bishop. So the meeting in Abuja, where I belong to, immediately gave an order. The chairman, immediately after reading the letter, he ruled. There was no debate. He ruled. And this is how much everybody should pay for this. So I raised my hand. I barely talk in the meeting, and they said, yeah, what is the issue? They were surprised that I was going to talk after the chairman had ruled. And I said, look, Mr. Chairman, you can't rule that. So are we all going to contribute because the bishop is visiting the Catholic? What about those who, the entire meeting descended on me? The entire meeting. Everyone. Because there were only about two of us that were not Catholics. They descended on me to the extent that he said, what do you... Now, what am I saying this? You see, if you are in anywhere you are, you must be emotionally intelligent. You must understand. So, but the bottom line here is that I am happy that the presidency has decided to, there are several, headlines in the news today. A lot of people saw former Governor Joseph Kalo on television yesterday. All these things are doing what? They are trying to douse it. And this is what I expect those who say that they are media aides, because it's principally their job. And it takes me back to what I shared with you. I I'm coming up, I'm at the deep of that research right now. Political rhetorics from media aids during campaign elections. How has it helped our polity in terms of peace, in terms of security, in terms of crisis? And I feel that, look, a lot of people who are appointed as media aids in Nigeria, it's not just because you can talk. It's not just because you can talk. Do you have the necessary skill? You go and, you see, when you are supposed to, public relations and image management is a legitimate profession. Let's not dive into that. I'm happy that, you know, at least you know, the presidency and the see, there has to be a symbiotic relationship between the state and the religion.
Yeah.
Not just the church now.
Yeah, the religion
generally.
People who are part of the government are religious.
That the man who is sitting down there, the man who is sitting on that big seat, either as the governor, as the president, as the senator, as the senior president, or whatever thing, on Saturday, on Friday, or on Sunday, he is going to also sit under the preaching of another person, under the chairmanship of another person, because when you come to church, if you're assuming the president, let's assume that the president is if you were to be a Christian, on Sunday morning you go to church. When he gets there, is it one that's going to preside over the church? You see, you sit down there quietly, and the bishop, the same bishop that one would not have the microphone. Even if he raises his hand, the bishop can say no. There's no bishop to talk. So that relationship must be there.
It's important to know this from that they are trying to mitigate the whole scenario, because there was no need for the there was no need for it. They went in to the president and they had a conversation. An interview was granted. They had to Cardinal had to come out to state the obvious fact that this is what is happening, and they told Mr. President, and there was a response by Mr. President. Now media aids had to jump into action. It's just like when you run an ad somewhere, or you want to use somebody or you want to sponsor somebody, let's say a celebrity is coming to your show, and then you want to sell your product, and he makes a comment about your product. Maybe it can make me get fatter, or it can make me get slimmer, and you see people who are organizing the adverts, they'll start writing copies about that product. Oh, you can get fatter, you can get slim. They are trying to just, drowse the whole issue. Why that's not how it is done? There's a complaint about something. This should be a section from this end from Mr. President, and a section from the church. Like you said, over 33 million people are Catholics in Nigeria. So looking at the election, looking at the process that it will take, who and who, if the situation, if Nigeria is not, who and who is voting, who and who will vote, let's just take it to the right, let's use the right word, let's shoot it there. Who and who will vote? These are these same people that are complaining. And did you think tomorrow they complain, nothing was done about what they complain about? Do you think they will come out and vote again? It's very simple.
As a matter of fact, some of the reports that are coming, even the people that the presidential aides who were putting up all of those information in the public space, we are not even sure many of them were, or any of them was present in that meeting.
Okay. I will have asked you a question though.
What I wanted to say is just what, because if the cardinal didn't grant that interview, majority of the people that are responding may not have known what happened in the meeting. If the meeting just happened with presidents and everybody went home, there won't be all these. Because
there will be free aids available.
Yeah, but the way the traction it has gotten over time, because he came out and said, "Oh, we had a meeting and this was what he said." Nobody knew. We wouldn't have known what the president said and how he reacted. Yes. So I just feel So I just feel this is them just trying to
you just
prefer remedy to something that is already they're just crying over spilled milk. This is something that is a reality, and this is something that we are living with. So anybody coming out to say, oh, he's being unpatriotic. Oh, I think it was yesterday that we read some other persons, it was wike yesterday that attacked him, and now it's just, it's just a whole, this is what it is, and the earlier we accept it for what it is and then find a way to remedy and correct these anomalies, the better for us.
Anyways, all these issues depends from the divide you sit. The fact is that you and I seated here tomorrow, if we find ourselves as one of those spokesperson of either a president, a governor, or a local government chairman, you never can tell the length we can go rhetorically.
I honestly disagree. I will give you, when you finish, I'll give you reason.
Just let me yield.
See, let me tell you, if you look at the job of spokespersons to people in government over time in Nigeria, it's a sensitive one because you speak for the government, right? Many a times, many of them have ended up creating more controversy for the administration they are speaking for, or for their principal more than others. It depends on how each of them has traded. Do you know the name called Mrs. Remi Oyo, who was senior special assistant to President Obasanjo? At a point in time, she was, I think she was the Director General of Voice of Nigeria or thereabouts. That woman, a core media professional that knew her onions, not even one controversy, can trade records. And I can mention many of them to you. Then now you now look at people who is it, like I said, to be an image maker, it's not just you want to say you can talk, and that is where we have had a problem, and that is where I'm going to emphasize in my research. What many of these leaders do is that anybody that can talk, you bring them, let them come and razzle and wrestle your opponent. No, that's not. At the end of the day, you end up creating more crisis for the man you're speaking for. You're supposed to manage his image, even where the man himself has misfired. It is your job as the image maker to do what? To come back and do what? Try to look at what is happening in Anambra State, for instance. Abulime, Christian Abulime, the chief press secretary to Governor Soludo. There are many controversial statements that people probably that the governor made, and maybe some other people may probably not understand it in the light that the governor made it, or misinterpret it. Once a statement is made, right, it becomes a quote, and anybody can understand it from. You see Abulime always coming to say, no, this was not what the governor meant. Look at what the governor was trying to say, and that is the management of that. We are talking about.
All right, I'll wait for that research to come out. Then I will give you more response to that. But let me tell you, see, when you check the background of people we employ spokesperson, not image makers.
Now you're talking.
So these are the issues. So when they speak in this manner, is expected. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the politics gets heated up. So, and a lot of us, I still repeat somehow that a lot of us, until you give a man power, you don't know what he or she is capable of doing. However, I did, state the fact that when you go to battle with the Catholic Church, I think it's one battle you don't want to start, especially when it has to be an intellectual battle. Oloikan is a prince of the Roman Catholic Church, meaning that he could be elected before he is now, I suppose, retired, that he could be elected. He will be at the conclave. That means he has the capacity to become a pope. And then go back in time and then read the history of popes. One thing you will concede to them is intelligence, uncanny intelligence, and that's the Catholic Church for you. Go back in time, they have the army of intellectuals. Look at the Jesuits. Let's not go to church Catholic history. So in this regard, I understand that Oluremi Tinubu, the mother of the nation, may have played some roles here in letting the president know, because for me that family is the most balanced Nigerian family when it comes to being at the apex. Oluremi Tinubu, being a pastor and a Christian, I suppose, who have told the husband that this is a needless fight. It's time to bring everything in. And if the spokespersons and everything they should rather keep mum about this rather than cause more damages to this issue. Because as we speak, if they had just made a statement and let it slide, most Nigerians by now will have forgotten what was said. But Arewa, trust my brothers, they've taken up, they've taken over, and a lot of persons would. So the better thing, rather than trying to imagine the situation and resurrect more of such visions that will soar towards the election, to write, let's rest this issue. And like Aneke said, they've spoken. It's time for action.
Yeah.
Let it translate to good leadership. Let it translate to the improvement of the life of the people. Let less people be killed. I think that's a better statement to make, in that regard. So, be that as it may, we'll continue to encourage and urge spokespersons of those in leadership to watch their words, because he has the capacity to inflame and incite negative actions.
And now moving on to the next story. This is on the Nation newspaper. It says troops DSS free 308 in a quote biggest rescue operation. A joint security force comprising the Armed Forces of Nigeria, the Department of State Services DSS, and the National Counter-Terrorism Center successfully rescued 308 kidnapped victims from the Kainji Lake National Park Forest in Niger State. The rescued group, comprising 163 individuals from Kwara State, 145 from Niger State, is currently receiving medical treatment. The President has commended the operation as the largest single-day joint rescue mission in the nation's history, directing security branches to strengthen early warning networks against future attacks. Single day.
Why this is important? Do you know what was going on, Mama? When you have 308 people, these people were there in a single location in the forest.
Actually, I was thinking the same. I was really thinking the same.
It's possible. I mean, these people have encampments, like a whole settlement.
Yeah, that means there's become a village in the forest.
In the forest, they have different sections.
Nobody was, because when you have this number of people, and everybody at every point in time don't talk, no noise. For me, I congratulate and applaud our security agencies for these records, successes that they are making, and it is my prayer and my desire that anyone at all, anywhere, who is held hostage by kidnappers and abductors anywhere, that all of them will be liberated and they will rejoin their families. However, honestly, I think the security agencies, they need to look more. They need to dig deeper in all of these things. Honestly, because many of them, they appear like a thriller.
We have just thought that the prayers, so I will just say Amen. Let's move on to the other issues.
Well, on the Punch, we are having a headline where, concerning the bus preaching ban, which has threatened religious freedom, talking about the side from the, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria has come out to say that it has really threatened the freedom of religion. That's from the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. This has been a thing of question for the past 2 weeks, and for the past week it has been on the timeline, argued on a low key, but right now it's coming out boldly, and PFN has said this is really impeding and stopping religious freedom as enshrined in the Constitution.
You see, like, I'm a Pentecostal, right? So when I speak now, you will understand where I'm coming from. But again, I'm a civil society person. We in the civil society, our concern is a good and egalitarian society for everyone to live and do what they need to do within the ambit of the law. I'm happy that the PFN and other agencies who feel touched by this law, they are speaking up now. I'm happy they are doing so. Number one, I would say that let them go to court and contest it. That's number one. But let us remember that, you see, when government came up, maybe not this government, maybe not this government, say, oh, we want to do something about the cyber crime, or we want to do something. Some people stayed in their cocoon because they felt it didn't concern them. They didn't talk. Now, the same probably they succeeded in that. Now they are going after one that touches on them. And I can tell you, on matters of this nature, they will need the press and the civil society to assist in pushing and advocating for what. And that is why we say, anywhere you are, when you see, whether you belong to the clergy, you belong to the economic world, you belong to sports, you are a pressman, you are a lawyer, you are from the civil society, even if you are a teacher, a farmer, traditional ruler, when you see government take steps that will not lead to or does not promote good governance and fundamental human rights, speak up, like you're about to say, Sorosoki. Don't say because it doesn't concern you now. Because if they succeed in that, the next law will be the one that will do what? That will tie your hands and your legs. When we are talking about cybercrime issues, when we are talking about when we rose against, when the government wanted to gag social media, they thought probably it was only the pressmen and the journalists and media people that were concerned. How many clergymen, how many people in the religious sector spoke against it? How many people lent their voice to say, government, what you're doing is not good? Now they want to ban preaching on in the public place. Even though all of us, we are all involved, because every child of God must be involved in evangelism.
But Mr. Meka, let me come in. Let's call a spade a spade. You know, yes, we are Christians, but we need not constitute nuisance in propagating our faith. I understand in Lagos, when the BRT bus came out, there was no hawking, no preaching sticker on them. And you could see everybody, because Lagos is one place you use as to cite an example of a seemingly religious balanced state, where in one family, like I know, I had my baba, you know, is a Muslim, the wife is a Christian, and I call them Chrislam. You understand? You see them during Salah, the woman will prepare the dish. During Christmas, she would. Do you understand? And they had 2 children. The boy follows the mother. The girl follows the father to mosque. And when I started asking questions, they said it's the way the children made their decision and they are not interfering. So I say this to mean that the days and the years, you know, we used those BRT buses, there were no issues. Everybody minded their business. Yes, I've had to be on same seat with someone who was, you know, this Christian speaking in tongues, was praying, and at some point we happened to be seatmates a number of times. And one time the guy had to, you know, excuse and can he speak to me, and then we had a conversation without disturbing anybody, because I allowed the conversation. So I'm saying this to say that yes, it may look like an infringement, and though I have certain reservation, because when you give an inch, you know, usually it will take a yard. But the issue is that the nuisance that we are creating in the name of God, equally we need to advise ourselves as well. Because in Lagos State, where they had this, they equally had this policy where you cannot, you know, churches that put megaphones and speakers, public address systems outside. When you go in, you have about 2 or 5 individuals seated. Why put the megaphone outside that you disturb the whole neighborhood and all that? So you see those laws. So in this situation, for me, everybody is different, can have their opinion. I think that we need to check that. And I have one that's near my house every early morning. You know, by 4 o'clock, when you are still wanting to catch the last lap of sleep, the megaphone starts sounding in your head. You understand? So for me, this thing needs to be checked.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, please.
Now, this thing called siren that most of our big politicians use in their vehicles
needs to be banned as well.
When a siren is moving, does it not constitute environmental noise pollution? How many people by law are empowered to drive around town on siren? And how many people are actually driving around town in siren? Those who are making this law now, have they bothered to ask that question? That's number one. When you drive your car, the plate number, a car is supposed to be properly identified when it's approaching with a plate number. Who are the people that are empowered by law whose plate numbers can be concealed? Those people who are making these laws now, how many of them drive around town with their plate numbers clearly left open? You see, we are not saying that. And the society should not be well organized and ordered. But the point is very clear that he who comes to equity must first of all go and use black soap, wash your hand as many times as possible to ensure that it is clean.
Let me tell you something. Because we have weak institutions and then we keep abusing the law, doesn't mean we should continue to. Today, the conversation is around this issue, gospel preaching, and the nuisance we create in the name of propagating the gospel. You understand? We shouldn't, because some people have turned themselves into coffins. Those who have emergencies and they wield siren around, begin to see that as the right thing. You and I know that is in emergency situations that sirens.
So they are the ones that made the law.
No, but the issue is that yes, you cannot get all this process in one day. But when we speak up, when we need to speak up, like you rightly said, when the issue of the Prohibition Act against internet and freedom of speech and all that, if people keep quiet, are you getting me? The government could get away with propagating laws that will gag people. But in this regard, we shouldn't see it as one-sided.
The truth of the matter is that some of these laws, it's not as if, I'm not sure that, like I said, we are all, I'm a Christian, I'm a Pentecostal, and evangelism is at the heart of, the Christian religion. But we are not saying that anybody should go about in disturbing people.
Now you're speaking.
The point is that these things are normally, there's a root to laws of this nature, where the stakeholders call to a meeting, discuss, and let them say, look, these are the problems we're having. This is the problem we're having. How do we, overcome this? There are processes to making some of these laws without creating controversy.
I know that this is a law already in Lagos State where you can use public address system in church. Though it's being abused, but the issue is that at least let's call a spade a spade. In the name of propagating the gospel, even the Islamic faith is involved, where we shout, at the top of the speakers and all that. If we check this, is noise pollution. And one thing at the heart of this matter is that you should understand that where your right stops is where another person's right starts as well. So if we could be civil to each other, like the person that is using public address system.
We see cattle on major express roads where herds of cattle move freely.
I understand your argument that there are a lot of issues that we should give attention to, but now that we are speaking about this, let's talk about this. Because for example, I'm citing out somebody that is always at the back of my windows using mega systems to preach, and at the end of the ask my question, how many people could be listening to what?
You see, look at what I'm saying. Look at the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not actually saying that we should promote environmental pollution in the name of religion. But the point is this: this society where we are today, there are things that are far more injurious even to our health that we are not paying attention to. Today, I'm sure within the environment where you live, there are people who have poultries within your neighborhood.
I'm yet to see though.
Okay, and many times the physics of those birds constitute an environmental issue. Those ones are not. There are too many things. Let's come to others.
Agreeing but not conceding. You understand? Today we are just speaking about this. Some other days we'll have time to highlight these issues. But these are generally part of the problem of the Nigerian society that needs to be looked into.
And that's where we call a wrap on this morning's edition of Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for sitting with us through these hours. Till we come here again sometime tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mekodom, thank you for your presence and in-depth analysis.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Uche Osai saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And I'm Uche Osai. Today, we confront a crisis that goes to the very heart of our democracy, our governance, our collective future, the crisis of institutional trust, when citizens no longer believe that public institutions will protect their rights, enforce justice, or deliver on their promises, the foundation of society begins to weaken. Trust is not a declaration of governance. It is its lifeblood. Without it, laws lose their moral force, public service loses its meaning, and democracy becomes a ritual empty of confidence and conviction. Across our public life, too many Nigerians have been forced into a painful relationship with institutions they are meant to depend on. Yet, often fear, question, and distrust. From the conduct of elections to the administrations of justice, from the response of security agencies to the delivery of basic public services. The same questions keep returning. Who can be believed? Who is accountable? And who truly serves the people? This is not merely a problem of perception. It is a national warning. A society cannot thrive when its people approach every official promise with suspicion, every reform with doubt, and every institution with resignation. When trust collapses, cynicism rises. When cynicism rises, participation falls. And when participation falls, democracy itself is placed under strain. So today, we ask the hard questions. How did we get here? What has broken the bond between the state and the citizen? And more importantly, what must be done to restore confidence, credibility, and public faith in the institutions that are supposed to hold our nation together? This is not just a discussion about institutions. It is a discussion about the future of Nigeria. And joining us to help us with deeper insight on this issue is Uchenna Ibweme, a media practitioner and the chairman, Nigerian Young Professionals Forum, Enugu State Chapter. Mr. Uche, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Uche.
Yes.
I'm delighted to be here again.
Yes, we are so excited to see you.
Good morning, Nigerians.
Yes. Mr. Uche, let's, before we get into this conversation proper, let me ask you your perception when we talk about, the crisis of institutional trust in Nigeria. We're talking about a trust crisis. Let me get your perception.
Well, first of all, is with the way the country is designed at the moment, with the way everything has, with the way we've seen corruption and corrupt leaders or persons or personnel, as the case may be, with the way we've seen their cases being handled, believe you me, I think a lot of Nigerians have lost hope and trust in our institutions. And I tell you why. This is because we've not seen true sincerity, all right? True sincerity in fighting or in strengthening our institutions before we even get into, corruption, properly. But through institutions, we've seen a lot of people who have become very stronger than individuals who've become very stronger than institutions. Individuals who feel
individuals.
Yes.
Who become stronger.
Who've become very stronger than
the institutions.
Yes. And you know that for any time we in any society where individuals become very stronger than institutions, then there's a problem. Of course, that country or that society cannot make headway. All right. Imagine I tell you that I can call the shot in the judiciary. I can tell you what can happen, the outcome of a case. So that begs the question. Places like judiciary, for instance, are they still the last hope of the common man? All right. So when somebody can tell you, don't worry, yes, I rigged this election, but you can go to court.
I rigged the election, but you can go to court.
Let's go to court. Because they are telling you to go to court because they know they have high confidence that whatever it is will still go in their favor. So when individuals have become very stronger or more stronger than institutions, of course, what do you expect? Corruption will continue to triple, if not quadruple.
Corruption will continue to triple and not quadruple. So
of course, we'll continue to triple or if not quadruple.
So if I understand you correctly, you're tracing this crisis of trust to stronger men,
to weak institutions.
Yes, who have stronger men
institutions who've become who then after weak institutions. And I'm telling you that the reason why we also have weak institutions is because we now have stronger individuals who are now more powerful than
these institutions. And we are the reverse is meant to be the case.
Yes, and the reverse is meant to be the case.
Let me ask, why you raised this issue, my mind raised back. And I'm asking, does this have anything to do with our history of military incursion in leadership in Nigeria?
I don't really think so, yeah? Because it has nothing to do with the military. And here's why. I mean, in Nigeria, we're very used to blaming. We're very used to blame games. Either we're blaming past administration or we're blaming the past leader or blaming. We never get to a point where we are accountable for our actions or where we take responsibility for some of our misdeeds. The truth is that since democracy, the beginning of the Fourth Republic, which is 1999, when we started practicing this democratic system of government. We've also not had it, yes, at the optimal, what's expected in some of these developed country. Rwanda and the likes. I don't want to go far, all right? Rwanda and the likes, the ones in Africa. However, we've experienced worse off where we are coming from. So this is to say, we had the best institutions at the beginning of this democracy that we're practicing, which is 1999. In fact, down till probably 2015, when this president, not this president, no, this party, the party in power right now, which is 2015 when they came, but we started seeing all sorts of misdeeds, malfunction.
Let's just peg it a bit. You've traced since the Fourth Republic, and you're pegging it since the inception of the APC administration. Yes. That's in 2015. Yes. It has worsened.
Yes, it does. It does. Now let me tell you something. When President Muhammadu Buhari came into power, looking at his history, the assistant of the president when he first became the head of state, I think in 1984, 1985, yeah. Of course, we heard stories of how a lot of corrupt, he jailed and some were executed and all of that. Fast forward to 2015, when he won the election. If you can recall in this country, you saw that people started returning money on their own, all right? That was when we started seeing monies that were left in buildings, so many places. Yeah. Just the moment President Muhammadu Buhari won the election, because he came as a leader who was going to fight corruption to the letter. And if you trace that between that time and now, of course, it started with the Dasuki, we saw the Dasuki gates, you know, so many other, Olisametu, all of these guys were used as scapegoat, all right, that time too, you know. And we saw politicians return money secretly, all right, even those who left their money abandoned in a building and all of that. But by the time it became very obvious that this was a selective fight against corruption.
Selective fight
yes,
against corruption.
Because we also saw some leaders or some politicians who were also part of that government at the time who did worse things, and at the end of the day, nothing happened. So we're like, this is why they think they'll be so evil. So I think we need to get back to status quo. All right. And that's where the body language of a leader comes in. I will always say this, Uche. Everything rises and falls on leadership.
Everything rises and falls on leadership.
Yes. You know why? Because when people, if I'm a leader and I'm a kind of leader who's very disciplined, everybody knows that chairman is disciplined though. He's a no-nonsense person, though. He's somebody who will follow you to the letter. All right? He loves accountability. Believe you me, if I have 10 people in this organization who I'm leading, all of them will align. They'll be scared to get in my way because, of course, they know the consequences of some of these things if they dare cross that line. But when I come in here and become a nonchalant person, believe you me, the system of this establishment will crumble. You know why? Because a nonchalant leader has come in. So you can see people coming to work late. You see people, you know, I'm trying to, you know, trim it down to just this place where we are.
Yes.
This organization.
Yes.
And, you know, the larger scale, which is, this is the macro system, which is the country. So when you come in here and I'm a nonchalant leader, you see people doing as they like. Somebody might even decide to come in this studio, eat and leave their plates here. You know why? Because they have a nonchalant leader who not, what will he do now? But who kept this thing here? Come on, remove it. Oh. There are no consequences for some of these things. All right?
Yeah.
Singapore today was worse than Nigeria until they got a leader who fixed Singapore. Same thing with Rwanda. Same thing with them. China, South Korea, all of these places where Denmark and the likes. All right? So, when I say everything rises and falls on leadership, I am saying this because I know that the body language of a leader would determine how far the followers will realign or align. In Enugu State, for instance, during the last administration of His Excellency Fine Lawrence Ugwai, Yes, a lenient leader, you know, very compassionate, all right? However, we saw a lot of irresponsibility, high irresponsibility from even followers of, you know, people who were part of that system. Take for instance, you see people who come to traffic light and they will not stop, they will just pia. You know why? They know that even if nobody will catch me, then eventually somebody, MOT, decides to catch me. I know somebody that I can call, I can even bribe, and compare it with what's happening now. You just get a traffic light on your own, you stop. You know why you're stopping? Because there's a leader who's giving you a body language that I'm not relatable. Like, you can't even see me, the talk more of coming close. All right, there are advantages and disadvantages of such style of pattern of leadership, of course, because leadership is all about service. You're meant to be closer to the people and all of that, which you have to give to the former governor, right? I know this isn't, I'm just making an illustration. Then all of a sudden, people now realize that yes, we might be close to reaching or reaching. There was virtually any person in Enugu at that time was just four people away from the governor, or 3 persons, somewhere 2, somewhere just direct. All right, I, for instance, it was just direct. All right, there are people who were just 2 persons away from. You definitely, even in WhatsApp groups, you see the governor is there. You know, he's observing what's going on. He might not chat and all of that. But that's how close, accessible the other one was. You go to government house, you see people in government house and all of that. Why am I telling you all of this story? Now we have somebody who before you even get to the gates, you're being scrutinized, you're being asked to do what. So you must have an appointment for you to go there and all of that. You see that people no longer do some of the things that they used to do simply because there is a leader who does not dance in that direction. That's one thing about institutions. Automatically, people will align. People will rearrange themselves. Why do you think that Nigerians will leave Nigeria? The same Nigerian that will drink sachet water and throw it from the bus or from his car, eat up and fling it, will just that same day, will probably travel the same night. This thing might have happened on his way going to the airport. And that same day, he's located to UK or Canada or US, where systems are working. And you see the same person will align themselves. No one person that will go on the street and bring out whatever and pee. We will no longer want to now look for where to, you know, that system. That's how it works. So for you to have a strong institutions, you have to first of all fix systems. But for you to fix system, you need the right leadership to do what? To fix systems. To put systems on check. Somebody will ask, so who is system? Who builds system? What is system? System is knowing that I need to be in this office by, or as a camera person, you know that if show starts by 6 a.m., you need to be here by 5 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. But you can't be here 10 minutes to 6 a.m. All right? And once you're done, this is that system. System is knowing that this studio must always be cold, no matter what. That system. System is knowing that this office must be open. No, so you don't tell a story. That system. All right? Now, who is responsible for making those things happen? That's where individuals come in. Because we have individuals who are corrupt, who would not want a system to work, because once the system works, you've taken away food from their mouth. You know why? Because a lot of Nigerians are lazy mentally. A lot of Nigerians don't like accountability.
A lot of Nigerians?
Yes. Don't like accountability. They don't want anybody. See, the moment you straighten the system, and that's why they will not want someone like a peterobi to come in as your president. Because the moment you checkmate, you have a leader who checkmates whatever it is. A leader who can tell you, I know somewhere in Akpakumenze. Don't tell me that road is bad because I was there. I have seen it firsthand. I know that their bridge is not functional. So don't come and, I know that the quality of the road you're doing is very poor. All right? That is somebody who knows, who's aware. You see that people will not do a lot of the things that they do. So we need people we need a leader or leaders who can checkmate the people. But the leaders, to start with, of course, you can't deep collect onto deep. All right, so you can't give what you don't have. Imagine you come to work late, probably as the leader of this place, or I am the leader and I come to work late. What do you expect from my followers, from my team members? You come to work. So a leader must lead by example. So if we must get our system right, we must get leadership right. If we must get leadership, once we get leadership right, we'll get institutions right, because then you can now select people who are equal to the task, people whose head are on their shoulders, and they can be able to carry out whatever task that is given to them. They can be able to fight whatever corruption that comes to their table. But before they fight this corruption, they must make sure that they are not partisan. They must make sure that there is no cockroach in their cupboard. Are you getting me? So this is in a nutshell, this is actually what it's all about. For our institutions to work, we must have people who are dedicated, who are passionate about seeing the country work, about seeing the institutions work, making sure that whoever you are, if we find you, if we find you guilty that you're corrupt, whoever you are, even if you're the president's son or you're even the president, you will go to jail. Not just going to jail, it can be whatever it is.
All right, that's quite interesting. This is a very deep conversation here. But Mr. Uche, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, these distrust translates into a behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight. And with us is Uchenna Ibueme, who is a media practitioner and chairman, Nigeria Young Professional Forum, Enugu State Chapter. He's been helping us to dissect the crisis of institutional trust. Mr. Uche, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you very much, Uche.
All right. While you were, dissecting this very issue, you made mention that to fix the system, you need to get the leadership right.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, then, it's possible that we'll lay the blame on the people who right it is to choose the leadership.
Yes. In different fora, whenever they call me to analyze some of these things, I still say it, that we as citizens can't take ourselves away from all of this. All right? And that's why it's important that the next election that is coming, we must take it very, very serious. You know why? Uche, the reason why the country is the way it is today is because we have docile citizens. Citizens who don't care. Citizens who would rather pay more attention in frivolities, all right, than governance, than selecting who becomes their leader. Remember I told you everything rises and falls on leadership. But the people have to play a role in selecting who becomes their leader.
The people have to play a role?
Yes. You know how it starts? Get your PVC. When it's time for election, go to the ballot. All right? Anybody that comes with inducement, of course you know. If I want to serve you, and I'm giving you money, or giving you whatever, where do you think the money is coming from? I'm giving you a bag of rice. Where do you think it's coming from? It means that I'm investing in something. And since I became aware of myself, since I became an adult and started doing business, I've always known that for every business that you do, you're expecting an ROI, a return on investment, isn't it? So if I come and I spend money for you to elect me, how do you now expect that when I get in, I will not recoup my ROI? I have to. The people who have the character and capacity to do the integrity to, lead us, might not have all the money to, if they don't have money to share. But you see Nigerians who are still their own problems, would rather take 5,000. Take for instance what happened in Ekiti a few weeks ago, the Ekiti election, where people were being given 5,000 naira. They even did video. I don't collect 5,000. If you like, no collect your own. If you like, they wait for promises. 5,000. For me to come here, I even need up to 10k liters of fuel to come here. So if I collect 5,000 and I go to the ballot and I elect you, it means that I have sold whatever it is. I don't have the moral right again to come back to you and ask you for anything. I don't have the moral right to come and question you when you don't do roads, when you don't give us water, when you don't even attract projects. Even when allocations are being given for all of these things. So Uche, the problem is that Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians, especially those who are both the elites and the uninformed ones, believe in Nakari guy for Tata. So for them it's business. And that's why I was reading an article this morning and one guy I follow on Instagram, Street Barrister. The guy said that recently he just stopped talking about Nigerian politics. And the reason that he tried to disconnect emotionally, you know why? Because it's hurtful how you spend time trying to encourage Nigerians, motivate Nigerians, speak up for Nigerians, you know, speak against the powers that be, even at the detriment of your own life. And at the end of the day, somebody will just sell their vote for 500 naira. It's not worth it. So why should he continue speaking? And, you know, I wanted to comment and I said, Baba, just keep talking. There are people who are listening. There are people who are paying attention. The worst thing that can happen to you is think that people are not listening. People are not paying attention. So, Uche, it boils down to the people. You must be able to vote beyond party lines.
Beyond party lines?
Yes. You must also be able to vote somebody who you're sure that looking at this person's track record, no, he has what it takes.
All right, Mr. Uche, you are dissecting this problem and proffering solution at the same time, which is a very interesting one. But let me take a detour. You are a youth leader. Let's talk about the youth. How has this situation affected the Nigerian youth?
Yeah, but you also know that the youth are more in number, you know, than every other age group. When I talk about the youth, I mean between 18 to 35. They are more in number than every other. Well, we can even extend it to 40. You know, they are more in number than any other.
Had more than 40 years claiming to be youth in Nigeria.
You know, so yes, they are also the ones I'm speaking to, because this video I told you that I saw wasn't made by an old woman or an old man. It was a young lady, a young girl of about 23. So these people, okay, for instance, I'm the chairman of Nigerian Young Professionals Forum in Enugu State. Then my first year in office, one of the things I tried to do was, of course, after succeeding my predecessor, Mark Onoha, one of the things I tried to do was build strong systems. All right, look at the challenges that young professionals in Enugu are facing, and how do we even bring, because knowing that unemployment was also one of our major problems. All right, then I wanted to tackle unemployment, which, guess what? I found out that a lot of these are young people who graduate from school are unemployable.
Unemployable.
Are unemployable. Uche, are unemployable. Are unemployable. This is the 5th time I'm saying this. A lot of our young people we have today are unemployable. Which I run a business. I own an advertising firm. I also run an NGO. Plus my media firm. Then the e-commerce business that I do. Logistics business too. And I tell you, if I've interviewed 10 persons, for instance, only 2 have impressed me.
Only 2?
Only 2 have impressed me. You see, we are blessed with smart, creative, you know, young persons. But I think that what we lack is direction. A lot of young people lack direction. So we're paying more attention now on just getting certificates. All right? Rather than studying, rather than being social media, open their chest, open this one, do anyhow they want to do. And they tell you it's all hustle for content and all of that. We are not far from doom. Because these same people, of course, you know that the people who are leading us today won't be there forever. So these same people somehow will either become the elders in their family. Let's not go far yet. Or at the ward level, they might become councillors. They might become local government chairman. They might become, of course, they might form our civil service, civil service, you know, workforce.
Yes.
They might also become commissioners, ministers, governors, house of assembly members, and this thing. With this mindset, with this IQ, why won't the rich continue to position their children, give them the better life, exposure, and all of that, for them to still continue to rule over you and I? Nigerians have young people. Nigeria has young people, young, smart people. But the problem is their priorities are We have a lot of misplaced priorities.
You know, Uche, you know why I asked that question? I interact with a lot of foreigners.
Yes.
And when they talk about Nigerian situation, a number of times they lay the blame on the doorstep of the Nigerian youth, which they say has the larger, population.
I am telling you, Uche, that if the young persons in this country today decide that this country will be fixed, it will happen.
How?
Uche, let's not go fast. See what happened in 2020 now. NSAS shook this country to a standstill, like held this country. Boom. People lost their lives and all of that. But for once, the youth had a voice. But the problem is that the same set of people I'm telling you about, they also use the youth to do what? To fight the youth.
Can't the youth channel that NSAS energy into the ballot?
So that's the thing now. We are now telling them to, listen, you have to do it again. In 2023, they tried. All right? It might not have gone the way you wanted, because that's where, of course, they did their best. You can't take that away from Nigerian youth. We did our best in 2023. However, when we now hoped on institution, it boils back to this same institution that we're talking about. When we now focused and hoped on institution to solve or save the democracy, or even protect our votes, guess what? The institutions failed us. And that's why I tell people, listen, the people that will fix this country, see, Gen Zs might have their problem more. But you see, millennials and Gen Zs, they are the ones who are going to take back this country. Boomers did us dirty. Our fathers, our grandfathers, yes, they founded this country and all of that, but they did us dirty because they had life better than what we have now. They had stronger institutions than what we had now.
Che,
all right?
It's difficult to, when you mentioned the Gen Zs, I just tracked back a bit, and it's difficult to believe.
Yes.
He said that Gen Zs really don't care.
Yes. Why I'm telling you that is, of course, I mentioned two generations. I said the millennials, which are us, and the Gen Zs. One thing I love about you can't take it away from them, is their guts.
Yes.
They say it the way it is. They don't care whose ox is gone. So you can't take that away from them. That is a fact. All right? But so why they bring those guts, that's the ability to challenge whatever it is. I have them a lot in my office, so I can tell you. Those days I tend to walk up to my boss and say, sorry, I don't think I like this thing that you know what? You see them coming, and as somebody, you must also learn how to, because I also have them at home. So you must learn how to, okay, just deal with these guys. And it's also helping you in parenting. All right? So they bring the guts, while the millennials bring the strategy. All right?
Wonderful.
The guideline. Yes. Wonderful combination. And if you look at everything that is going on now, that's actually what it is.
Uche, unfortunately, I'm receiving signals. I'm running out of time. We'll need to have this conversation. But before I let you go, there are two things I want you to do for me. Looking at the fact that Nigerians don't trust the institutions, I need not mention names. What should one solution that one step we need to take to reverse the case? And I needed you to, in another minute, speak to the Nigerian youth towards the 2027 election, just in 1 minute.
Okay, so one of the first things, of course, I've said a lot of things here. I bring out the problem.
Yes, you were bringing solutions.
One of the things that we need to do is, first of all, getting it right with our elections. All right, next year, as you go out there, you and I will know the candidates who can solve our problem. So is it not fine if we all rally around that particular candidate? And that's also where the elite needs to come in. They will need to focus. See, they've been chopping, you've been chopping. So it's time for you to let go of your greed, at least soft pedal on your greed, and allow this country to work for this generation to at least benefit and enjoy the fruits of the beautiful fruits of Nigeria. All right? And this is where I call on the youth at the moment to rise up. Whatever they are giving you today, whatever they are promising you today, they've said that before. All right? And since 2023, whatever they might have given you in 2023, I'm sure it didn't last up to 1 month. It finished. If you think appointment is the reason why you're going to shut your mouth shut, ask yourself how much is, some of you collect 120,000, 150, 200,000 as salary. Is that enough to actually sustain you in 1 month? because I know how much I spend in a month. So you who's saying I'm an SC, I'm an SSA, and because of that you're also coming and you're fighting your fellow youth, your fellow young person, you can't speak truth to power, you're condemning, you're joining to the bandwagon to attack those who are calling for the right institutions. All right? Ask yourself, if tomorrow the reverse is the case, will you survive it?
If the reverse is the case, will you survive it?
I come in peace.
Thank you very much, Uchen Ibweme, who is a media practitioner and chairman, Nigeria Young Professionals Forum, Enugu State Chapter, helping us to dissect and profile solutions to the crisis of institutional trust in Nigeria. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #TheInsight, all at Aneke TV on our social handles. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Till come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic, cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines investment. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. Federal government mandates tight security in tertiary hospitals, directs strict violence prevention measures following hospital incidents. Osun State governorship election. Governor Adeleke urges electorate to reject opposition at August 15 polls. Details of the news. The federal government has directed all tertiary health institutions to immediately bolster security, form violence prevention units, and restrict emergency department access. This mandate follows a ministerial investigation into an EFCC intrusion at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, which uncovered 18 assault cases against medical personnel within 12 months. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, declared zero tolerance for harassment against medical staff. Under the new protocol, chief medical directors must assign law enforcement liaisons to ensure official operations do not disrupt clinical services or endanger patients. Addressing public sector labor concerns, the federal government promised that accumulated wage awards will be paid before mid-August. Administrative processing for promotion arrears is also being finalized. Minister of Finance, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, assured union leaders during a joint council meeting in Abuja that the administration remains committed to fulfilling worker entitlements. Osun State Governor, Senator Demola Adeleke, has urged voters to reject the opposition All Progressives Congress in the August 15th governorship election. Speaking today, Governor Adeleke warned that any opposition victory would return civil servants to economic hardship. Running under the Accord Party banner, Adeleke defended his administration's record on labor rights and infrastructure, accusing the previous APC government of paying half salaries and neglecting public welfare. Addressing the recent freeze on a state's bank account, Adeleke insisted state operators and operations remain unimpeded. He declared that political pressure would only strengthen voters' resolve to choose continuity. The governor promised transparent governance and called on electoral stakeholders to ensure a peaceful, credible election across Osun State. Still in Osun, the state government has denied allegations that 11 billion naira was looted from its treasury, calling the EFCC's claims a cover for illegal account restriction. Information Commissioner Kolapo Alini stated in Oshobo that the claims are completely unsubstantiated. The government alleged the EFCC froze its account on the directive of former Governor Boyega Oyetola to block palliative payments to workers, though the state delivered payout through alternative channels. Rejecting claims of financial impropriety, the state accused the EFCC of a politically motivated campaign, noting officials cooperated with investigators since March 2026 without any evidence of wrongdoing. Alimi stressed that senior officials face frequent harassment and challenged the EFCC to pursue formal judicial proceedings rather than freezing constitutional state allocations. Meanwhile, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has asserted that its temporary restriction on an Osun State government bank account was lawful under the EFCC Act and Money Laundering Prohibition Act. EFCC spokesman Wilson Uwujari, rejected claims that a court order was required. Uwujari explained that monitoring systems flagged rapid high-value transfers from their account to corporate entities within a 7-day window, prompting immediate regulatory intervention to prevent fraud dissipation. The Commission clarified that the action affected only a single transactional account and did not constitute a total freeze on Osun State funds or public sector payrolls. The EFCC maintained that ignoring real-time intelligence on suspicious public fund movements would fresh bandit attacks across Sokoto State have killed at least 21 people, led to dozens of abductions, and displaced thousands. In Sabon Birni local government area, armed assailants attacked Tesmaye community overnight, burning homes and kidnapping 37 residents. The tragedy escalated when an overloaded boat carrying fleeing villagers capsized, leaving at least 18 passengers missing and feared drowned in river channels. Meanwhile, troops of the Nigerian Army's 8th Division garrison rescued 14 kidnapped victims unharmed in Horo Birni village, Shagari local government area, recovering 281 rusted livestock and abandoned motorcycles. Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal condemned the violence and mourned ASP Hussaini Balarabe, who died in a KB gunfight as police deployed additional tactical units across vulnerable corridors. The Police Service Commission has approved deploying 8 commissioners of police to State Command and appointed AIG Awal Mohammed as Commandant of the Nigerian Police Academy in Wudil, Kano. The decision was reached during a plenary session chaired by retired Justice Paul Galunje. The new commissioners have been assigned to lead police formations in Abia, Plateau, Bayelsa, Cross River, Anambra, Edo, Jigawa, and Delta states to address evolving security threats. Justice Galimje urged the newly appointed officers to maintain strict professionalism, constitutional compliance, and complete political neutrality in their new roles. The Commission directed Inspector General Kayode Egbetoku to ensure immediate handovers, aiming to optimize field operations and enhance public safety nationwide. The Abia State Legal Aid Council has identified financial constraints and a lack of pro bono legal representation as primary causes of prolonged pre-trial detention and prison overcrowding. State Coordinator Obinna Odenibo stated this during a meeting with Youth Commissioner Wobialo Ananamba in Umuahia. Odenibo highlighted that justice system delays keep skilled young people locked up for minor offenses, depriving the state of productive human capital. Commissioner Ananamba confirmed the ministry's readiness to collaborate on decongestion efforts, aligning with Governor Alex Oti's agenda for youth empowerment and crime reduction. The council urged legal practitioners and corporate bodies to support pro bono initiatives to expedite trial processes for indigent detainees across Abia facilities. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government mandates immediate operational security measures and violence prevention protocols across all tertiary hospitals following an EFCC raid at UUTH Uyo and rising workplace harassment incidents. Governor Ademola Adeleke urges the Osun State electorate to reject the All Progressives Congress in the upcoming August 15th governorship election, pledging continued civil service protection and fiscal transparency. Coming up shortly, Lagos State government distributes commercial equipment to about 3,800 beneficiaries under its micro-enterprise support initiative to drive grassroots entrepreneurship. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Operatives of the Rivers State Police Command have busted a kidnapping syndicate in Oyibo local government area, arresting 5 suspects during a tactical operation announced by command spokesperson Mrs. Blessing Agabe in Port Harcourt. Mrs. Agabe said that suspects confessed to orchestrating abductions and armed robberies along the Oyibo-Aba corridor, with police recovering operational weapons and stolen items from their hideout. Rivers Police Commissioner Olatunji Disu commended the tactical team, stating the operation reflects Inspector General Kayode Egbetokun's intelligence-driven policing directives. The command warned criminal syndicates that tactical units remain fully deployed across Rivers State to eradicate kidnapping, armed robbery, and cultism. The Lagos State government distributed business equipment to over 3,800 residents through its 2026 Micro-Enterprise Support Initiative at the Blue Roof in Ikeja to boost entrepreneurship and alleviate poverty. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu framed the program as part of his Themes Plus agenda, emphasizing that equipping local entrepreneurs strengthens families and drives local job creation. Ministry statistics reveal the initiative has now empowered nearly 19,000 residents across 20 local councils with trade tools like sewing machines, hair dryers, and cameras. State officials confirm post-empowerment monitoring teams will conduct quarterly assessment to ensure beneficiaries maximize the tools for small business growth. The Enugu State government has pledged to build upon the 5-year Integrate E project, which expanded reproductive health care access via community pharmacists and patent medicine vendors from October 2021 to July 2026. Health Commissioner Professor George Ugu described the public-private project as transformative during its closeout event, noting significant improvement in rural health care delivery. Reaffirming Governor Petermbah's health commitments, Ugu announced over 100 new Type 2 primary health care centers will become operational before the end of 2026. Development partners commended Enugu State for embedding the project's technical frameworks into state health policy to safeguard public health standards. The Nigeria Customs Service and the National Single Window Secretariat launched the mandatory online submission of maritime manifests during a stakeholder meeting at the Apapa Area Command in Lagos. Customs revealed the digital portal has registered over 1,000 operators and processed 100,000 electronic permits since testing began in March 2026, speeding up cargo clearance. Zonal Coordinator ACG Mohammed Babandede instructed shipping lines to strictly comply with digital submission deadlines, or face automated administrative penalties. Industry stakeholders welcomed the transition, while customs emphasized that the shift will curb revenue leakage, improve risk management, and boost trade efficiency. The Nigerian Port Authority cleared over 1,500 illegally parked trucks and dismantled unauthorized toll points along the Apapa and Tinkan corridors, arresting key operators running illegal extortion schemes. MPA Managing Director Dr. Abubakar Dansoho announced digital surveillance cameras were deployed along Mile 2 and Ijora routes, alongside upgrades to the Eto electronic call-up system to eliminate fraud. To reduce road traffic, the NPA expanded barge operations to handle over 30% of containerized cargo via waterways alongside regular rail freight to northern dry ports. The NPA assured continuous joint security patrols along port corridors, warning haulage operators that call-up violations will result in immediate truck impoundment. The Democratic Republic of Congo faces its fastest spreading Ebola epidemic on record, with confirmed cases projected to cross 4,000. Driven by the rare Bundibugyo strain, it is the country's largest outbreak to date. WHO epidemiologists reported the virus circulated undetected for months before its May 2026 declaration, as early misdiagnosis and traditional burials allowed rapid transmission across displacement camps. Containment is severely impeded by active military conflicts in eastern Congo, severe funding shortfalls, and a total lack of approved vaccines for the Bundibugyo strain. Humanitarian agencies have issued urgent appeals for emergency international funding and medical resources to prevent cross-border transmission into neighboring East Africa nations. And on to sports news. Spanish club Atletico Madrid turned down a €75 million transfer proposal for Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen from Galatasaray, citing financial constraints and their commitment to Julian Alvarez. Despite Osimhen's willingness to adjust wage expectations to play for manager Diego Simeone, former negotiations stalled as European clubs struggled to meet Galatasaray's high valuation. A separate €55 million bid for Tottenham Hotspur was rejected by Galatasaray as insufficient, leaving Osimhen's representatives seeking alternative European options before the transfer deadline. Analysts note high release clauses continue to complicate potential deals, though Osimhen remains under contract at Galatasaray for domestic and continental competitions. On entertainment news, Big Brother officially informed Flora during her diary session that she was selected as one of the 2 undercover gambits for Big Brother Naija Season 11, charging her to keep the role secret. The emotional disclosure left Flora visibly overwhelmed, though she committed to executing her assignment despite the challenging nature of her undercover role in the house. Show host Ebuka Obi-Uchendu previously revealed the viewer-selected twist on Sunday, with fellow housemate Aiko receiving his official briefing during a Wednesday diary session. Disqualified from the 160 million naira grand prize, Flora and Aiko will remain in the house as undercover agents, carry out secret missions to influence game dynamics without exposing their identities. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has ordered nationwide security upgrades and violence prevention units across federal tertiary hospitals, warning that individuals who harass medical staff will face criminal prosecution. Governor Demola Adeleke has urged Osun State voters to reject the All Progressives Congress in the August 15th election, defending his administration's civil service welfare record against opposition claims. Lagos State government has distributed commercial production equipment to over 3,800 micro-entrepreneurs under its 2026 Micro-Enterprise Support Initiative to drive local economic growth. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency General Gowon, Your Excellency Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness, Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir, the sworn.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education.
Rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, Enugu. What's up, Kenkeneme? Good afternoon. It's your one and only goodie of good life and the commission of enjoyment. In my constituency today, I am going to be bringing you the best of the entertainment and entertainment bush gist, however it's happening, however it's going down. I want you to know that you need some chin-chin or some moi-moi to keep your afternoon warm and to keep your teeth together, grinding And you are live here on Aneke TV because we are bringing this to you, and we're bringing this your way. You can check our social medias to follow us and comment on the comment section. Tell us what you think and how you're seeing it going down. Well, today, like I said, it promises to be interesting. And my first story is that story that has been making rounds over the week, talking about Pella. Pella is still trending. Pella is still trending. Pella and King Chacho, the billionaire business mogul, had come out to do a TikTok live together where he told Pella, that's talking about the billionaire, told Pella that, you know, that house I gave you, that 400 million naira house, why I been give you so, say that house no be your property, na lease. When my son grow up, Ingo take over the house. I no give you the house, may you can be your property. So I go lease you the house. Say you go inside the house, stay anytime where you want come out, you go come out. But if my son grow up, then that house you go be in house, no go be your house, fella. Because a lot of people are wondering how someone would just wake up and give Pella 400 million naira house worth of a mansion, and people are still asking that question: what is really happening? If this man, he knows or he knew what he did or he knows what he's doing, but he has come out to clarify the air, because they were on TikTok live and Pella himself has been making rounds, because just yesterday he went on TikTok live. He had over 100,000 viewers, 100,000 people who were live with him on TikTok. That guy is a big guy, and it tells you where his money is coming from. Because some people feel like Pella, or some people have alleged that he's doing maybe one or two things at the backyard. No, he's just TikTok live and social media. I think he's the most followed streamer on TikTok right now, because he is doing so well. He's doing so well for himself after he wedded just a few days ago. It's amazing to see someone like Pella, making it again and having that conversation. And people have been asking, who is King Chacho? Today, I want to bring you who is King Chacho, because my viewers, some of them don't know who King Chacho is. King Chacho is a billionaire business mogul who grew up in Benue. He's from Benue, and he had a military dad who was a military nurse when he was growing up, and it was not just easy for him when he was growing up, but right now he's a billionaire. And someone else has come out to say that why will he be giving people money? I don't know if that's your business. Then someone else had come out to say, why will billionaire Chacho? I want us to see that picture of billionaire Chacho so that people can know who I'm talking about. Billionaire Chacho. Why will he be giving people money? Why will he be, doing giveaway? Why will he be involved in the humanitarian activities? And someone else had come out to say that being a billionaire doesn't happen overnight. That being a billionaire happens and you build in public. That's what he says. And now my question is, do you need to build in public before you become a billionaire? Of course, Chacho had come out to say that any billionaire or anybody, he gave a house or he gave a land to build and they don't build in the next few months, that means he's going to take back that land, because they don't really want, giving the house. That he's going to take back the land. There are a few names he mentioned that are exceptional. So those names are the names I will not even mention, because he mentioned some names, and if you look at the names, only him knows the reason why he would mention such a name. And it promises to be someone who has helped many people to come out of poverty. But looking at this situation, I want to ask you, between him and Pella, who do you think, what do you think, and why do you think he would eventually give Pella that kind of gift? Well, Pella, from his own end explaining the story, said that King Chacho is and has become his biggest gift on TikTok live. So he go on TikTok live, a lot of people are gifting him, a lot of people are giving him, a lot of people are giving him, delivering their gifts to Pella, and King Chacho is one of them, and he's said to be Pella's biggest gift. Now let's go down to the controversy and controversial conversations that has been going on over the week, talking about the P-Square saga. That's what I titled it, the P-Square saga, where Mr. Peter has come out to tender a clear understanding of what's going on. Even Mr. Jude too has come out to, state his obvious facts on what actually happened. While we're still talking about that, you see that from the explanation of things, Mr. Peter and Mr. Peter is alone, while Paul and Jude, that's Jude being their elder brother and the music executive, are together. He has been accusing them of many things, including, signing Cynthia Morgan without a registered company. And Cynthia Morgan too has come out to make certain statements. Of course, it has been a controversy all over and over and over and over. And we don't know what to even make out of this situation, but I think that we're going to see the end of it. Even while yesterday we saw in the news that EFCC had to come into their case, and it's so unfortunate having to have an interference of EFCC to come into their case to know the exact problem that has been going on. This is all about money. What is their problem? What is the problem of this twin? What is the problem of this duo? Their problem is just money. That this person made this money, and okay, both of them made the money, or allegedly someone had to come in and started controlling the money. And as the money started so as the money was controlled, then some other factors to clear the records and back it up was actually introduced, and that's a problem. That's what has been going on in this particular case. I don't know what you think about this, but I would like to ask you what you think about the saga that is going on. And I tell you, in a few weeks to come, this saga is going to be cleared. Is going to clear, and we're going to see the light out at the end of the tunnel, if the light decides to shine at the end of the tunnel. Now, I want to take you to my next gist. Of course, it's about drinking water. And a lot of people don't drink water, even though this should be a health topic. But in entertainment, we have several factors that we touch, because it's entertainment, and you have to just bring that light to the audience. How many sachets of water do you drink daily? Because from what science and from what medicine has told some people, they said it's good you drink 7 liters, some people say 3 liters, some people say 4 liters, but from research it's actually 3 liters a day. That's what your body is meant to consume daily, the least your body should consume daily. Now, someone had come out to show about 7 to 8 bottles of a particular brand of water, saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, that's because when I saw it, I felt it was around 8, but it's 7. The person was like, this is the water he consumed just in a day. Now, that's the water he consumes in a day. Of course, looking at the can of the water, you would see it just has some, it may not even be up to 1 liter, but it looks like, if you add everything, it's more than 3 liters that he consumes a day. This guy on toilet will be quarreling, because small thing he will go and pee. He will not take 2 minutes, he will go into the toilet so that he can, deliver a wonderful water message. But then the question remains, what do you think about drinking a lot of water daily? What does water do to your body? I mean, this is going to be from personal experience, and this is going to be from the audience experience, because you're going to share with us what you think, what water does to you. And now, moving on to my next gist, I want to bring you the baddest of the baddest, the baddest of the baddest, and the baddest of the baddest, talking about Riri of Barbados. That's Robin Fenty. I know some of you don't know her name. It's actually Robin Fenty. Now, let me keep giving you clues as you're guessing. So beautiful like diamond in the sky. 1. My umbrella, Ella, that's Sister Ella. Yes, from Uboka. She rendered that testimony, and she used them. Why did you bring the lady now? Why are you bringing? I wanted my audience to be guessing. Oh, you would have just. I want these people to find out, to figure out who I'm talking about. Sister Ella from Mbemene. Well, this is Rihanna, Riri of the Robin Fenty. This lady has been trending just on X over the week. Because what happened? A lot of people have been seeing her, and they can't really tell why she's so happy in her marriage with ASAP Rocky. No, people can you know, tell why she's so happy, why she's so excited. And in this particular interview, she was talking about something. She was saying that, you know, she really would not want her husband to catch her not on pinging. You know what I mean? She would not want her husband to just come in and then she's looking all swollen, all ugly. You know, she's not really ugly. This is the one of the most beautiful women you ever find in the 21st century. I'm really telling you, one of the beautiful women you ever find, in 21st century. Now, why? What happened? Rihanna said that he doesn't want to ASAP Rocky. Whenever ASAP Rocky comes home, he will meet her just the ordinary anyhow. So that's why she's always on makeup. She's not just always on makeup, she's always augmenting herself to look appreciable to her husband. And someone now raised the question. That's the question for some people. You know, some people will say, give me rapper. Every day they are time rapper. They have been wrapped in rapper. You know, I don't know what that is. Someone was like, why? You see, a billionaire, a supermodel billionaire in dollars, an international, you know, music artist and wonderful woman, you see, but she wants to always look good for her husband, always look good for that man that makes her dreams come alive. Even after having about 2 children, you see, she's still trying to be on set. Just look at her. I know somebody that the person that is sitting there controlling this my graphics is wishing, I wish it's Rihanna. I wish I'm with Rihanna. Shout out to you, my guy. Shout out to you, my bro, for doing that good job for me. You are bringing her back always. I see. You see, he's very intentional. He really loves Rihanna. Now, you see, Rihanna, very beautiful, but she's keeping herself on set. You see, the other day we saw a video of her, you know, dancing with ASAP Rocky at Barbados. And that dance is not a dance I should tell you people. It was a dance that had to make her to put her head on a rail and dance. I don't know if you know the dance, but that was just the caption I saw on the dance, and it was a dance that people were like, wow, how can she be doing this for a man? No, I'm waiting for feminists to talk, because it's their mouth I want to no, there are feminists that are good, of course, people that has, you know, feminists and independent. These are 2 categories of people, because there's a part of them that will tell you, okay, 100-0. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about people. If a woman is working in a company and the man is still in the same position the woman is working, the woman should be paid exactly the amount of the money the man earns. You understand what I mean? So they should earn equally, not because this one is a man and he should be paid higher. No, I'm talking about if they are in the same position, they should be paid equally. And now I'm not talking about the sharing of home or whatever. It's just based on marriage. It's based on what they decide. I mean, people that are married. But I'm talking about looking at Rihanna. I know Nigerian ladies will be versing. You know, that Cynthia went 2.5 na account now, because how can she be this happy for ASAP Rocky? ASAP Rocky that is just a multi-millionaire. You know, just a random, let me use the word random rapper. Of course, what do you want now? For one chidebere, versing for Cynthia, because Cynthia went 2.5. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And these 2 are really motivating this whole entertainment stride, and we are so happy to have them. I'm really excited, and my guy who's just sitting by the screens also, he's so happy, and I see the way he's smiling. Say, wow, I wish he's bringing I told you that this guy, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's really doing. Now I want us to go just a bit out of you know, Rihanna and her issue. I want us to be more, you know, centralized here, looking at the entertainment, what is happening in the world of entertainment, and how it's going. But before I bring you the other updates and other gist, I would like us to take a short break. When we return, I'll bring you a lot of the gist and the basketballs that is going on. Stay with us there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly. Wheezy, so happy.
Morning headlines
waiting my script
before you step out.
Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now we had to dive right just in there to, clarify some information that I had to bring your way earlier, because today, looking at the world of music in entertainment, a lot of people don't know, they don't understand what it means to sign a contract. And it may not have been what you think or what you're thinking. It may just be what the contract says is actually what contract is. Now, we've had names like Zinoliski, who just had to go out of the Marvin record, out of the Malian records. Actually, they sound the same, Marvin and Malian. Out of the Malian records, who was under Naira Marley just a few days ago. And we are still talking about, Davido returning or bringing his boy home, and I'm talking about his boy Mayokun. But before I delve into right into these issues, I want to tell you that, do you think that celebrities, the way they are living their life, they should expose their children to live that way? Do you think that if someone who is a celebrity wants to encourage their children and they are smoking, they will give their children smoke to take? Now, we've seen some videos on X, on the internet, where I may mention her name, but I'll give you clues, talking about Sister Cardi B Chukwu. That's you understand what I'm saying? It's the Cardi B Chukwu. That's the one I told you about. If anything you hear among the name, I know my guy is searching the name so that he can bring it to the screen. Now, Cardi B Chukwu was the other day dancing on singing one kind of song that she released many years ago, and when the daughter had to come inside the house, when the daughter came in, she had to stop singing that song. She just had to stop singing that song. Now, we've had other scenarios where, a woman, a celebrity too, she was dancing in a kind of dance, and the song walked in. She had to stop. She just had to stop. So we've seen this scenario happen in the world of celebrities, and we've seen that happen a lot of times. And the question remains, these influencers, are they influencing you, or are you getting influenced by their lifestyle? Now, we've also heard that Naira Marley, there's no all those songs he used to sing, all his songs, the daughters don't wear anything that does not cover their head to their feet outside. That's the gist I'm bringing your way. So you say them inspiring you out there, but in their house, they are just, enclosed. They don't want all those things to affect their children. Now the question is, why are they influencing people outside and the people inside are not influenced? It's just simply because it is a way they make their money. It is the way they had to craft their own entertainment. It's the way they promote and create their craft. So it's bringing a lot of vibe that you may not even be able to talk about. Now, I want to dive right there into the world of music, where you have people in their contract. Now, I'm talking about one of the artists who signed a contract, and that contract, there's no clause of renewal. I won't mention his name. There's no clause of renewal. What happened? He was just out of desperation to, kick himself out of poverty. But what happened at the end of the day? Otilo, there was nothing he would be able to do about it. That record label earned about 5 billion naira in a year and paid him just 500 million naira, and he sued them to court. They have told him to return to the record label. What do you think? That is because people don't go through contracts before. They don't read contracts, and that's why the services of a lawyer, there's no social lawyer today, there's no red pepper today who's a social lawyer, so that she can explain these things to you. But tomorrow we're going to talk about it much more to give you that understanding that if you're a celebrity or an incoming or intending celebrity, well, I'm not an incoming celebrity. You guys know I'm here with you live on Aneke TV. If whatever one you are, you must understand that you have to get a lawyer, read your contract, and sign. And don't just sign anything you don't understand. Call the two parties, call both parties, let them explain to you, and let them share their update and opinion to you. Now, while we're still talking about that, I would like us to just look at the rest of the story that I'm bringing you. But I have a question. If you were given a lifetime opportunity to have a conversation with one of your favorite artists, who would that be? Just in one word, what will you say? For me, I would say, what's up? That's all I would say. I would say Zukwanike. Well, for me, it depends on the artist and depends on the category where he falls in. I will tell him whatever I can tell him. I will tell him, well, I will not say what I will tell him, but now I'm asking that question. If you are meant to just catch up with one of the celebrities, what will be your, what will be your interaction with them? What will really be your interaction with them? What will you tell them? And if you tell me what you tell them, and it's up to standard, we're going to win a prize, and that prize will be coming to you tomorrow. And while we're going to be reading out some comments of our guys who would want to meet their favorite celebrity and just give them a word. And this is where we're calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Entertainment. Tomorrow is going to be Basbos. Men will mount here. I'm telling you, fire will fall. Here will be here after we are done with show tomorrow. Fire will be coming out of the roof, and you'll be hearing wow, wow, wow. That's what we'll be hearing. In fact, again, fire service about tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be hot. So I want you to stay right there and tune in, as we're going to be bringing you more updates, same time, same station on Aneke TV. And don't forget to subscribe and share with your friends, as this is going to mark a new side or a new day for you in the world of entertainment. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Have a wonderful time. Enjoy your evening. Bye. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Glad it's our heart to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. This is the enlightenment program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property and then provides a solution to the current insecurity crisis in Nigeria. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. Our focus for today is on the safety measures in the family. Thank you so much. Believe me, or permit me to introduce to you another expert we have on the show today who made our list for the show. I have a human nutritionist and disaster management expert. And he also measures as the staff of the Post-Primary School Management Board, PPSMB, Enugu, Mr. Onwura Levi Ojunweke. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you. Good day, viewers.
How are you today, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay, why do you think there is a need for safety in the family?
Yes, it's a very important topic, a subject matter that should concern everyone in the society, because the family is the unit of the society. And if anything goes wrong in the family, then the society is in trouble. So it is vital to ensure that we all live in a very safe, harmonious environment in our families.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, itemize that this is the reason 1, this is 2, 3, or 4 reasons why it should be so. You're giving us a general terms.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. It's very important to keep safe. For instance, in our homes, we have some vital units that could pose risk to our lives. The kitchen, where we normally cook. And we know that sometimes fire incidents do start up from the kitchen. Sometimes, due to our poor practices, people study with candle when there's no light, and because we're not disciplined enough, they may not remember to put it off, they will sleep off. And because the elderly ones are not monitoring, so if they're even when we use candle, and an adult should monitor the younger ones, so there should be this control in the family. Those that are in charge of the family should know better and supervise. Now, there are a lot of practices in the family that people get things wrong. For instance, someone had a convulsion, a child had convulsion, and neighbors came in and requested that the feet of the convulsive child should be placed over a stove. And it was done because at that point the child was unconscious. So the father agreed, and they brought a stove, lit it with fire, and placed the sole of the feet of the toddler that was unconscious over the flame. The flame burnt the feet of the child, and of course the child came back to consciousness after a while, but died due to injury sustained due to that incident. The person that reported this to my hearing is the father of the young toddler. He regretted his incident. It was due to ignorance. So ignorance is a disaster anywhere, not only in the family, anywhere. So my people perish for lack of knowledge. So this program will enlighten us.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a school of thought that believes that a secured home reduces physical illness. What's your take?
It is a fact. A secured home really does that. There are many ways to see to that. One of the ways that it could lead to preventing physical illness is that a secured home, we have what we call beyond household food security. It's a security. When there's food in the house, the children are safe. And apart from that, we also know that if children are exposed to mosquitoes, for instance, that could lead to illness. We know that malaria is endemic in this part of the world. It's endemic malaria, and it kills. According to the UN data that we have, mosquito is the primary cause of most of the deaths we have in sub-Saharan Africa. So having a safe home or safe family entails a lot. It's beyond even the water we drink. Sometimes we go to the well and take water, they won't boil the water. So they're not in this, these are risky practices. They can't afford pure water, then they will get water from the well, and it looks clean, they will drink it. And it's happening, and people are having typhoid fever. So people sometimes don't wash their vegetables properly, you know. So a lot of, we're exposed so much. The family is exposed, and it's good that we know. And knowledge is power. So I'm happy with Aneke TV for this program.
There's another school of thought that believes that trust grows when people know that their home is a safe haven. What's your submission?
Honestly, it is a very wonderful statement, and I agree with it. Some people know that their home is safe based on their experiences. And some know that the home is not safe. And when they are going home, they'll be having heart palpitation. They'll be feeling afraid because they know. And how do you ensure that the family is safe, our home is safe? It is an effort that the father, the mother, the children place into that family. Why am I saying that? Because if, for instance, the children take instructions from their parents and comply, you know, we said that they're obedient children, right? Then the parents will reward them for being obedient. It becomes a harmonious, happy home. But when there's bullying in the home, when the father is coming in, everybody is scared because the father is always, you know, bullying everyone, disciplining everyone, you know, being an enemy of everyone. So basically,
is that act of discipline the children, does it cause becoming their enemies?
No, it's not discipline. Discipline, of course, we know has a standard definition. You are disciplining a child by beating a child, you know, causing physical wound. It's not discipline anymore. So you could discipline a child by showing the child where he has erred, and also showing example, being an example to the child. So discipline, if you are a father and not disciplined, the home will not be disciplined. Like I see some parents who smoke cigarettes in their home, or who give their kids money to buy cigarettes across the road, and they buy and bring in. It's a fact. Some parents even smoke hemp in the presence of their children. So such a home is not safe. Definitely, you see that the home is a vital unit of the society. When we get it wrong, then society gets it wrong. So it's a wide topic, subject matter.
Okay, thank you so much. But I want you, if you wouldn't mind, to take the discussion to the use of sharp, simple machines in the house.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, we have simple machines, knife, the kitchen, it helps us. Yeah.
Okay.
And the
knife, the fork, the cutlass, the axe, pestle, scissors, razor blade, and all of that.
Yes, yes. Those sharp objects, the razor, we use it to do our projects, we use it to do projects or cut their nails, and we do encounter challenges using them because we are not well informed on how to use them. So the use of knife, for instance, even in the kitchen, if you're not very careful, if you don't concentrate in what you are doing, you have an issue on that. You may cut yourself. So those sharp objects, we must be very careful with their use, and parents should know better and educate the younger ones on how to use them.
Do you really need to get education on how to use those sharp objects?
The education is not going to a classroom. The education comes informally. When a mom or a dad is using such a knife, we call the younger ones and say, this is how this is done. It's not something you jump into. We call it experiential learning. Experiential learning. The child walks. This is how you do it. The child may think it's simple without just looking and watching. If you ask your kid to cut onion or okra for you, or a woman, and you've not asked her to watch you do it, she will definitely cut herself. Even to use sharp, these graters we used to do abacha, you know, our traditional abacha, is sharp. If you've not done it before, you see those women doing those abacha, the way they are using the grater, they are doing it, you think you want to do it, okay, try it. You cut yourself. So, and it happened to me when I was younger, and my mom was doing it, I was watching my mom. I thought it was easy. Fast, and okay, I said, let me do it. One day, my mother left, I scraped off my fingernails, and I was bleeding.
Whose fault?
It was my mom's fault. But my mother didn't teach me, didn't coach me. Sometimes adults assume that some things are easy. They forgot that they learn from their mom. They learn from their parents. If you don't learn, if you go to farm now with cutlass, you've not done it before, definitely you must have a cut. You cut yourself with time. If you go to learn carpentry or you want to use saw, you have to learn. That's why there must be need. Formally or formally, informally, you have to learn.
Don't you think that a lot of parents are not conscious of this?
They are not conscious of it. And that's why we have challenges.
They don't think it matters.
Yes, they don't think, or they don't know, because
It's
ignorance not an excuse.
Could it be that they don't know?
They don't know that they should consciously teach the younger ones how to handle these sharp objects. Consciously, not just.
Okay, supposing they don't know now, whose fault?
It's the fault of
their own parents didn't teach them, or they have never used all of those simple machines.
They use them. Their parents may have taught them unconsciously, and they may have learned from their parents better than we did, current generation, because the current generation has a lot of distractions. Distractions are here. And when I tell somebody, you look at the cartoon, but if you tell them, boy, come, sit down, this is how you do this. Listen, because this is the danger. If you don't do this well, this is a problem, this is the challenge. You hurt yourself.
Does it include the use of sewing needles?
Of course, the needles, all this, they are very sharp objects. So you don't handle them. Even those that work with needles, they use timbo. They use it to place over they protect this place. Timbo, to protect. They wear it over so that when they are sewing, if mistake, it will punch on the iron, the timbo. So it's a protective device for that needle. So the family has a lot to do to ensure that we live safe with respect to sharp objects that we normally should use well. And again, parents should also teach their younger ones that they should not play with knife. With knife and sharp objects. Sometimes they play with it and they hurt themselves. Thinking this, they hurt themselves playing with it.
What of the use of razor blade?
Yes, the razor blade is vital and is a major risk. It's a major risk to children when they are not properly educated. So they have to be.
And such things are supposed to keep to their reach, even scissors.
Thank you so much. They are supposed to be kept out of the reach of the children, not within their reach. And parents should supervise their use. And after it's been used, they should be placed in a safe place. So these are all vital knowledge that you have to get them down to the roots, the younger generation.
Okay, that's wonderful of you. I want you to come in from this dimension on how to take precautionary measures in the application of electrical appliances in the homes.
Thank you so much. That is a very vital one, because I must tell you an incident that happened in the home. A child was electrocuted because he exposed himself to a naked wire in the home. This is a true story. So the younger one came, seeing his brother in a motionless state, called his name, no response. He touched the younger brother and he got electrocuted. The current passed through him and he was stiff, immobile. So the third one came. That third one came from a school that had given them some tips on electrical safety and what it means to be electrocuted and what. Called their names and saw how they were standing like they are acting drama. He shouted. He didn't touch. He knew. He ran out of the apartment. The parents were away and shouted for people came in and now had to look for the mains. They switched off the current from the flat. They fell, boom. They fell on the ground. Good enough, they survived. So it's a practical thing. So in our homes, we have, apart from the use of electrical appliances, we have naked wires here and there.
No, people could survive after electrocution?
Yeah, mild one.
Okay, mild ones.
Mild. It's a mild.
Mild ones.
Yes.
Okay, could you mention some of these electrical appliances in the home and how they are being used properly?
Yes. One of them is the pressing iron. The iron we used to, that one, we must be very careful with it, because if you are ironing the clothes and you discover that you touch by accident, you touch part of the pressing iron that is not plastic. Normally you see plastic area and not, and you get a shock. That means the iron should be sent for maintenance. Sometimes the iron has a bridging wire within it is faulty. It can shock, it can electrocute someone. You understand? And another one is the electric
That electrical, the pressing iron now.
Yes.
Most times we check the level of hotness with our bare hands.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not supposed to be like that way. We shouldn't even touch it. We should just want to check the level of, if the regulator is faulty, we should fix it. If it's faulty, we should fix it for our own safety. We should fix it. Then, from the regulator, you know, is how it's moving up. And for the iron, the thermostat, that's an inbuilt electrical appliance within the iron, is for the safety of those who use it. When the temperature is up to a normal level, it will switch off it on its own. Off. You will see the light is off. Then it will cool. As your iron, it will cool down. Then when the temperature is going down below average, it will switch on again and give you the heat. Yes, such an iron is well maintained and will not burn any clothes. But the one that has no regulator, the temperature will keep moving until it will burn off the clothes, and is a safety risk for the family. So we should ensure that if you are ironing your clothes and you burn it, the home is not safe, you know. So it is vital that we should check all this.
Okay, what of the use of ring boilers?
That one is dangerous because...
you don't mean it shouldn't be used in the homes?
In fact, you shouldn't give children access to such a thing. Do you know why? The children will plug this stuff. They'll plug it somewhere in the mains and they'll go and watch cartoon. They may even slip off. The thing will... The water that has been boiled will vaporize, and the ring boiler will now burn off the plastic or whatever, or it will cause explosion in the house. So it's a major cause of fire. So the ring boiler must be used by adults when they are awake, and they should supervise it. It's not something that you just plug and you now go and start answering phone, doing chatting. You forget that you plugged it there, because it's a major risk.
The ring boiler, I think, is used basically to boil water, just like electric kettle.
Yes.
Would you say electric kettle is safer? Would you say that?
Electric kettle is safer when the thermostat is functional. The electric kettle that has no thermostat is a major fire risk. The thermostat in the electric kettle will always trip the kettle off. Once it gets to 100 degrees centigrade temperature, it will switch off on its own. So even if you are sleeping, you are safe. But once that is not functional, you have to go and fix it, because you may be carried away. And once the water in the electric kettle vaporizes, as it's boiling, if the thermometer, the internal mechanism did not switch off, the water will vaporizes, then it will burn off. Fire will commence, and once there is fire, it becomes a challenge. So we must. I'm not saying it's safer. It's only safer when that mechanism is functional.
Okay. What of the extension wires?
Thermostat must be functional.
The extension wires where we plug our phones.
Exactly.
And you said, children, go and plug my phone. Yes. Go and get me my phone.
Yes.
How safe is that?
It's not even safe to ask children to go and do that, because you've not educated them on how to do it. You assume that they know. We assume that they know. Right? Because if one is plugging in and you place your hand near the iron component of the plug, it will get electrocuted if you expose yourself. So when you have to teach your child how to plug, and the risk involved in playing with the exposed electrical areas that should be in contact with the plug itself. So we must educate children on how to handle this. They are all hazards that, it's just like the way we use our knife. If you use it well, it is good. If you don't use it well, it causes harm.
Of course.
Yeah, so it's a whole lot of information for the children.
Okay, what of the one called electric cooker or hot plates? Is being used in the house too.
Thank you so much. Hot plates must not be used by children. And hot plates, as we know it, if one is using it and water boils and spills over it, it could become a conductor. It can electrocute anyone. So hot plate should not be used by children.
At all? Not even to teach them how to use it?
If you are teaching them to use it, you must check the age and the intelligence of the child. Not just every child. Children, if you have a child, you have weighed the child's receptivity to knowledge. If you have a child that is not very receptive, and you just taught the child just once, and okay, go and use it, you may be in for trouble. So if you are a child could be very witty, very intelligent, and you've proved to yourself. Otherwise, that's why in most homes today, parents continue to, when they are out, they tell their children, if you want to warm something, use the kerosene stove. They're not stupid. In the certain universities today, like University of Ibadan, if you confirm it, you know, those that are staying in hostels where there are kitchenettes, they're not allowed to use these hot plates. Everybody are advised to use kerosene stove. University of Ibadan. Why? To prevent fire outbreak in the halls. Even when kerosene is very expensive now, a liter in Ibadan is 3,000 naira. A liter in Enugu is 2,000 naira. They still use it. You dare not use hot plates because you set everywhere ablaze, because you know we are human beings. You have thousands of students in the hostels and they don't want such.
Of course.
So basically parents are very careful about this. A parent had a very bad experience. The daughter entered the kitchen and was sensing gas. Gas was leaking in the kitchen. Then the daughter had just finished SSC. She called the father. The father was in the office and told, Daddy, this is what I discovered. The father said, don't enter the kitchen again. Close the door of the kitchen and I'm coming home now. The girl went to use the convenience and came back and went to the kitchen and lit the gas. There was an explosion. Boom! That girl was burned. She died in the incident. The father, I'm telling you, is my friend that this happened to in Enugu here. So a lot of this.
She could have been safe.
But I'm talking about receptivity to knowledge. Some children do not understand easily. You tell them, don't do this. That you tell them, they will do it.
They will do
don't touch
it.
my laptop. When it comes to that, they'll play with your laptop, playing games with your laptop. Don't do this. They will do it because the way they think is not the way you think. So that's why you must be very careful. These measures must be, we must tie away certain things away from them until they grow to a level of consciousness to know that really I'm not safe if I do this. Otherwise, they will do it. That young girl, it was like a suicide because the father said, don't go in there. The father was driving home and the next call was there was an explosion. So it's in Enugu here. So things happen. Just that because we don't have a way of capturing all this data, we think that we are safe. Many homes are not safe.
Okay, thank you so much for this session. It's really a wonderful one.
Thank you.
Yes, I can tell you that. I have a concern over the cooking gas cylinder. Yes. What are the precautionary measures we have to take place in order to use appropriately the gas cylinders?
Yes.
The ones we use in the homes.
Exactly. The gas cylinders, they have expiration dates. Yeah.
Expiration dates? Written on them?
They have expiration dates. So what I mean expiration, it's produced. Right?
Of course.
Yes. And as time goes on, it's just like an aircraft. Everything has an expiration date. Even our body. At a time, it won't be able to carry the pressure of that due to rust. Do you understand me?
Okay.
It's made of iron.
Yes.
But now there's one that's made of aluminium.
Okay.
Stainless. That one will last longer. So basically, people should check and ensure that the gas.
How?
Is
it written on the body, on the cylinder?
Yes, there's a way of detecting this. You detect with experts. They will look at it. Even that.
Who are the experts? Because I think our viewer needs this knowledge basically.
Yes.
Because a lot of homes have it now.
We have,
and I know a lot of homes don't know how to check the expiring dates.
Yes. The truth of the matter is that if those people that sell the cylinders, they know, like we have tires have expired.
Okay.
There's a way it's coded. It's encoded in the stuff.
You really dropped a hint that everything that is made has an expiry date.
Yeah,
but my concern is how do we check and determine this?
Yes. The dealers they have a place where they put the code. Sometimes the code is removed. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this, is that we need to get back to the experts and check the cylinders we use. That one is number one, right? Number two is that the valve itself can also get spoiled. The valve, there's a valve where you put the nozzle. It's just a valve.
That is changeable now.
It's changeable.
But if the cylinder itself gets expired, it is not changeable unless you dispose and buy another one. But when to dictate this, I think that is a problem.
The Standard Organization of Nigeria, SON, they are in charge of checking these standards. Before these cylinders are brought to the country, they ought to pass through Yes, if you import anything, they will check.
Do they really pass through them?
It does. It does pass through.
Like you are sure?
No, that's what the rule. Otherwise, we have a lot of problem here. Otherwise, we have a lot of problem. It will be worse because any.
Now we have cases of cylinder explosions.
Yes,
yes.
The expired ones.
Still, it passed through them.
Yes, the truth of the matter is that in a society you will always see loopholes, but definitely they are doing their best. Otherwise, it will have been more than that. The explosion would be yes, because if you have your disk expired, you now dump it somewhere in another country. But here they are doing a lot of work because I'm telling you, it's minimal.
If it's possible,
it's
but I want you to be specific with mentioning the experts who will help the public check the expiry date of all of these cylinders, because they are scattered in the homes, and a lot of families, I am sure, don't know how to check it.
Okay.
Yes, we wouldn't wait until it causes harm. Yes, harm.
Anyway, the truth of the matter is that those dealers, if you want to buy you ask them, the dealers, these are the new ones. But those that are fairly used, a lot of things may have happened.
I am talking about the ones being used today. Yes. They can't go back to the dealers to ask them.
No, what I'm trying to say, if, for instance, you want to get a new cylinder now, if you I tell them, you want to check.
Do you advise all homes to dispose the ones they have and go and get a new one?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. If the one you are using is still valid, you can use it. And the expiration doesn't really mean that you should throw it away. It's telling you that the strength of the product is reducing.
Okay.
The strength is
but the use is the same.
Yes. The strength is
even when the strength has reduced.
Yes.
And if you use it one more time, it's the same.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's exposed to the danger.
Thank you so much. So the essence of putting expiration date is to give a warning that look, that we can't guarantee this 100%. That is it. So definitely it can still serve you. But if you have a cylinder that is very old and you have to fill it up to capacity, you will be very watchful. But maybe your cylinder is getting, as you are looking at it, is wearing now, then maybe instead of getting it fully filled up, you get to half. The pressure is not as much. So issue of explosion, a lot of factors that we should prevent because it's very vital. So we can explore on this. It's something that is very, very germane. We can look at it some other time.
Okay. How do you make good use of refrigerators and air conditioners? Are there safety measures that are applicable?
Yes. Yes, there are, of course, refrigerators and air conditioners.
Air conditioners.
Yes, there are safety measures. Definitely, for refrigerators, we have to place them where the children should not be playing with it. When I mean playing with it, refrigerator where they will just move in, move out. They have access, they open it every time they're exposing themselves also to the risk of frost. Apart from the danger, the electrical danger attached, if they meddle with the sockets and all those stuff. You see, you should place them in a safe corner and also advise them, please don't play around. Children, they love exploration. Even when you tell them don't go here, they will also go, but tell them the risk involved. If you tell them the risk involved in going near this stabilizer that's connected to the refrigerator,
okay,
they will be more careful. But if you don't tell them, when you go out, they may just want to explore everything, and they expose themselves to electrical risk.
Okay, thank you so much. I want us to observe just a short break now. Okay. When we are back from the break, you also speak to us on the use of washing machines and the microwave ovens and the rest of them that are electrical appliances we have in the homes.
Right,
thank you so much. Avia, thank you also for being there. Want to observe just a short break. Please don't go away.
Thank you so much.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Well, thank you so much. Back from the short break, it's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Don't forget, our topic for today remains safety measures in the family. And I have a square peg in a square hole, who is a human nutritionist and disaster management expert, who is also a staff of the Post-Primary School Management Board, PPSMB, Enugu here, Mr. Onra Levi Ojinweke. Thank you so much for so far. We have been on the show.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, viewers.
All right, before the short break, I was talking about the use of washing machines and then microwave ovens that are also electrical appliances in the homes. What are the safety measures applicable to them?
Yes, thank you so much. The microwave ovens and this washing machine, they are all electrical appliances that we must use with care. Because once there is a breach in the electrical connection within any of these mentioned appliances, it becomes a hazard. Rats may go into the machine and, cause a harm in the wiring, and it can even cause a challenge. It may be, if you start,
I say it has to be checked regularly.
Yes, it has to be checked. It has to be checked. It's not when it is faulty that you check it.
Okay.
You don't allow things to get like you don't like as we are now. I don't need to be sick before I go to see a doctor. Sometimes I walk in, I say, let me check my vital statistics. I check it.
It's not because of your enlightenment.
I check it and I'll go away.
Don't you believe there are a lot of other people who are sick and they don't go to see a doctor?
Thank you so much.
They believe they will get healed.
Thank you so much. The other day, before I delve in,
some will tell you they don't take drugs. The Holy Spirit will heal them.
Thank you. It's a wrong notion. The other day there was an intervention from outside Nigeria that came to Enugu, in a hospital in Enugu here. So they asked people that to come and check their site. It's free. Check your site and know whether you have a challenge. And if you have a challenge, they can advise you. I went there just because I knew I need to go for these checkups. And I was checked and they said I don't have any issues. And I left.
Supposing they say you had issues.
Then I will begin to take care of it.
If you don't have money to take care of it,
then I will look for loan to take care of it. So health is wealth.
It's true.
Don't say you don't have money.
Of course.
You go for loan or ask for help.
Do you know some people are afraid of checking up for free for the fear of being diagnosed of something that they don't know about?
You are right.
Because of the money they will use to treat themselves.
You are right, sir. The money shouldn't be an issue because health is #1 wealth. People can help. So, going back to the question on
microwave oven and then washing machine.
We should be very careful with their use. And the microwave is something that, is an appliance that you don't, it's something that the way it's designed, microwave, right? It has its own radiations. Microwave, yeah, microwave. It's not a normal appliance that we are used to. So, just like our phone has radiations. Yes, this is a threat. This phone also is a threat if you don't use it well. And that's why it's recommended that you don't pick your call while you are charging it. You don't pick call in the filling station. You don't pick call when you are in an environment that has inflammable gas in the atmosphere. So you understand that. So you should not even use this carelessly. So it's a hazard when it's used wrongly. So going back to these appliances mentioned, we must educate. In fact, if we look at the user manual for in all these appliances, it gives direction on how to use them.
Of course, some people don't have time to
read
the manuals.
The user manual is very vital. I advise that if you cannot read, if you are illiterate, when you buy any of these electrical appliances, even TV, call someone that's educated, any of your kids or neighbors. Nabiko, please help me read this. I want to know. This is a user guide. And when there's emergency, they will tell you what to do. So it's vital for us to go back to the roots.
Now, electric fans and blender.
Yes. blenders, of course. These are electrical appliances that we must use with care. You know, one thing with the fan is that the fan, electric fan, we have these different types of fans. So, but basically, they are electrical appliances. We must be very careful. And we have to maintain them too. They are sources of fire. These electrical appliances are sources of fire. If you're not very careful, when there's a power surge, if you don't switch them off, in fact, if you are going to work, switch off all electrical appliances. If you leave them on and there's a power surge, power just comes up suddenly, there may be a spark. Especially when the wiring in any of those systems has been undermined, you know, there'll be fire explosion. It has happened in homes. And they will think it's an enemy that plays fire. No, because you didn't switch off your appliance. So let us...
Okay, now, thank you so much. I want you to make a throwback to the experience you shared about the man that had a convulsive child, and then the legs of the child was placed on stone. That was a wrong instruction and illiteracy.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, the child died. Please, I want to be emphatic on that so that our viewer could learn something from a convulsive child.
Exactly. It's a very common experience in homes in this part of the world for a child to experience infantile convulsion. Infantile convulsion is basically caused by high body temperature. When a child is running high body fever and is unchecked, if you don't check that temperature increase due to fever, that fever could be due to malaria or any other illness, but the temperature will increase. So, and when it happens, we see our parents running helter-skelter. They are scared because the child goes into a convulsive state. They unconscious, stiff, the mouth closed, clenched. So this man was not trained before that incident, and a neighbor deceived him to place the soul of the child over a fire, and he did it, and the soul was burnt, 3rd-degree burnt, serious burnt. The child woke up, eventually died due to infection.
And you may be surprised that a lot of people still have that notion.
Yes. So that should not be done. The nature programs this convulsion to be a mechanism to prevent the continuous increase of the body temperature. So when there's a convulsion in a child, then just ensure that you remove the child's clothes and use tepid water, lukewarm water. Get water that's not cold, not hot, and use towel and then drench the body of the toddler or the baby. Drench it to raise the body temperature. As you're raising it, the body coming down, the child will come back to consciousness.
Does it not need hospital attention?
No, I'm talking about this as a first aid measure.
Okay.
You have to bring the child back to consciousness by doing this first aid measure. Then you now clothe the child in a light cloth, take to the hospital where they will diagnose the root cause of that.
But I think the ability to identify that this is convulsion is the first instance of it.
Yes, actually, we should prevent convulsion, not allowing the child to go into convulsion.
But when it occurs, how could one identify that this is convulsion?
Thank you. When it occurs, it's given that the child is stiff, stretched, and the eyeballs are rolled up. The child teeth is clenched. The child is not able to, there's a muscle cramp, the muscles are stiff. The child is not able to respond to a call. He's unconscious at that moment. So most parents will want to force spoon into the mouth of the child. By so doing, they're wounding the child. Some want to pour palm kernel oil into the child's eyes or the mouth or the nostrils. Some bring onions and a lot of things. Those are not important. The most important thing is to remove the clothing of the child and use a towel or a cloth that's neat, put into lukewarm water and use it to reduce the temperature of the body of the child. In a few seconds, the child will come back to consciousness. At the temperature is dropping, coming down. Once it comes down, then take the child to the hospital. They will diagnose what the actual root cause is, either it's malaria or whatever. They will treat the root cause. The child will not have that fever, that convulsion again. But if that is not done, after a moment, the temperature will rise up again, and the child will have. Some children are more prone to have convulsion than others.
Okay.
So, but it's a reality. So we should.
And this can take life?
Convulsion does not kill. What takes life is what we put into the convulsive child's body. Like a child has a convulsion now, you pour palm kernel oil or pour whatever into the mouth. At that point, in that state of unconsciousness, the back of the tongue blocks the airway fully or partially. So now if that thing comes there, the pumpkin oil or whatever, crude oil, some people would even give crude oil.
Some use kerosene.
Thank you. If it gets to the part of the epiglottis, it will go into the trachea. It will go into the airway instead of the esophagus. And as the child is getting up, the guy is getting choked up. The child will get choked up and die. So you see, so what we practice is like we are doing what we call traditional practice that should have been overtaken by modern knowledge. So we should not pour into the convulsive child's mouth any liquid. That liquid helps to destroy the child. Just expose the child's body and use the people like cool the body temperature. As you are doing that, the child wakes up. Normal. It's science. It's science. So many persons have made mistakes, and while the child is convulsing, they are even trying to force the child's arms to come back to normalcy, and sometimes they fracture the hand. It's stiff. Allow it. It will come down. Just use this method.
That simple method.
It's very simple, but it's powerful. That's science. Because the temperature has gone up to 38, 39, 40. As you remove the clothes, some parents will use more clothes and cover and use oil and pour on the body. We are pouring oil over the skin of the child. That oil is blocking the pores. And you know these pores, they help us to reduce body temperature by when they are free. So we don't know this. So we should do the right thing and prevent these injuries to these children. Sometimes they survive the convulsion, but they come with a lot of children have survived convulsion. You see them, some of them
other deformities.
Sometimes they have eye problem because they poured crude oil in their eyes. Eye defects. It happens a lot. They will tell you that when they were a kid, this thing happened to them. Parents ignorantly poured crude oil or pumpkin oil into their eyes, thinking that they were helping. But it's still happening as I'm talking now in parts of this country. Ignorance.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the so far we have been on this show. I want you to take it to the aspect of locking up doors, windows, and burglary proofs as safety measures.
Thank you so much. Yes, they are all safety measures, safety gadgets. The doors are vital to prevent not just intruders, but also to protect us from unfriendly weather condition. Yes, if you have a child and you keep the child inside a room and it is a harmattan, where harmattan weather is cold at night, you know, the child is exposed to the risk of pneumonia, for instance. So then the issue of burglary proof is okay. It's okay. We should use them, not just having the burglary proof, but use them because it helps to protect the home and everyone within the home. So we encourage that. The parents should make good use of all this, the windows, the doors, the burglary proof. They are very vital. But beyond that, parents should advise their children on how to have the right attitude not to reveal family secrets to strangers and their friends. If you have children, tell them, you don't go and tell your friends that your father has done this, bought this, bought that. Tell other children. You know, sometimes parents will bring in money, large sums of money in the home. Maybe they are business people. They come home with a lump sum of money and they count in the face of their children. You don't know their level of awareness. So when they go home, when they go away, they will brag among their peer group. My father came with 3 cartons of money, and they were counting it throughout the night. Don't know the person talking to their fellow kids. They will now escalate it somewhere, and people will hear it. And once they know that this thing is happening consistently, even when you have burglary proof, they will still visit you, and they will break your wall and come through and collect it. So parents should safety measures has to start at that level of parents should help to reorientate the children. They must not talk about their family wealth or challenges outside their home. And these are the risks. Even this issue of kidnapping is from children talking carelessly. Sometimes it's not even an adult children. They go and share family secrets without knowing it innocently. So we should be very careful.
Okay, there are doors or windows that are specially called security doors.
Yes.
Different from other doors.
Yes.
These are security doors?
Yes.
I don't know if other ones are.
Every door is security door. It's just that those who market these doors, they have added some extra features to make
like
it.
What?
Like some of these security doors, you discover that they have a device. If somebody knocks by your door, you look through that device, see the person. The person will not see you, but you see the person. There's a lens. There's a lens. Yes, you will see the person fully. The person cannot even see you. And by so doing, if the person is armed or is a stranger, you don't want to bring the person into the house. You now move out somewhere. You can even make call. You can even call the security agencies that saw a stranger is in front of your house, and they can come and wait for him. When he has finished, they will come. So these are doors that have special appliances that help to, improve safety.
Okay, you mentioned that these are phones. Smartphones have radiations.
Yes.
What about power banks?
Power banks, actually, they don't have radiation, but power banks are just to charge.
Okay.
It is a battery. Power bank is a battery.
Okay, it doesn't require any safety measure?
No, it does, because the power banks, when you are charging them, you must ensure that you are around. You don't put your power bank in the socket and go to work to charge. As I told you, it will charge to full and it will be very hot. The battery will be very hot. And if there is a sudden surge, the power brings light suddenly, it may spark fire. So that's why I say the safety measure is you must charge, and when it's fully charged, you remove it. So don't place it and go to work and it's charging. No. It's risk, fire risk.
Okay, I want us to carefully look at security situations that are associated with nannies and house helpers.
Thank you so much. Just like I have said, that if you bring in a nanny to your home or a house help to your home, you should do your underground checks. Don't just go anywhere and bring anyone to your family, because that could be a hazard. Yes, safety hazard, security hazard, risk. So you do a background check and to understand where that child is coming from, the home, the background of the home, and where the child has gone before. It may be the child has served somewhere as a house help or as a nanny, and was sacked due to one reason or the other. Find out, because this house help.
Have there been cases where people face challenges from house help and nannies?
Sure, there are so many of them where people face challenges, and because they did not check well. So nannies could actually undermine family safety and security by selling the family secrets to outsiders who could come in to waylay the family. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that, whatever we are doing must be very careful, because most of the challenges we have in homes are due to ineffective security measures, safety measures in the homes. So if somebody should come into a home, there must be someone that gave that person information that there are certain things to gain from coming in, right? So the nanny, the house help, they are all important people in the home, and we should treat them as part of us. If you have a nanny, treat that nanny as your child.
But have you ever heard of a case where, for instance, a house helper maltreats the infant he's taking care of, and in the absence of the parent?
Yeah, there are so many of such. There are so many of such. Even as I'm talking now, they are doing it. What it is that if one has a house help, one should also have a control measure to watch over that house help. Watch over your house help, meaning that even while you are not around in the home, have a way to check the behavior of that house help.
How?
How is, if you are leaving, you should put some things on ground so that when you come back, you should be able to, you're not around or at home, right? But from the question you ask the house help, you're able to know whether the house help is saying the truth or not. Because a house help who doesn't tell the truth is a major safety risk for the home. Truth. So when that one is something that you can easily discover by yourself. Sometimes you can place money carelessly in your house as if you don't know they are existing. Place money. You know that the household will see that money. You go to work. You know how much you've placed careless from careless areas. When you come back, go and check. It's like such a trap. Just don't know whether that person is honest. So anyone who's not honest cannot take care of your child. That's the truth. I'm trying to say simple, not just getting to put a camera. No.
Are you saying that camera is not important?
It's important, very important, right? But I'm talking about if you don't have money to buy a camera, yes, for now, you can test this child to know that this child is honest. That's the fact. Know the child is honest enough and somebody can rely on. Good. And you bring the child as the way you treat your own children. Don't create demarcation. Because if you create demarcation, the house help or nanny will start feeling is not the member of the family. I've seen homes that take care of their nannies and house help as their own children. The same school and everything. Give them all the love. And these children call the people that they are staying with father, mother, and there's so much love. So we have to be very careful with these nannies.
Okay. On a conclusive note, I want you to speak to the parents who are the caregivers to the children we are talking about.
Yes.
Over safety measures in the families.
Yes. Parents should realize that they are very, very essential to the overall safety, security of the entire home. The children, of them, their own safety too. So, and what all we have itemized, all that we have discussed today are essential to having this harmonious, safe home. So parents should wake up to their responsibilities now. If wherever you've checked, you've not been doing so well, please, let's go back to the drawing board. It's not late. You can see what happened, how a parent lost her daughter to fire explosion, even when the father gave instruction. You see, if you give your child instruction and the child doesn't take that instruction, there is a gap. Don't stop. Bring the child close to you and re-educate the child. It's all about discipline. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much. I've been with a human nutritionist and disaster management expert and the staff of the Post-Primary School Management Board, PPSMB Enugu, Mr. Onwura Levi Ochimweke. Thank you also for coming.
Thank you, my
brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you also for being there. It's been a nice time we shared with you, talking on the safety measures in the family. I'm very sure you have a family. Have you learned something today? Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. We'll see you again.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions.
Suicide bomber!
In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlap.
There will be no better place to invest your money than Delta states. Before now, we used
informed us during his speech that they had to shut down the portal when number of registrations appeared to exceed 4,000. Listening to the applause you've just given to that documentary, it doesn't appear that that's the applause from over 4,000 people in this hall. And I think we can even do better. Only the Chinese and the Brazilians are applauding now. Delta people, Nigerians, are you here with us? If you're here, make some noise. Let's get some energy going. Yep, that's the way it should go. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Your Excellency, the Vice President, we thank you. Also, because of you, we have been reliably informed that you need to go and attend to national matters by attending the NEC meeting today. I hope that that is correct. So that being the case, we're having to speed up things a little bit. So please advance notice and apology to all who will be speaking after now. We plead with you to keep your presentations here to no more than 2 minutes. And I can also report that the only person who has indicated that they will not abide by the 2-minute timeline we're giving, he's already smiling, is the Honorable Minister of Finance. So, Your Excellency the Governor, I think we will delay his speaking until you persuade him that he has to abide by the 2-minute time limit. Do I have your permission on that, sir? Fantastic. So whilst I give them time to consult, let me quickly invite the Managing Director of NDDC, Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD. If you're here, please come forward now and set the tone for our goodwill messages.
Senator Kashim Shettima, and also the presidential running mate of the All Progressive Congress, Your Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Francis Oborowori, the Governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Chukwuma Soludo, members of the National Assembly, ministers, please permit me to rest on the well-established protocol, just as we are asked to make sure we speed up our goodwill message. Your Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, I want to say thank you for convoking this Economic and Investment Summit. The summit is not only meant to serve Delta State, but it is meant to serve Nigeria and the Niger Delta. Because I believe this is a prelude among your colleagues, especially in the region. And this is the first I am attending, so I have to say thank you for setting the pace. I can also confirm that the governor is not only just convoking this summit for the sake of gathering people to deliberate on the potentials in Delta State, but I can also confirm that the governor is also ready. Because the governor, while he has been on the saddle, has actually deepened the infrastructural development in Delta State in preparation for investors. So I can assure all investors that are here that feel free to come and invest in Delta State. Feel free to come and invest in the Niger Delta, because the Niger Delta right now is the safest part of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, Managing Director, NDDC. Let me quickly invite for his own goodwill message, Engineer Jamiu Ibrahim, MNI, OON, National President of NASIMA and Chairman of the Organized Private Sector of Nigeria. Engineer Jamiu Ibrahim, thank you, sir. 2 minutes, please bear with us. How are you, sir?
2 minutes. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the great promoter and supporter of the organized private sector, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborowori, Executive Governor of Delta State. Your Excellency, I practice all through the night to be able to say and pronounce your name correctly. I hope I did not damage it. Your Excellency, the Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, Honorable Ministers who are here, please, I apologize that because of time, I will not be able to call you individually. But let me recognize the chairman of today's occasion, Engineer Austin Avuro, a friend, a classmate, and a founder of Seplat, one of the most successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Let me recognize our mother, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON. We recognize you. And let me also recognize all of you who are present and permit me to recognize what the Master of Ceremony has described as captains of industry, but who would like to say generals of industry, because after 25 years of working hard to promote industry, you have been promoted since last year. Leaders of the organized private sector, I recognize all the members of NASIMA and DASIMA who are present. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, permit me to commend His Excellency, the Governor, for the Summit and the Summit Planning Committee for convening this timely and strategic gathering at a time when subnational competitiveness is increasingly becoming the driving force behind national economic transformation. This summit therefore demonstrates Delta State's commitment to positioning itself as a preferred destination for investment, enterprise, and sustainable development. I would like to leave one challenge to His Excellency the Governor, that please look beyond Nigeria and try to compete with countries outside Nigeria. One of the key words that we'd like to add in closing is a one word, one enterprise, labor-intensive village enterprises to take care of the teeming population for inclusive growth, in our country. But permit me, Your Excellency, as the apex body representing chambers of commerce across Nigeria, NASIMA remains committed to working with the federal government, state governments, and development partners. But I have an appeal for Your Excellency, which I would like to put before you. Permit me to draw your attention to an issue that is of considerable importance to the organized private sector in Delta State. We humbly appeal to your administration to reinforce its partnership with organized private sector by granting the Delta Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, DASIMA, the exclusive use and uninterrupted use of the DASIMA City Chambers building for your kind permission, sir. On behalf of NASIMA, therefore, in closing, the organized private sector of Nigeria, I congratulate the government and the good people of Delta State on this important initiative. We wish the summit fruitful deliberations and every success in advancing a more prosperous, competitive, and investment-friendly Delta State, one that is truly harnessing its strength and unlocking its potential. I want to thank you all. May God bless Delta State. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and may God bless and protect our federal and defense forces. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And this way, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, Engineer Jamiu, for your very hearty comments. Please would like to inform all others who are coming up here, kindly do us the favor and not repeat the protocols. Please kindly do us the favor not repeating the protocols. There's no need. We already know who's here and everyone has been appropriately recognized. Before I bring up the next speaker, let me quickly recognize the Executive Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Presidential Initiative on Compressed and Natural Gas and Electric Vehicles, PI, CNG, and EV. His name is Barrister Ishmael Ahmed, OON. Where is he? Barrister Ishmael? You need to rise to your feet, yes? Okay, maybe you should come here. They need to see you. I know the Vice President knows you already. Just come, let's see you and applaud you. This initiative, presidential initiative, has donated 5 CNG buses to Delta State as a startup, and they have promised that more will follow. And that is the gentleman who is at the head of the Presidential Initiative on Compressed and Natural Gas and Electric Vehicles, Barrister Ishmael Ahmed, OON. Thank you very much. All Deltans appreciate you for what you have done and what is to follow. Let me therefore quickly, you have been told that I think August last year, our very hard-working governor was on a tour of many countries, and Brazil was one of those countries. And to underscore the importance, the Brazilian ambassador to Nigeria, His Excellency Carlos Jose Garcete, is here with us this afternoon. We would like to invite His Excellency to come forward and deliver his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for the Brazilian ambassador to Nigeria. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Mr. Vice President, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, I'll start my speech. Well, I'd like to make a few remarks on the bilateral relations. Brazil does not see Nigeria solely as a market. As you are aware, Nigeria also buys aircrafts from Embraer, the Brazilian manufacturer. The last one was delivered to Air Peace a few weeks ago. Brazil is a major importer of fertilizers from Nigeria. In fact, depending on the month, Brazil is the largest importer of Nigerian non-oil products in the world. Bilateral trade between Brazil and Nigeria increased 36% in the last 2 years. We see bilateral trade as a tool for development of both Nigeria and Brazil, and we're happy to see now products of higher added value being traded. Brazil is supporting Nigeria's agricultural development. Last year, both countries signed a $1 billion agreement to boost agriculture and food security, the Green Imperative. The purpose is to enable the acquisition of farming equipment, but also to provide training and to establish service centers across the country. Likewise, the project incorporates technical assistance and technology transfer, drawing on the experience accumulated by Brazil, notably by Embrapa over the last 5 decades. We are experiencing the most productive period in our bilateral relations. President Tinubu already visited Brazil 3 times. The Vice President of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin, visited Abuja last year to meet Vice President Kashim Shettima. The Vice President Shettima visited Brazil last year to participate in the COP30, which was held in Belém, in the heart of Amazon region. Ministerial visits have become more frequent and are bearing tangible fruits. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil was in Abuja in March last year, and his Nigerian counterpart visited Brazil 3 times. Last month, the Minister of Agriculture of Brazil, Mr. André de Paula, visited Abuja and met with Vice President Kashim Shettima and the Minister of Agriculture, Abubakar Chiari. The Trade Promotion Agency of Brazil, APEX, led a groundbreaking mission to Abuja last year, bringing together 60 representatives of companies from 43 economic sectors. We're pleased to see the private sector building upon governmental initiatives and agreements. To mention just one example, Air Peace was recently granted authorization to operate commercial flights to Brazil. Next time, the Brazilian delegation coming to Nigeria, instead of 24 hours, they may arrive in only 7 hours. After 32 years, Brazil and Nigeria will be connected again. Concluding my remarks, I would like to wish Delta State Economic Investment Summit participants a very successful and productive interaction. I hope this forum will provide a platform for deepening the cooperation between our countries in matters of great social and economic importance. I'm also glad to see the interest of our private sector in doing business across the Atlantic, exploring new market opportunities and building of the agreements of both countries have celebrated. Thank you very much.
A loud appreciation to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Brazil to Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind intervention. Allow me now bring up the gentleman who is the architect behind some of the most significant tax and fiscal reforms in Nigeria in recent times. Please welcome the Honorable Minister of the Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, who will be speaking for 2.5 minutes. Please welcome Professor Taiwo Oyedele very resoundingly as he makes his way to stage. It's economical. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, governors, ministers, senators, special guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I need 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, Your Excellency. Looking closely at the theme of this summit, harnessing our strengths, unlocking our potentials, I'm convinced that every word in that phrase was chosen with purpose. It does not say discovering strengths, because Delta State's strengths are not hidden. They are carved into your map, flowing through your waters, resting in your soil, and burning brightly in the ingenuity of your people. So it says harnessing. Then it doesn't say wishing for potentials. It says unlocking them. A bold declaration that the key already exists and that Delta State possesses the courage and readiness to turn the key. That distinction matters because it mirrors the exact journey Nigeria has undertaken as a nation. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took office, the administration confronted distortion head-on. Mr. President refused to hide behind fiscal illusions. He unified a fractured foreign exchange markets, removed a crushing fuel subsidy, reclaiming billions of dollars that once vanished into artificial pricing so they could be invested into hospitals, schools, and in constructing roads. He restored disciplinary monetary policy by ending the excessive printing of money, opaque and multiple windows of exchange rates. And through comprehensive tax reform, we widened the tax base while lifting the heavy burden off the shoulders of businesses, especially small businesses. States and local government now receive unprecedented revenues, enabling them to pay salaries on time, settle pension arrears, while investing in human development and building transformative infrastructure. I share these milestones not to declare victory, but to state a profound truth that macroeconomic stability is the job of the federal government, and that foundation has been laid. The center secures economic stability, the state converts stability into shared prosperity, and local government deliver it as a tangible, higher standard of living for every family. That division of labor is where true fiscal restructuring takes place. Abuja can stabilize a currency, but Abuja cannot operate a processing plant in Ugeli. Abuja cannot address land title matters in Warri, nor can it identify the Isoko farmer who needs an off-taker today. Those decisions, the ones that turn abstract statistics into jobs, thriving factories, and profitable market stores, happen right here. They are driven by leadership that knows this terrain, its people, and its true potential. Few states in our nation carry debtors' extraordinary gifts. You hold the hydrocarbon wealth that has powered Nigeria for generations. Your rivers and ocean coastlines make you a true titan of the blue economy. Your land is fertile. Your vast mineral wealth rests beneath your soil, waiting for capital to bring it to life. Yet, raw endowment has never been the ultimate differentiator. Execution is. Capital has no regional sentiments and no political loyalty. Capital goes where it's welcome and stays where it is protected. To the investors and captains of industry in the room, you are not being asked to take a leap of faith on unproven promises. The macroeconomic turnaround is documented and is real. The question before you today is practical and immediate. Whether you will put your money and your investments where there is visionary state leadership that meets economic opportunity here in Delta States. The federal government is delivering on its commitment at the center. Delta State is proving its commitment here today. Now I call upon the entrepreneurs and investors in this room to complete the circuit so that the strategy we discussed today become the shared prosperity felt in every Delta home tomorrow. Thank you very much. I wish you a transformative and highly successful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Professor Taiwo Oyedele. Judiciously spent less than 5 minutes encouraging investors to not only invest in Delta State for the sake of investing, it will transform the entire nation from homes and households to businesses and enterprises. Once again, please appreciate the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy. It is my joy and my delight to bring to stage this son of Onitsha-Ukwu in Aniocha North, one of Africa's most consequential investors, chairman of the United Bank of Africa, chairman of Transcorp Group, the founder and chairman of Heirs Holdings, with interests in banking, power, energy, hospitality across the continent. Through his foundation has committed over $100 million to the training and funding of entrepreneurs across all 54 African nations, a philosophy he calls African capitalism in action. Please welcome the trailblazing Tony Elumelu, CFR, as he brings to us his 2 minutes of goodwill at the Delta State Economic and Investment Summit 2026. Keep the music playing. He's coming in the TOE way. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause louder as he makes his way to stage.
I know I warned us not to recognize anyone, but our Vice President is here. And I think Mr. Vice President's second state is Delta State. Thank you for coming. I'd like to congratulate our governor, hardworking governor, energetic and young, for what he's doing to help develop our state. On TV, social media, I watch and I see so many things happening in Delta, and it makes me very proud to be a son of the state. I see people who are building estates in Delta State. One day I was watching one, I said, where is this? And later I saw, this is in Delta State. Your Excellency, well done. All I want to say is Delta is very safe for investment, hospitable, and very receptive to people. As a group, our group, one of the things we do in our group, we're into power generation and power distribution. Everything we discuss here needs to be powered. We need to provide electricity to make sure it works. In Delta State, we have a 1,000 installed electricity generating capacity at Wheelie. They call Transcorp Power Wheelie. Unfortunately, we do about 500 megawatts a day because of some constrained gas issues and evacuation issues. But, Mr. Governor, we would like to discuss with you to see how we can help or partner with you with Delta State to make electricity generation and distribution to the last home in Delta State affordable and possible. I believe that that will help us to truly create employment, alleviate poverty, and industrialize our state. So that will be our group's contribution to what you're doing here. Thank you for what you're doing in Delta State. Congratulations, and thanks to everyone for coming to Delta State. Thank you.
That's Mr. Tony Elumelu, the man that developed the concept of Afric capitalism. Thank you very much. I'd like to also welcome here very quickly the Managing Director of the Southeast Development Commission, Mr. Mark Okoye. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today, Delta State speaks with one clear message. Delta is open for business. The summit is more than an event. It is a statement of confidence, a declaration of interest, a declaration of readiness, an invitation to innovators, entrepreneurs, and business people. That's why we'll take a few attestations, and we'll kick off now with the owner of Mosra Energy, Mr. Ramos Olukayode. The rule of 2 minutes continues, even with the attestation. Mr. Ramos Olukayode. Okay. Let's clear the path for him, please. Let's clear the path for him. And then Chief Theodore Malu, you'll be the next person. And then finally, Julius Rone. I welcome you.
Your Excellencies, my brothers, all protocols observed. In business, we often say capital is courageous, but it's never careless. Investors commit their resources where they find vision, stability, true partnership, and confidence. We have proven coal reserves exceeding 200 million tons in Delta State alone. In Obonkpa, Uboba, Ukuzu, and Ubodu. And we are already mining. The Delta State is safe for our mining operations. The cement companies rely on us for their coal supply. Delta State has the largest reserve of coal in Nigeria. Our partnership with the Delta State government to develop 600 megawatts mine-mouth power plant in Obonkpa and the proposed energy and industrial special economic zone in Aniocha is a demonstration of what is possible when government and private enterprise work together with a shared vision. But our ambition goes far beyond building a power plant. Let me put this into perspective. 200 million tons of proven coal reserve in Delta State is not just a geology. It represents over 30 years of continuous, guaranteed baseload power. That is enough continuous electricity to fuel industrial manufacturing. Manufacturing, technology hubs, and processing plants right here in Delta soil without interruption. We are not just lighting up a grid. Under the More agenda, we are anchoring West Africa's next industrial powerhouse. To my fellow investors, my message is simple. The best time to invest is before everyone else discovers the opportunity. And that time is now. Your Excellency, thank you for your leadership, your openness to partnership, and your commitment to building a more prosperous Delta State. God bless Delta State and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And God bless you too. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, Chief Theodore Omalu, Falkland Limited, is next. You're welcome. No, two.
Distinguished guests, good morning, everybody. It is a great pleasure and privilege to be here today at this prestigious Delta State Economic and Investment Summit. I sincerely appreciate the Delta State government for creating this platform where government, investors, and the private sector can come together to unlock the enormous enormous potential of this great state. The theme of this summit, harnessing our strength and unlocking our potentials for accelerated economic development, resonates deeply with us because our project, Niger City, is, in many ways, a practical expression of that vision. We are harnessing the potential of River Niger and the Asaba waterfront to create land, new opportunities, new jobs, and a new economic frontier for Delta State. Our company is proud to be undertaking Niger City, an ambitious private land reclamation and waterfront development project along Asaba waterfront. Our vision is to transform underutilized riverfront wetlands into a modern, well-planned economic and urban district that will attract investment, create jobs, expand housing opportunities, and contribute meaningfully to the economic transformation of Delta State. We have had one dredger operating on this project for approximately 2 years to demonstrate our confidence in Delta State, our confidence in the future of Asaba, and our belief in the long-term potential of Niger City. We have also invested in an additional modern dredger to accelerate reclamation process. This is not simply an investment in equipment. It is an investment in a vision, an investment in Delta State, and an investment in the future. When fully developed, we envision Niger City as a landmark waterfront development supporting residential communities, commercial activities, tourism, hospitality, logistics, and other economic opportunities. Our confidence in undertaking a project of this magnitude also comes from experience. We previously participated in the development of Orange Island in Lagos Lagoon, a 50-hectare land reclamation project. Today, we are bringing that experience, knowledge, and determination to Delta State. I would like to express our profound appreciation to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, for his visionary leadership and commitment to creating an investment-friendly environment. I wish to also especially recognize the Secretary to the State Government for all his support. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of Niger City is ultimately a story of partnership. Government provides an enabling environment. The private sector brings capital, expertise, innovation, and execution. Communities provide partnership and local support, and together we create sustainable economic value. To my fellow investors, I say, take a serious look at Delta State. The opportunities are enormous. Our experience with Niger City has reinforced our belief that when government creates the right environment and investors commit capital and expertise and perseverance, extraordinary things happen. This is why we remain committed to Delta State. We are committed to investing. We are committed to creating employment. We are committed to working with communities, and we are committed to contributing to the community transformation of this great state. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's how much he loves Delta State as an investor. We appreciate it. Finally, for attestations, let me welcome here Julius Rone, OFR, the GMD of UTM FLNG Limited. Julius Rone. Thank you. Your stride tells me that you are going to do 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, let me see the Vice President, the Governor of Delta State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. What I have to say is that Delta State is one of the states that believe in contract sanctity. The governor and the state believe in investment. We're developing Nigerian first floating LNG. Delta State government in 2022 took 8% at 42 billion. Today, that investment is over 200 billion naira. And by the time we come on stream in 2030, Delta will host the headquarters in Warri of the UTM FLNG. That is not all. Delta will continuously be receiving a lot of dividends from this project. But what is important for us as an investor is the sanctity of contract. This contract was signed in 2022 with the then governor of Delta State, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa. But when the current administration came, every bit of that contract was respected. So as an entrepreneur, what is important is to see that contract is respected, irrespective is managing the state. And Your Excellency, you have proven that you are a disciplined governor. You are a governor who believes in development of the state and people. And that's why we are here to continuously to support the state in whatever way we can. I want to thank you, and we wish you very well for this great success for this summit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and apologies to everyone for the way we have stampeded you through your goodwill messages. It's due to factors beyond our control. Let me very quickly, first of all, recognize and salute the Managing Director, CEO of the Rural Electrification Agency, Dr. Abba Aliyu. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. The Managing Director, Renaissance, is also here. The Managing Director, or Deputy Managing Director, Oando, is here also with us. At this juncture, I would like to salute all of the bank CEOs who are here: Zenith Bank, Globus Bank, Premium Bank, Access Bank. We also have in the house the Managing Director of Tantita Services, and also we have the MD of Manitoba. We would like to direct this especially to the Vice Presidency, Our Excellency. The state wants to appreciate you for appointing one of our own, our son, Shegun Ochuko Obayendo, as your technical advisor on transportation, logistics, and innovation. Thank you very, very much, sir. We shall count the number of people who have given you that applause so that many more appointments from Delta will follow in your office. Thank you, sir. So let me bring you, yes now, Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Please permit me, I will be very biased right now. Before I bring our doyen, who is our keynote speaker, I would like to specially recognize some trailblazing women that I see with my eye. Dr. Meoji, the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank, you're welcome, ma'am. Sitting very close to her is the Managing Director of FCMB. I see her, Mrs. Yemisi Edum, welcome. Representing the Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Dr. Nneka Onyalipe, is the Executive Director South. Please welcome Mrs. Pamela Shodipo as she's sitting here. It is my joy to bring up our keynote speaker at the Delta State Economic Investment Summit 2026, the 7th Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African and the first woman to hold this office in the entire history of the WTO, previously served 2 terms as the Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, served as Managing Director of the World Bank. She led negotiations that wiped out $18 billion of Nigeria's debt and an overall external debt reduction of over $30 billion. She is recognized as one of the most influential humans alive today. She was nicknamed Okonjo Wahala because she brought Wahala to inefficiency in the economy. She brought Wahala to corruption. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this global institution in human form, role model to men and women across the globe. She was born right here in Ogwashuku, and she has not forgotten her roots. She's not here as a visiting dignitary. She is home as a daughter of the soil. Please join me as I welcome and I receive my role model, your role model, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that wonderful introduction and welcome, much more than I deserve. I just want to alert you that as the keynote speaker, my speech is 20 minutes. So you'll be ready. I was given that time. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, thank you for being here, for taking the time to come to Delta State. Your Excellency, Right Honorable Elder, I always wonder when I see that, because you're younger. Sheriff Oborewori, the governor, executive governor of Delta State, one of my really favorite people because he's action-oriented. Your Excellency, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, so nice to see you here. Your Excellency, Samonde Onyeme, Deputy Governor, Delta State. Your Excellency, Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, immediate past Governor of Delta State, good to see you. Distinguished senators and members of the House of Reps, honorable ministers, especially the Minister of Finance, very nice to see you, one of my successors. Honorable commissioners of Delta State, the Secretary to the State Government, the Chairman of the occasion, Engineer Austin Avuru, very nice of you to do this. And our royal fathers, very nice to see all of you. I think just give me half a minute to recognize one special royal father, who is my own younger brother, His Majesty, the Obi of Ogwashiukwu, Obi Ifechukwude Chukwuka Okonjo, and his Chief of Staff, my younger brother, Prince Onyema Okonjo. They came here to accompany me. Please give them a round of applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it's always a joy to be back home in Delta State. And I brought with me one other honored Deltan. His name is Dr. Bright Okogu from Abraka, the former Director General of the Budget of the Federation, who is now the Chief of Staff of the WTO. I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to contribute to this conversation about realizing the development ambitions of Deltans. But as I rejoice with you, Your Excellency, I have to be very careful because you said I'm an export. So I've been exported to the WTO, but I was exported to Abia State first. And I have to acknowledge my husbands, because when they hear you, maybe Governor Alex Oti will lock me out of Abia State, and I won't be able to go home. So I also want to salute my husbands in Abia State. I thank His Excellency the Governor of Delta State and the organizers of this summit for this invitation. I want to congratulate you, Excellency, on the development strides that you have been taking. He and I are often in touch. He's always WhatsApping me with one thing or the other. And the reason I came is because you take action. The fund you just announced of $100 million to de-risk investment is exactly the kind of things that we need. I also want to salute the investor, the development partners, captains of industry that are here, the entrepreneurs, the women entrepreneurs in particular, and the youth. And to thank the investors, especially the ambassador of Brazil and the delegation from Brazil, Malaysia, China, and others. What I'm going to do today in this keynote speech, which I've entitled The State
as harnessing our strengths and unlocking our potentials for economic development. What I want to do is quickly look at the state of the world economy and global trade, not just because I'm DG of the WTO, but because it is the broadest context within which Delta State will pursue its goals. You all know that these are difficult times for the world and for global trade. On a daily basis, as far as trade is concerned, I face challenges on what is happening with global trade rules. The rules-based system that has framed global commerce for the past 80 years, since the end of the Second World War, is today under unprecedented strain. Unilateral tariff actions and rising geopolitical tensions have unsettled the economic environment within which countries and companies must make plans. Rapid technological change and climate shocks are further sources of pressure. And yet, despite all of these disruptions, trade and the trading system have shown remarkable resilience, contributing to the wider resilience of the global economy. The value of global goods and services trade last year was a record $34.65 trillion. In volume terms, world merchandise trade grew by 4.6% in 2025, with surging demand for AI-related goods more than compensating for weaknesses linked to tariff increases and trade policy uncertainty. African merchandise export volumes grew by 10.3%, driven by minerals, metals, fuels, and agricultural products like cocoa. Global services trade grew by 5.3% and by nearly 6% for digitally delivered services trade. The takeaway from all of these numbers is that within the global disruption, there is a stable core, and that despite all the tough headlines that you keep seeing, there are opportunities for Delta State, for Nigeria, and for Africa. That's the case I want to make to you today. These opportunities were not available even 10 or 15 years ago. The question to me is whether we will move to seize these opportunities or whether the opportunities will go elsewhere. In recent years, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic, it has become clear that a world economy designed for interdependence is now marked by some troubling overdependencies. Overdependence on the US for digital services and final market demand, overdependence on China for critical minerals, and the weaponization of some of these overdependencies is swelling anxiety, resentment, and a desire for diversification. And that is why the word diversification here repeated in Delta State is very appropriate and timely. The resulting push by companies and governments to reduce exposure to geopolitical and other risks by deconcentrating supply chains is an opportunity for what we at the WTO are calling re-globalization, making global value chains more resilient to shocks by attracting more investment to places like Nigeria and to Delta State that have been on the margins of the global distribution of labor. Alongside the potential for re-globalization are a related set of opportunities on the continent that it has created for itself. The African Continental Free Trade Area, with its prospect for a 1.4 billion person strong unified market, common standards, and joined-up infrastructure, makes the continent a more attractive investment destination, both for companies targeting African markets and for those seeking to make Africa a base for exporting to the rest of the world. Seizing these two sets of opportunities, the desire for diversification and deconcentration of global supply chains, and the desire to seize the opportunity of the African Continental Trade Area is what we are talking about. It's at the heart of what I think Delta State should be thinking about in its growth and development strategy. Somebody said Think beyond Nigeria. Think outside. And that's what we are also trying to say. I'm convinced that Delta State has the ingredients to become Nigeria's next great industrial hub. That's what I wish for it as a daughter of Delta. Standing alongside Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt as an engine of the national economy. The emergence of a new growth pole here in Delta State would be good for Nigeria as a whole. It would help decongest some of our economic hubs like Lagos and Kano that are becoming overcrowded. Lagos alone accounts for around a quarter of Nigeria's GDP and half of its non-oil GDP. Consider Delta's natural, infrastructural, and human endowments. We've heard about them. Abundant natural gas, a coastline with seaports at Warri, Sapele, Bruto, and Escravos, the Takwe-Ajiokuta-Warri rail line, the fertile land of Delta State, solid minerals, 49 tertiary institutions producing young people who want opportunities in the state where they grew up. On the financial front, the state also has some fiscal space. Budget's 2025 State of States report ranks Delta 6th of 35 states in overall fiscal performance and 2nd in debt sustainability. I was very happy about that. And when I heard one of the speakers say, you're not going to borrow from anyone dead or alive, I was smiling. Keep the fiscal prudence, because without it, you're not going to be able to build the Delta State we want. If you have to deploy resources, you have to deploy them in a manner that makes the state productive, not wasted. The 2026 proposed budget of 1.664 trillion naira prioritizes increased capital expenditures as part of the efforts to move Delta onto a higher growth path. A stable macroeconomic environment at the federal level on exchange rate management, bringing down inflationary pressures, would improve states' prospects for success. And we have heard the Minister of Finance and the Central Bank Governor, I was with him a few days ago, talk about the progress that is being made, and that's moving in the right direction. But the fact is that endowments alone do not add value. Budgetary allocations alone do not lead to new roads, to good maintenance. We lack a maintenance culture in the country. I have to say that I'm Nigerian, and I was telling Engineer Austin Avuru, thanking him for mentioning maintenance. We need that. We need better ports and digital infrastructure and lower trade costs. Execution is what matters. And successful execution requires priority areas for focused investment. We've listened to Delta State, and the one or two things I have to say seem to coincide. The Delta State's government focus on developing the special economic zones makes sense. In fact, a new report by the World Bank on industrial policy specifically identifies special economic zones as one of the best available tools for governments with limited fiscal space and bandwidth and relatively small local markets. Governments can improve infrastructure and regulatory frameworks for a specific location, which in turn allows for the
Federal government calls for calm following minor earth tremor in the FCT. African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat signs 20-year $3.1 billion customs modernization concession in Abuja. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to vacate its court order freezing the Osun State government's bank account. The presidential directive mandates the anti-graft agency to immediately discontinue legal actions restricting the state's financial operations. The president expressed embarrassment over the timing of the enforcement action ahead of the state's upcoming governorship election. While acknowledging the commission's statutory oversight powers, President Tinubu emphasized that federal institutional actions must not undermine democratic confidence. The anti-graft agency had previously defended the restriction as part of an investigation into alleged financial infractions. Commission officials maintained that statutory provisions permit temporary 72-hour account holds prior to obtaining formal judicial backing. President Tinubu clarified that actions by federal regulatory bodies are often attributed to the presidency regardless of prior administrative knowledge. He directed full restoration of the state government's financial operational assets. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has declared that his administration will resist political intimidation through constitutional and peaceful means. Speaking after a campaign rally in Ayedade local government area, Governor Adeleke defended his administration's socio-economic development record. The governor highlighted visible improvements in public infrastructure, resource management, and civil service welfare across the state's 3 senatorial districts. He urged supporters to remain peaceful and participate actively at the upcoming governorship election. Governor Ademola Adeleke characterized massive voter turnout as the ultimate democratic defense against coercive political tactics. His remarks followed public criticism surrounding recent anti-graft financial restrictions placed on the state's operational accounts. The Osun State Executive Council reiterated its commitment to transparent governance despite political friction. Governor Adeleke assured residents that public service delivery and state development remain unhindered. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has inaugurated the governing board of the National Board for Technical Education in Abuja. The board's inauguration ends a 5-year leadership vacuum within the technical and vocational education regulatory body. Dr. Lausa directed the newly appointed board members to align technical curricula with modern industry requirements and rapidly expand national artisan certification programs. He emphasized that artificial intelligence and emerging technical specialties must be prioritized across polytechnics nationwide. Board Chairman Professor Babatunde Salako expressed gratitude to the federal government and pledged to transform public perception regarding technical education. Professor Salako assured that the board will maintain strict oversight over public infrastructure investments. The board's executive secretary, Professor Idris Bugaje, commended the administration for ending the regulatory leadership vacuum. Professor Bugaje described the board's inauguration as a major milestone for national industrialization and youth skill development. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (nscdc) has disciplined 79 personnel for offenses ranging from financial fraud to actions compromising national security. The nscdc Public Relations Officer Babawale Afolabi confirmed the enforcement decisions following internal disciplinary investigations. 75 officers faced severe sanctions, including summary dismissals and compulsory retirement due to unauthorized absence and financial misconduct. 2 officers were dismissed and recommended for criminal prosecution following an unlawful shooting that killed mining marshals Commander Levi Agada in Nasarawa State. The Corps revealed that 4 additional officers are undergoing interrogation over alleged involvement in illegal arms trafficking. The management emphasized its commitment to eliminating rogue elements from the service. Spokesman Afolabi assured that internal monitoring mechanisms have been strengthened to uphold institutional integrity. The Corps vowed to maintain strict discipline across all operational commands nationwide. 3 personnel of the Kano State Road Traffic Agency are currently hospitalized following an assault by an angry mob along Zaria Road in Kano. The violence erupted after a commercial bus stopped for routine checking was struck by an oncoming heavy-duty truck. The collision caused the commercial vehicle to overturn, resulting in severe injuries to several passengers on board. Enraged by the clash, local bystanders attacked traffic officers at the scene while the truck driver fled. The agency's management director, Faisal Mahmood Kaba, condemned the violent attack and appealed to the public to support uninformed personnel executing statutory duties. Executive Kaba warned citizens against taking the law into their own hands during traffic incidents. State security operatives have launched a search to arrest the fleeing truck driver and perpetrators of the mob action. Management confirmed that the injured officers are receiving medical treatment. The Anambra State government has received emergency maternal and newborn health care equipment from the federal government under the sector-wide approach initiative. The Health Commissioner, Dr. Afamo Bidike, officially inspected the medical consignment at the Central Medical Store in Oka. Dr. Bidike commended the federal intervention, stating that the equipment will complement Governor Chukwuma Soludo's investments in the health sector. The commissioner assured that the tools will be deployed and maintained effectively across target facilities. Anambra State SWAP Desk Officer Dr. Obichioma detailed that the consignment includes delivery beds, incubators, phototherapy, and blood storage units. The equipment aims to drastically reduce maternal and infant mortality across underserved rural areas. Beneficiary facilities include general hospitals in Nobi, Enugu, Umueri, Ekulobia, and Umonze. Senior health officials and chief medical officers attended the distribution exercise in Oka. Solid Minerals Development Minister Dele Alake has urged residents of the Federal Capital Territory to remain calm following a minor earth tremor. Minister Alake directed the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency to provide hourly updates monitoring seismic activity across Abuja. The NGSA seismic monitoring station in Otako recorded the low magnitude events originating at a 1 kilometer depth. Technical reports classified the occurrence as a surface tremor posing no structural danger to life or property. Speaking through media assistant Lara Owoye Wise from Washington, D.C., Minister Laki confirmed that proactive safety protocols have been deployed. The minister urged residents to continue daily socio-economic activities without panic. Federal environmental agencies continue to monitor geological conditions across the territory. Government authorities assured that continuous technical updates will be made available to the public. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. President Tinubu directs EFCC to vacate Ocean Government Bank account freeze order. Federal government calls for calm following minor earth tremor in the FCT. Coming up shortly, African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat signs 20-year $3.1 billion customs modernization concession in Abuja. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Every hat has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. The NCAA chapter of the National Association of Air Traffic Engineers has distanced itself from statements issued by its national leadership on aviation charges. Chapter Chairman Agunloye Frederick confirmed that local engineers were not consulted prior to the public declaration. Chairman Frederick clarified that the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority relies on ticket sales charge allocations to fund mandatory safety oversight and inspections. He warned that reducing regulatory funding would compromise aviation safety surveillance across the national airports. While acknowledging the financial needs of sibling agencies like NAMA, and the chapter emphasized that regulatory funding must be protected, the body urged national union executives to conduct broad consultations before taking public positions. The chapter reaffirmed its commitment to maintaining international safety compliance across Nigeria's airspace. Engineers assured that operational safety monitoring remains fully active. The African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat has signed a 20-year, $3.1 billion customs concession agreement with Begham's security consultants in Abuja. The agreement aims to digitize customs systems, accelerate intra-African trade, and eliminate border bottlenecks. AFCTA Secretary General Wamkele Mene stated that the modernization project will facilitate seamless trade for 1.3 billion people across member states. Secretary General Mene noted that the Continental Initiative drew inspiration from successful customs reforms executed in Nigeria. Begman's chairman Alhaji Saleh Amadu confirmed his firm will fully finance the deployment of non-intrusive inspection technology and digital portals. Chairman Amadu assured that the infrastructure will streamline cross-border trade without placing financial burdens on member states. The agreement marks a major step toward establishing an integrated digital trade network across Africa. Delegations from member nations attended the signing ceremony in Abuja. Operatives of the Akwa Ibom State Police Command have arrested Nsisak Effiong and cemetery manager Elijah Edet for allegedly exhuming a corpse to sell its casket. Police spokesperson Mr. Timfon John explained that the suspects were apprehended in Nsit Ibom local government area following a vigilante tip-off. Police recovered the stolen casket and an unregistered motorcycle used to transport the item from the cemetery. Interrogation revealed that the suspect, Effiong, exhumed the freshly buried body and removed it to sell the casket for financial gain. Further investigations led to the arrest of cemetery manager Elijah Edet, who confessed to conspiring with the grave diggers. Police confirmed that an accomplice, Effiong Asuko, fled the scene during the initial enforcement operation. The command stated that tracking teams are pursuing the fleeing suspect while investigations continue. The police reassured the public of their commitment to prosecuting all individuals involved in the crime. Now in sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has revealed his decision to retain jersey number 45 at Galatasaray rather than taking the vacant number 9 shirt. The Nigerian forward explained that the number 45 has brought him consistent success since joining the Turkish club. Osimhen established himself as a fan favorite at Rams Park following his permanent transfer from Italian side Napoli. The striker recently opened his preseason goal tally during Galatasaray's 3-3 draw against French club Rennes. Galatasaray executives respected the striker's decision as the team prepares to defend its domestic league title. Managing staff confirmed Osimhen remains a core figure in their tactical plans for the upcoming campaign. Sports commentators noted that the decision reflects the forward's settled status in Turkey following summer transfer speculation. Osimhen continues his preseason preparations with the squad. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress and media executive Mary Njoku has criticized societal tendencies to overlook female financial contributions within families and households. The Iroko TV co-founder stated that female sacrifices are frequently ignored or incorrectly attributed to male relatives. Njoku recounted a conversation with a male colleague who claimed women do not experience provision pressure. Describing the perspective as inaccurate, She highlighted that countless African women bear heavy financial burdens supporting extended families long before marriage. The media executive encouraged women managing professional and domestic responsibilities to take pride in their financial independence. Joko emphasized that female contributions possess intrinsic value and do not require external validation. Her comments sparked widespread engagement across social media platforms regarding economic gender roles in modern society. Women across various professional sectors echoed her perspectives on financial empowerment. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has directed EFCC to vacate Ocean Government Bank account freeze order. Federal government has called for calm following minor earth tremor in the FCT. The African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat has signed 20-year $3.1 billion customs modernization concession in Abuja. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff links, something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff links, something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff links, something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a crazy love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. Golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a crazy love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
si na ekwekọ amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ibo onye ama na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị. Daalụ dịka isi esonyela anyị. Na nke taa anyị na-eji neba anya na mkpa ọ dị na anyị bụ ndị nne, ndị nna na anyị haziri ọnọdụ ụmụ anyị akachacha kịta ha nọ n'ezumike. Maka ọ na-abụ ụlọ akwụkwọ mechiche anọ holidays na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo anyị afụ ka ụmụaka anyị na-agagharị. Ụfọdụ ọbụrụ mgbe aka a ga-ezipụ ha ijele ihe. Ụfọdụ bụrụ mgbe aka a ga-eme ka ejebe lesson nwatakịrị si na skuul pụta abanyekwe skuul ha ọzọkwata. Nya ka anyị ji wee sị ka anyị neke n'anya ụzọ ka mma iji wee neta ụmụ anyị anya mgbe ha nọ ezumike. Onye mụ na ya nọ tata wee bụrụ onye ga-ekwu nwe ọfụma maka na ọ nọ n'ọnọdụ ahụ ọfụma, onye na-elekọta ụmụaka, onye nkụzi, onye nne, onye nhazi. Onye ka m na-ekwu maka ya? O wee bụrụ odozi akụ na ọkpata akụ Ebere eso nwanne. Ebere a masị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Ndewo.
Dịka nsi wee kwuo, ihe anyị na-eje n'anya bụ ụzọ kacha mma anyị ga-eji wee mekọta ụmụaka anyị, chịkọta ha kịta ha nọ n'ezumike. Dịka onye nkụzi bụ ọ na-abụ anọrọ ụlọ akwụkwọ anyị bụ ndị nna na-aṅụrị ụtụtụ akwado ụmụaka akpọpụ ha ụmụaka na-enye nsogbu emechikwa akwụkwọ ma ụmụaka ga-anọ n'ụlọ anyị asịkwa ha ngwa holiday lesson ha ebidokwe holiday lesson ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ mgbe a ka eji ezipụ ụmụaka ihe dị iche iche wee na-ajụ gị dịka onye nọ na nkụzi onye nọ na line na ọ bụrụ oyibo ọsịghị onye nọ na the system kedu ụzọ ọ dị gị ka ọ ga-aka mma iji wee jikọta ụmụaka anyị na ọ bụrụ na abanye na ezumike?
Ndewo. Ụzọ ka mma iji wee jikọta ụmụaka anyị na-enye ezumike a. Ọtụtụ ụzọ bụ ihe ka mma iji wee zukọ ha. Nke mbụ bụ na ụmụaka kwesịrị izugodi ike ma enye ya bụ ezumike ihe dịka izu ụka na-abụ ma ọ bụ ịtọ ka ụbụrụ ha wee zuke n'ike maka na akwụkwọ a bụ ka na ụbụrụ ka eji welu na-agụ ya mana dịka ihe na-eme ugbu a ụmụaka anyị nwere ka ha si emezi isikwana ka ihe apụha n'ụlọ ka ha nọrọ ya zuwe ya bụ ike ha nwere ike bifo ya mara ihe na-eme ha baala limebe ihe ọzọ onye ka o ji wee dị ka ọka mma na-ezipụkwalụ ha ka ha jee mụwa aka ọrụ dị iche iche. Ọ bụrụ ịkwa akwa ụfọdụ na-aba jee ịrụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ ụfọdụ na-amụ ije ka esi eme achịcha oyibo ka ọ wee bụrụ na ha nọrọ n'ụlọ maka na ha nọrọ nkịtị ha jee echiche dị iche iche agbawa ha n'obi ihe ha ga-eme agbawa ha n'obi maka na ndị oyibo kwuru si na an idle man is a workshop of devil. Onye ka o ji wee dị mma na ha zuo ike nwa mgbe ofu izu ụka na-abụ onwe ndị be a ga-emenwu ya bụ lesson na holidays ije bidokwe refresh brain ha ejewekwa ga mewe mana anyị mana ọtụtụ mgbe ọ bụghị family niile na-enwe ike inwe ego ha ga-eji mee ihe dị otu a mana m na-ekwu na ọ ka mma na ha jere mụkwa aka ọrụ dị n'iche n'iche maka na anyị maalụ na ha gụchagodu ihe nwa ha na-agụ nwere onye na-enye ha ọrụ gọọmenti adịghị enye ha ọrụ mana ọ bụrụ na ha ji n'ego ezumike a welu na-aga amụ aka ọrụ dị iche n'iche bifo ha agụcha ha nwere ike mụtacha anya bụ ọrụ ọfụma. O nwere ọtụtụ ndị mmalụ mụtarụ ka esi akwa akwa mgbe sa anyị galụ ịgba nkwụ somebody onwe onye anyị jere ịgba nkwụ ya ọgbata mụ na ya na-ekele na-asị oge osi mọmi na ọkwụ ya kwara akwa anya yi na ọkwụ ya kwalụ nke ọnya na ọkwụ ya kwalụ nke ọnya afụrụ m ya azi onye na-eje skuul na-eje akwụkwọ na sekọndịrị skuul mana mgbe ahụ ọ na-agụ ya ka ọ na-ejekwa na mgbe ezumike wee na-eme gịnị wee na-amụkwa aka ọrụ wee mụta ka esi akwa akwa ọfụma ife akwa ọkwalụ akwa ahụ amaka osi m na ọnya nwa bụ ihe kwalụ ya bụ akwa. So ana m ekwu na ọ kakwa mma na ha zuo ike nwa mgbe si zipụkwa ha ka ha hapụ ịbawa jebe n'otu baba nkata ka a ga-eji baa n'otu nzuzo ụfọdụ achụrụ ndị ọzọ ụmụ nwoke gawa ndị ụmụ nwoke achụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị gawa mana ọ bụrụ na ha tinyere aka nwee ihe ha na-eme ihe dị otu a agaghị ịdị. Nna na-asị na ọ ka mma na ọ bụrụ na ha zuru ike nwa mgbe ezupụkwa ha ka ha jekwe nwee ihe ha na-alụ tupu mbido akwụkwọ elukwe ọzọ.
Daalụ nne Odoziakụ Eso Nwanne dịka isi wee kwuo onye ụmụ onye mụ na ya na-akpa nkata nwaanyị nne mụtakwara ụmụ ọ na-eti biko kwado unu jebe lesson ka unu jebe lesson wee sị amama biko ọ lesson ka ọ ka gị mkpa ka ụmụaka agaba osim ke ha no no na eme ha jebe lesson mwe na asị biko lesson na dịka isi wee kwuo onwe ihe kachasị mkpa a na-eme na lesson na-abanye holidays karịa nke a na-eme mgbe a nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ.
O nwere ihe kacha mkpa a na-eme na lesson karịa nke a na-eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ. Ụfọdụ ndị na-eguzobe ya bụ lesson bụ nta ego ka ha ji achụ. Ụfọdụ enwere nze akara mmụta na lesson ahụ ha na-akụzi karịa nke ndị nkụzi nwere akara mmụta ahụ nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche. Mana ihe kpatara nne na nna anyị ji wee na-asị gawanụ lesson ha chọrọ ezumike, maka na ọ na-abụ ha mụtacha ha kwanyelie ndị nkụzi ka ha jee ka ha na ha na-eme ya, ha sị agawanụ ka unu na ndị nkụzi unu mere ya. Ụfọdụ na-ekwukwu nke nụrụ na ntị m na ndị ha na-agwụ mgbe ha na-ana ezumike na-akpagara ya dọwa na ha anwụchala ya. Maka na onye nọ nkịtị agụụ na-aka agụ ya karịa mgbe o nwere ihe ọ na-arụ. Onye ka ha ji na-akwanye ha ka ha jewe mmụta anwa n'oge ezumike ka isi wee juo ha oyi. Ndị nkụzi bụ ndị enyere ọzụzụ ha na ụmụaka ị na-anọkọta. Ihe ha na-adị emebe na mgbe ahụ a na-akụziri ha, ndị nkụzi na-esokwa eme ya, maka na ife ebe ndị nkụzi na-eme ihe anyị na-ada asị ha unu na-emezikwa ka ụmụ unu na-akụziri. Onye mere ị ga-eji ife onye nkụzi ọka dị ka nwa amụrụ ọfụ ịma mmata na arụ ọ dị elugo n'anwa na ọgwa gị, maka na anyị na-esozi ụmụaka anyị na-eme ihe ahụ ha na-eme. Mgbe anyị na-eto ogologo anyị adịghị enwe ihe a na-akpọ ọbara mgbali elu, maka na anyị na ha na-egwukọrịta egwu. Onye mere ndị nne na nna ji achọ ka ụmụaka anwa pụọ ka aka nwee ike wee zuo ike. Ụfọdụ ga-asị gị na ihe ha na-eme na ụmụaka ekwere ya mee ya, na hapụ ha alagawa skuul. Ọ bụrụ na dịka ndị bụ ndị enwere ihe a na-alụ, ụmụ nwaanyị enwere ihe a na-alụ, ụfọdụ na-aba jeme gịnị jejilele anọlahụ ụla ka ala mgbodo ụla bifo ụmụ ha ana-anata, na ha nata ha ana na mkpọtụ ga-eju ebe niile na ha agaghị enwezi ike izu ike. Ọ bụ ya mere ha ji wee na-achọ ka ụmụaka anwa gawa ya bụ lesson ka ha wee nwee ike wee zute obere ike tupu ha na-anata ọzọ.
Daalụ nne. Dịka isi kwuo mgbe ị na-emetụ aka n'okwu nwatakịrị mụta ka esi akwa akwa, ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ ka esi eme isi, wee na-ajụ biko kedu mgbe ọ dị ka nwatakịrị ekwesịrị ibido mụba aka ọlụ? Maka ịpụta ọ dịka ọsọsọ ndị nọ na kọleji, ndị nke obere anọ na praịmarị skuul, onwe taịm ọ ga-abụ olu esi na olugo ka na onwe ihe m ji ajụrụ ya bụ ifo na ọ dịka ọsọsọ ndị sekọndịrị bụ ihe na-eje amụ aka ọlụ. O kwesịrị ka ọ bụrụ sọsọ ndị sekọndịrị ka onwe taịm ọ ga-abụ oluo esizi nwatakịrị ya na o toru gị ije mụ aka ọlụ?
Onwe ekwe taịm ọ ga-abụ oluo nwatakịrị ebido oluo gị ije mụ aka ọlụ, mana onye a ga-etopụta tunu ka ọ ga-eji wee mata ihe ọ na-eme. O nwere obere nwa ya dị m ụmụ nwoke esi akwa akwa ife ọbanye dị na JS1 ụmụ gị a and uche dị n'ihe ahụ ọ na-eme. Ọ mụcha nke a mụchachacha ya, na-eme keeki maka ana m eme achịcha oyibo, na-eme ya ha ncha ga-abịa mee gịnị gbaa m okirikiri ịmụta ihe ahụ m na-eme. Oge Disemba o nwere nke mechara unu nwanne ya na-asị ya mee ya ụtọ ya mee ya ụtọ, ọsị ya na ọ bụrụ otu a ka onye kụzi elu ha si wee kụziri ha, na ọ si na ọnya tinye akwa krim ya mee ya ụtọ a mee ya ụtọ a. O mechaa ya bụ keeki ya bụ achara oyibo anwa edobelu m ya ozugbo a na-ana ka ha na Krismas agbala ọsọ wetelu m ya si m ka nlelegodu manya emetekwelu ihe ya merụ tacha ya si ya na ọ dịkwa mma mana ya sị m ọnụ ya makwala o nwelu ihe ọ na-amụta ihe ahụ a na-abịa eme nsị anọ eji anwa bụ di eji brenu ha na-eghe oghe ịmụta ihe a na-akụzilu ha ihe ọ bụla ịkụzilu na ha na-amụta ya mgbe ahụ enwebe nchekesi echiche na-edistọbụ ha na-amụta ya mana ihe o jiri dịka o kwesịrị inwe eji a ga-eji wee bido ịkpụwa ya bụ ihe bụ na o nwere ụdịrị ụmụaka dị n'iche n'iche o nwere ndị ga-abụ ha bido n'oge mụtacha anya bụ ihe ifu na ha amala ikizi ije gụọ akwụkwọ onye ka o ji dịka o nwetụrụ eji kwesị iche ka ha rute tupu ha eje mụwa aka ọrụ ka ha mụtatụ akwụkwọ tupu ha enwee ike wee jee mụwa ya onye ka o ji dịkarị ka ndị gụrụ sekọndịrị skuul ma ndị na-agụ ya bụ ndị a na-ahapụkarị ka ụmụaka wee nwee ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ basic knowledge before ha abanye maka na o nwere nwa akwụkwọ m na-akwado wayek enenelu ọgụrụtego na SS3 mana okporozi enene ya bụ wayek o nwere ihe na-ayọ ya jụọ ya ego a ga-eji rejista wayek na neko ọ sị m na ọ bụrụ ọkwa ego na ya chọrọ ime gịnị ịgbawazịa bike
maka na ọfụwago ego onye mere o ji dịka o nwere eji kwesịrị ịhapụtụ ha ka ha nwee ike iji aka ha wee malụ nke dị mma na nke na-adịrọ mma na nke ga-emetụta ha n'oge ọdịnihu. Daalụrị nne maka ihe nji wee jụọ ajụjụ a bụ ọnọkata ọ dịka ndị nke obele a na-arapụ ha asị ndị nke gbagotego na kọleji ma ndị nọ yunivesiti ife hụ na nkọwa gị akịta ga-enye aka maka ịnọkata ị na-enene nwatakịrị nọ praịmarị skuul ihe dịka praịmarị 2 ma ọ praịmarị 3 akpọpụ ya ka o jee mụọ maka na ọ nọ n'ezumike oluzie mgbe o kwesịrị ije akwụkwọ ego ahụ ọ na-enweta ebe enyi nwakịrịkịrị ego ahụ ọ na-emetụtazi ọ dị aka ihe niile bụ ego gị bụ onye ọma na-enene anyị ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatịa ụkwụ ghachite azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru maka ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ụzọ ga-aka mma iji wee kpokọneta ụmụaka anyị ọkachacha mgbe ahụ ha nọ ezumike ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọ sịghị na mgbe holite ka a mara otu e ga-esi wee kpokọta ha hazielu ha ụzọ nke a ha na-ada eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ mgbe ha nọ n'ụlọ nọ ezumike akụzielu ha ihe ha ga na-eme ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ anyị nachite azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Alụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị na nke tata otu anyị ga-esi wee na-ekpokọta ụmụ anyị agbazilu ha ụzọ na ọ bụrụ na anọla ezumike emechicha akwụkwọ kama anyị ga-ahapụ ụmụaka anyị ka ha na-akwụgharị egwu sọsọ egwu ifugono dịka Ebere eso nwanne si wee tinye ya ọnụ. Ọ bụrụ na ị na-ege anyị ntị ama m na o nwere otu ihe ma abụọ ịmụtago ụzọ kachasị mma iji kpokọta ụmụ anyị. Na-agachitekwa azụ ebe ị nọ Ebere eso nwanne mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu o nwere ka isi wee kwuche ndị nkụzi na ha na-eme ka ụmụaka ha na ha na-anọ dịka onye mụ na ya na-alụ si wee kwuo na ndị nkụzi ada aka nka eziokwu maka ọ ga-abụ gị nwa bụ onye nwatakịrị akụzielu mgbe ị ga-etozi ị na-eme onwe gị na ịkagụ ịfụzi onye nkụzi gị ọ dịzị ka gị nwa ka a ga-akpọ antị o wee bụrụ ezigbo ọrụ unu na-alụ. Mana ihe m na-achọ ịjụ gị bụ oge ụfọdụ ịfụ nwatakịrị dịka nwatakịrị a na-akụziri keeki a na-agụ ya si otu a wee mee ya Osimba na obo otu a ka esi wee kuzie na ya na-ene anya na nke gị o otu ihe ada nwanyị na-ada emebe enye ihe ọ ga-eme na ọ nata ma nke a ga-enye ha n'oge holidays isi a ka inyere ya aka ọ sị gị mba na ọ bụghị otu a ka onye nkụzi m si wee kuzie ya biko o nwere ụzọ kachasị iche ndị nkụzi si agbaziri ụmụaka karịa nke anyị nwa bụ ndị nne si agbaziri
mana ndị nkụzi nwere ọzụzụ enyelu ha nke a na-akpọ teachers training. Ya bụ ọzụzụ bụkwa ihe na-enyelu anyị aka n'ihi na abụ m otu n'ime onye nkụzi. Ọzụzụ ahụ anyị jere na-enyere anyị aka maka ka a ga-esi na-akụziri gị mgbe ị nọ na ya bụ ọzụzụ ebe ije eme maka nkụzi. A ga-agwa gị ihe dị n'iche n'iche maka na anyị maalụ na ụmụaka ada aghọtacha ihe ka onye a si aghọta abụrụ ka onye a si aghọta abụrụ ka onye a si aghọta. Onwe nke a na-akpọ peer method. Ịkụzigide ifu na ha ga-aghọtacha ihe ahụ ị na-akụzi. Ime ya ka drama mee ya ka egwuregwu. Mgbe anyị mere ka egwuregwu anwa ndị brenu ha ada amụta ihe ọsịsọ enwe ike wee bido were ghọtawa ihe a na-eme. Mana ịma na gịnwa na-abụrụ onye nkụzi bụ mama nwere ike ịma mmata na enwere na-akụzigo nke a kụzie nke a na-aghọtaghị ya. Enwere ụdịrị dị iche iche eji akụzi ihe. Ikekwe ọ bụrụ na onye uzuru gụọ ya ka egwu, nwee ike ọ bụrụ ka drama, nwee ike ọ bụrụ na egwuregwu ka o ji wee mee ya. Nwa gị ahụ aghọta ya. Mgbe ị lọtaziri chọọ igwu ya na ijelu mahadum chọzie ịkụzi nke gị o wee sị gị na ọ bụghị ya na ọ bụrụ ka ntị si wee kwuo ya. Emezikwa na ikpe mara nwatakịrị maka na ọ bụrụ otu ahụ ka esi ghọta ya eji kụziri ya anya o ji wee ghọta ya ọfụma. Oke na ọrụ dịzialụ bụ ịkọwazili ya na o nwekwara ụzọ ọzọ a ga-esikwa wee kụziri gị ya wee mụta ya na ihe ọ bụrụ kwasa ofu ụzọ ka eji akụzie. Ikekwe ọ bụrụ na ihe dị ka mathematics bụ ihe ahụ ịkụzi so ị nwere ike ejiri method o nwere formula ị ga-eji inwetakwa ansa. Ị werekwa formula ọzọ wee mee ya inwetakwa ansa. Ịkụzizielu nwa gị nke gị ahụ isi ya na nke a bụ isigodị anya gwugodu nke onye nkụzi gị kụziri gị iwee kwuo ya iwee were nke gị wee kwuo ya wee dabalatakwa na ofu ansa ahụ eweta wee si efu gị ya na ọ bụrụ sọsọ ofu ụzọ ka a na-esi welu eme ya na-esikwa ụzọ dị ụta ikekwe ọ bụrụ mgbakọ ikekwe ọ bụrụ mbawanye nke a na-akpọ multiplication. O nwere ike asị gị fulie n'isi mana inwe ike iji aka gị ụta mee ya ụta nyekwe dị sem ofu ihe ahụ ka ị nwetara so ya ka ị ga-akọwalụ nwa gị mana ijikwakwa nke bụ eziokwu okwu ya ka anyị nwa bụ ndị nkụzi na ndị prịnsịpalụ na ndị a na-akpọ headmistress ji wee na-agwa ndị nkụzi anyị okwu ka anyị mee gịnị ka ịgụ akwụkwọ gị ọfụma mee ihe a na-akpọ revishọn ịgụghachi ihe niile ahụ tupu ị gaa na ụlọ ebe a na-amụ ihe wee jee kwuo ihe ọbụla ị ga-ekwu maka na nke ahụ ha nwetarụ n'aka gị bụkwa nke ga-abanye ha n'isi. Ihe ọzọ onye ọzọ na-ekwuzikwe agbasaghị ha imekwa ọbụkwa na ikwuteghị ihe ị chọrọ ikwu na imere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ misteki nwa ahụ evurugokwu otu ahụ na onye ọzọ na-agwazikwa ya na ihe ahụ onye nkụzi ekwuru abụghị ya ọ bụghị ya ka ị na-agwazi ihe ahụ onye ka o ji adị mkpa eji edelu lesin note ide lesin note ahụ ịkwadowe onwe gị agbabala n'ime klaasị jee bido mewe ya eleghị anya oyibo ị ga-asị ama mbịa maka mụwa n'ebe a onye nkụzi m apịago m ụtarị mgbe m nọ secondary school maka na ana m ekwufute okwu asị m ya ticha na ịdali ya
na-esụtaghị oyibo
na-esụtaghị onye bụ oyibo esoro ọpịa m 12 ọnụ my uncle bụ ihe a mee ihe ahụ ọpịa m 12 mgbe nna lụzi nsị mpa m na ticha pịakwara m ụtarị osi m kedu ihe mme wee gwa na ọ sụrụ oyibo na ọ sụtaghị ya wee kọrekt ya osi m na ngwara ya n'iru ụmụ akwụkwọ nsị ya yesa osi m na ma ekwesịghị ikwu otu ahụ nwekwa mgbe m na-aga lesin English teacher anyị nwere oyibo ọ sụrụ mmesịa uncle na kemgbe m gụwara akwụkwọ to surrender is to yield in n'ịdalịa na ikwuteghị ya osionwu si mụ na ọbụrụ ya n'iru ụmụ akwụkwọ kwa stem mana after 2-3 days ọ bịakwa wee sị m yes na ya agago wee fụ na ihe ahụ nọ nke ahụ m kwuru bụ nke bụ ya
wee daba n'ihe a na-ekwu na ndị nkụzi bụ ndị a na-elegara anya
ama ka a na-elegara anya onye ka ị ga-eji welu kee nkwụcha maka na nkwụcha abụrụ ụjọ befo ị gaa klaasị ịkwado ogbebe ọfụma maka na o nwere ụmụ akwụkwọ enyelu brain o nwere ụmụ akwụkwọ nwere brain gụchabugorie mana adịghịkwa nke ọka na-adịzi ugbu a maka ọ bụrụ mgbe mbụ bifo ịba klaasị maasị ụmụ akwụkwọ agụchaghị ịbịazie na-eme na bọọdụ ha sị gị na ọ bụghị ihe na-eme so ụmụ anyị ihe anụwa na-elizi ya isi fonu ka a na-apịkarị mana fonu dịkwa mma meta ai artificial intelligence ịchọkwa ịmụta ihe dị mma na ya ịmụta
daalụrị nne dịka anyị si ekwu ka anyị na-achọ ikpokọta nkata anyị na nke tata dịka anyị si wee kwuo na mbido ihe ụmụaka anyị kwesịrị ịdị na-eme mgbe anọ holidays naanị otu ajụ nchọ ịjụ gị bụ onwe ihe dị iche ndị nwoke ga-eme na ndị nwaanyị ga-eme dịka otu asị ụmụ nwaanyị jee kwa akwa nwoke jee mụọ nke anụnwa onwe ihe edebere ụmụ nwaanyị iche nwee nke edobere ụmụ nwoke iche n'ọrụ a ka ụmụ nwoke ga na-amụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-amụ nka
na mgbe gara aga enwere ihe nwoke na-alụ nwee ihe nwaanyị na-alụ mana n'oge ugbu a ọ dịghị ozi n'ọfụ o nwere ebe m na-agafete wee fụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha na-alụzi akpụkpọ ụkwụ anyị maalụ na ndị na-alụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ na a na-akpọ ha shoemaker and ndị anyị maalụ na-alụ ya bụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ bụ ụmụ nwoke mana ugbu a ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụzi ya nwaanyị na-ejekwa amụ nke a na-akpọ mekaniki ha na-ejezikwa amụ ya ka ị ga-esi wee fụ na ị na-agba n'okporo ụzọ anyị ugbu a ị ga-afụzi na ụmụ nwaanyị ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-agbazi n'baik keke ụfọdụ bụzi minibọs a na-anyazi ya n'oge ugbu a amaghị ọmụmụ maka ihe isi ike kpatara eji ezi wee nwe ihe a na-akpọ gender work ihe ọbụla nwoke na-eme nwaanyị na-emezie ịkwa akwa enwere telọnụ nwee nke a na-akpọ seamstress ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị na-akwa ọ bụrụ seamstress ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwoke ọ bụrụ telọ mana ha niile bụ ime gịnị ịkwa akwa ụmụ nwoke si dị sef o nwere ndị ọ bụzi sọsọ akwa ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-akwa mana ọ bụkwa nwoke ụmụ nwoke na-akpazi isi ifụzie ndị ụtọ anyị na-achọ mma ịga ebe ụlọ ọrụ ndị ahụ na-eme ihe dị otu a ifu ka a na-eche nke nwoke nke nwoke ga-emetụ aka n'isi nwaanyị ibe ha adịghịzi n'ime so n'oge ugbu a onwezi nke a na-asị na nke a bụ nke nwoke onwezi nke a na-asị na nke a bụ nke nwaanyị ihe a na-eme bụ ihe anyị ga-eme ka anyị na-enweta ihe anyị ji were anyị ga-eji emete ndụ anyị anya
daalụrị nne ekene gị Mrs. Eso nwanne na isonyela anyị na nke tata daalụ maka ntụpenye azụ anyị tụpenyelu m na ọ bụrụ na enọrọ ezumike ụmụ anyị nwee ike ha zutu ike nwa obele ha eje chọọ ihe ha ga-amụ na ọ bụghị n'iwu na mgbe ahụ ebido ha emere holidays ha ebido mụba ihe daalụrị nne ọtụtụ ihe ka m mụta n'ihe a ikwu nke tata ama m na gị bụ onye ọma sonyela anyị na nke tata na o nwee ihe ịmụtalụ ọ bụrụ onye oyibo ọ sị gị you picked something ama m na o nwee ihe ịtụtụtalụ n'ihe niile o kwuru aka ọlụ dị mma ịmụ ihe dị mma holiday lesson dị mma na ọkedo otu onye ahụ si wee mee ya daalụrị nne na nketa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa gị dịka onye nkụzi bụ ana m ekene gị jisikwa na ike n'ọlụ na-alụ agwago m onwe m na m ama mbụ nwa onye nkụzi ike ụmụaka adịghị m mma mmenwunye Jizọs gọzie unu mana mgbe ahụ a na-asị na ụgwọ ọrụ dị n'eluigwe ọ dị ọzọ n'eluigwe
anyị chọrọ elu ụwa
si nyebezie enyi ọnụ n'ụwa o wee bụrụ ebe a ka nke taa na-abịa na njedebe ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mere na nke taata masịrị gị sonyela anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-anọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV sonyela anyị n'ihe mmetụ aka anyị na YouTube na Aneke TV na Facebook na Aneke TV mana TikTok na Aneke TV ka itinyela anyị alụ ọ bụ na nke anyị mere masịrị gị maka ya anyị good daalụrị nne maka isonyela anyị o wee bụrụ ebe a ka m na-asị gị ka emesịa abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period? Or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that blessing is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work, but the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again, how's the can go? Can you see another one? Now steady on a head chicken. I'm on our recording. Okay, yeah, Shibuna. Oh, my, now more like I'll finish and no child one or one ever like a Ghana go school. Now I'm at the same time. I have been when is me can always make a brain on now.
Just like the popular saying, an idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
I suggest when I get on holidays, a choro ho bere olu aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ị nọwa nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụcha akwụkwọ ịma na o nwegwa aka ọrụ. karịa ịnọwa nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị ọ na-anyị nọ kịta n'ahịa bifo ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma ọ na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụtara ị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọ nata bifo ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpụrụ ụra
holidays na-adịkwa mma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop ote o nwere onye nke gbagote tukwuru ọ bịakwa join ọ na the business ka ọ fụkwa ebe esi eweta the ego eji akwụrụ ụgwọ school also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye dị ka ọrụ
everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village because children were there for township supposed to know their village. They're supposed to know, no be only me, born am. I get mama where born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do people or students close by 2 o'clock. You find that they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the curriculum, the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Zs into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asogwa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're going to talk about the rise of female voters in Nigeria, and I am super excited, I am elated, I am joyful, my joy is contagious, I feel like jumping. I just want to talk about this because INEC released recently that women outnumber the number of men that registered in the recently concluded new voters registration in Nigeria. And this is the great news that makes me just want to dance. I want to drop my hands up in the air and dance and just be joyful. But this is not the first time that something like this is happening. It happened in the year 2022 ahead of the 2023 elections, and now it's happening again in the year 2026. Women usually are meant to outweigh the number of men just because women are more in population. However, this is significant because it means that women are gradually taking a stand and women are gradually welcoming the idea of political participation rather than political apathy. Women are gradually stepping up to the challenge of being the decision makers when it comes to the democratic process of Nigeria, and that makes me extremely happy. However, having achieved this feat, having achieved this uncommon feat, which is not quite so common, not so uncommon anymore, we have to talk about where do we go from here, what comes next. Now, what comes next is the actual voting process, which will take place in 2027, that is voting, and it has already started actually. It has started for different states. With the Anambra State elections was concluded. We've had Ekiti has been concluded. Osun State is the next one that that is currently coming up in the month of August. And then for 2027, we have the presidential election, which is the one everybody is anticipating. So between registering for a voter's card and then casting the vote, or just the ballot process, the democratic process of electing a new person for a particular position, there is really a disconnect. Now, women have gone on to register, which is a beautiful thing, but then registration is here and the actual voting process is here. There is a wide gap between men registering and then women voting. So we're going to talk about what causes this gap and how we intend to tackle it as women. One of the things that makes women not to vote is usually voter intimidation. This comes whereby women are told who to vote for or who not to vote for. They will tell you like, okay, you should vote for this person, make sure you don't vote for that person. And it usually comes from family, community leaders, maybe your pastor, maybe your imam, just people that you look up to, people that hold significant positions or places in your life or positions of authority in your life. They tell you who to vote, and because of that, you're unable to vote for the particular person that you want for, or you choose not to even participate. If you fall in this category, what I would advise is that you apply wisdom. And when I say apply wisdom, when you're told who to vote, don't just outrightly say, no, I'm not going to vote for this person, I'm going to vote for this person. We as women, we are really sensitive, and we work with our emotions most times. But when you're having this conversation or you're being told who to vote for, do not speak from a place of emotion, speak from a place of wisdom. And by wisdom, I mean just nod, I agree with everything the person is saying. Remember that the voting process is a secret ballot. In Nigeria, we practice a secret ballot voting system. So the person you ultimately choose to vote for is going to be a secret. The person that is asking you to vote for this person, vote for that person, will ultimately not see who you are going to vote for. So don't try to argue, don't try to prove a point. Just accept that, okay, fine, you want me to vote for this person, I'll vote for this person. And on that day, you go on ahead and you do what is in your mind. Another thing that, causes women not to participate is often lack of transportation. On that day, there's usually this on, sometimes there's like public holidays, sometimes it's a Saturday, but usually the atmosphere on election days are usually different, and sometimes it's hard to get transportation just to get to the venue or the location where the voting process will be taking place. Since this is an established fact, as a woman, what you can do to help yourself is to find alternatives. Maybe make plans with a cab driver, an Okada rider, or just someone in the vicinity that you have a conversation with previously that can take you to that location. Or if you can drive, you drive. And if you have a car, talk to people around you, people that you can take to the location, just to ease the cost of transportation. Because guess what? I know that resources are hard, and sometimes even the distance from where you are staying and where you're going to vote can be a whole lot. So try as much as you can to collaborate with people around you, make arrangements prior to the date, or if you have a car of your own or have access to logistics, you can also offer it as well to other women just to get them to the location. It's going to help a lot of people vote. The next thing that stops women is, let's just say, I don't know, let's just call this one political, let's just say political violence, yes, or voters day insecurity. This is a better name for it, voters day insecurity. Women are often afraid of the insecurity that surrounds the election day itself, or the election process itself on that particular day. The whole process, you can have talks, you can have clashes between security operatives, security agencies, and talks. And this, I will use this platform to plead, to beg security agencies to please avail yourself on days of elections, not just in short numbers or in small numbers, but avail yourself in huge numbers that is going to be scary to thugs, to people that want to constitute nuisance on the day of the election, and just to give people that are voting a sense of protection. Also, community leaders, pastors, community leaders, imams, people that hold positions of power, even political leaders themselves, you all as well can educate people, just as I'm doing, on the need for peaceful election process, on the need for us to practice peaceful elections, not coming on that day. The last one was bloody in so many places. We had issues in Lagos where we saw video clips of what happened. There are some other places that people had issues. Just educate people in order to eradicate occurrences of things like this, so that when people come out to vote, they are assured that they are secure, that they are not going to fall victim to thuggery, to nuisance, or to any form of security challenges. And also, you as a woman that will be going, one of the things I would advise you do is, I've talked about pepper spray over and over and over again on Dear Woman. Get yourself pepper spray. Once the talk come, when you put small pepper for an eye, in brain go reset. You don't really have to engage in physical violence or just shuka, person would rest. Another thing that you can do is to leave very early when the election ground is still free. There are not much people, there are no crowds. When you go very early to vote, you'll notice that the entire place is peaceful, is calm, there are not much people. You can cast your vote in peace and go back home in peace when you vote. Then another thing is also, you can organize yourself in groups. Organize yourself maybe within your street, within your estate, within your community, within your village, within that locality where you are based. Organize yourself in groups, maybe your church women organization, youth, girl, I don't know, you guys just organize yourself like in groups and go in groups. Sometimes when they see people in group, they are often scared to interact or exchange words with you, or even attack anybody, because they know that, oh, there are quite a number of women here, and they are going to retaliate. They are going to not keep quiet, not keep mute if anything happens right now. So don't just go alone. If you know you're not going to go very early, try as much as possible, even before then, to make arrangements so that you go in groups. You and your friends, you and your church members, you and people living in your compound, in the street, in the estate. People just make arrangements to go together to scare off dogs. Another thing is that, please, once you are done voting, just go back home. Don't go anywhere, don't branch. It's actually, that election day, especially for the presidential election, is really a very sensitive and very delicate time frame. So within those hours that the whole process is going to be taking place, just try as much as possible to vote and go home. Don't go anywhere, don't pass, don't do this one, just go home. Okay. Now another thing is chores. Now if you're staying with family members, they might as well ask you that you're not going to go and vote, especially if you're staying with parents. If you don't sweep, if you don't cook, if you don't clean, you're not leaving this house. Or you know that you're a mother, you have children that are depending on you. Now, these election days, it does not come as a surprise. It's already premeditated, like it's been announced. You know that this particular day is the day for this. Make arrangements, maybe cook something prior, maybe clean the house the night before, wake up very early and do your chores, or then leave your chores later in the night to do them. But don't allow chores to stop you from actually participating in the upcoming elections, ensure that you take the necessary step, which could be you waking up very, very early, or then you waking up very late. Whichever one that has to take place in order for you to meet up with voting, ensure that you do it. Some other thing that stops women from participating is usually the fact that women are dissuaded from even voting entirely, and dissuaded from participating in the sense of competing. They are unable to bring out themselves as candidates. So it often brings like this interest. Oh, why am I even going? There's not like I'm the one that is contesting. Or why am I going? There's not like there's even any woman that I support. This can happen. But then when these things happen, I keep saying it. Do not allow other people. Do not argue or know when to just pick your fight. Pick your fight. If you are thinking, oh, because there are no women, that is the more reason why you need to go and vote. Because when you vote people, not just you don't just vote a political party, you are voting a candidate, and not just the person's ethnicity or the person's religion, you are voting the person's ideology. There are still people, some men, that have the ideology that a woman's place is in the kitchen. If you vote someone like that, of course, no matter how much of a nice person they are definitely not going to bring out policies or things that are going to empower women to have a better say in government, in politics. They are just going to still think from that mindset of a woman's place is in the kitchen. So even if you feel like, oh, women are not here, who am I coming to vote for? There are no women contestants, there are no women candidates here that I'm going to vote for. Vote for men that have the ideology that would push the fight for equality further, or that would push women rights further, whichever one it might be. Vote for people that have like the right ideologies, the right principles, the right policies in place that are going to help further the cause of women in politics. So that is that. Another thing that could actually stop women from participating is the fact that they don't even know the candidates that are contesting. It happens. Sometimes women don't know who's going to contest. They're just like, okay, all right, but I don't even know who is going to contest. How am I going to? Now, if you actually intend on voting, it is right that you ask questions and then make the internet your best friend. You can find out, ask people like, oh, who is this? Don't depend, because I know there's something that I do when I walk into a supermarket or a mall and I want to shop. When I shop and I come across, maybe I want to get a particular product, and then that particular product, I just don't know which of the brands to go with. They are like tons of brands and I don't know which one to pick. I would often look for the one that I've heard somewhere. Maybe maybe I've seen an advert, maybe I've seen it marketed somewhere. I would look for just the brand, and as soon as I see or I hear or I just remember, oh, okay, I've seen this thing somewhere, I've heard the name of this brand somewhere, even if it's not with that particular product but a different product, but because I've heard the name, I'm going to pick that brand. If that's what sometimes I feel like that's what some women do when they get there or when they're going to vote, they don't know the right people to vote for. They are just like, okay, which name have I ever heard? Which name did I ever see any political flyer? Who did I see? Whose name was there? Okay, which party have I heard over and over again? Please don't vote like that. The loudest party might not really be the best party, or the loudest candidate might not necessarily be the best candidate. Choose people that have the right ideologies, right principles, people that have a proven track record of doing exceptionally well in different positions that they have held. Don't go and vote someone that always starts working when it is a year to election, when it's a few months to the next election. Choose someone that throughout that 4 years they are in term, they are they have their term running, they are doing one thing or another thing to improve the lives of their citizens, the lives of their people. They are well represented. There is a clear communication line that is flowing. And this is not me advocating for any particular, opponent or particular political party. Let me just not mention, but there's this particular governor that we had. Oh, he's still a governor actually. But then when I first heard about him was, I think that was his first tenure. That was his first tenure. And how I got to know about him was the fact that each new project he started, he would come on his social media page. He would write out the particular project that they had started, the company that the project was awarded to, the amount of money that the project had been awarded for, and how much had been paid so far. And then he would put it up on his social media page, and when that project is done, he would also put up a picture, okay, and write up that side, okay, we started this project so and so time, and then this is where we are with the project. I just liked the way he did his stuff. And also, I remember when I was in the city where he was governor, I remember going to the market, and when I finished buying what I was buying, it was late, everywhere was dark. I just saw people queuing up, and I was like, what's going on here? Someone was like, better queue up, oh, better queue up. If not, they will arrest you and charge you 10K, or they will flog you. I was like, I'm confused. What's going on? And the person said that in order not to create traffic or to create people buzzing and dragging themselves for cars or for buses or for shuttles, at that time it was keke and pepe tricycle. In order not to create people like wrestling to get into tricycles, that the governor had formed a system whereby once the market is closed, you queue up in like a queue of 3, and each tricycle that comes, it goes 1, 2, 3 in 1, 2, one person at the front, and they go. The next starts on like that, and there are people that like officers that are there ensuring that this queue is adhered to. I don't know if that still applies right now because I've not been to that city in a whole while, but back then it was remarkable for me to see what he was doing. And I was like, okay, fine, this man is good. So when you want to vote, do your research, find out the kind of people that you are voting, what they have done, if they previously held any position before, if this is their first time, what was their track record, what was their CV like? Because I feel like for political parties, their CVs are, for political candidates, their CVs are glaring to this project. They just make, because I realize that there are governors that are or political, or let me just say office holders who specialize in making big announcements, big announcements, big announcements. But these big announcements do not translate to realities of what is happening within their state or within their constituencies. So find out for yourself these kind of things, and then you know who to place your vote with. Now, these are some of the things that I feel like could affect women or stop women from actually participating on the day of election. That's like insecurity, family, voter intimidation, all of those things. I feel like it's going to affect women. But when you find out problems that will stop you ahead of time, what could possibly stop me from not participating? You find those things out, you're like, okay, fine. What can I do to help my situation? You start finding solutions. It's not just about identifying the problems, but identifying the problems on time and then finding solutions to ensure that you solve the problems on time in order to avert them completely. And some of the things that some people are going to tell you, better stay home. Oh, this election thing does not concern you. Our vote doesn't count. I would say that our votes do count, because if they did not count, the length to which politicians go in order to gain public trust within the few months leading to election, the amount they spend to gain public trust in the few months leading to the election, and the way they are particular about hiding and suppressing so many things from the public eye few days leading to the election, they would not be doing that if our votes did not matter at all. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but I feel like our votes matter to some extent, and you cannot stay at home, do nothing, and just say, oh, my vote doesn't matter, I'm not going to vote, my vote does not matter. I feel like that doesn't make sense. You have to do your part, and then you can blame them. This just brings me to another thing that has been bugging me for a while now, and this is the fact that a lot of us we keep complaining, government this, government that, the government did not do this, the government did not do that, the government did not do that, but the little ones that we can do as citizens we will not do. When you even have interactions with people or hear the things that people are doing, you realize that if they hold that office for 1 month, they will do worse than these political leaders have done in 4 years, 8 years, how many years since they've been in political in office, because since they've been office holders. For instance, I was reading through social media, and then I saw someone that was like that his uncle owns this school, and then the uncle stays abroad, but then the uncle came back to Nigeria, and coincidentally it happened to be towards the time of graduation for the school, and the uncle attended the graduation party of his school. And at the end of the graduation party, he was just looking at his teachers, how they were looking malnourished, how they were dressed. It was nothing to write home about. And he was like, why are you people looking like this? You people look haggard, tired. People just look awful. What is it? Are you people not receiving your salary? How much are you like? And he was like, are you people not receiving your salary? They were not like, sir, yeah, we are receiving, but how much do you think we are being paid? In fact, the person that even asked him this question was wisdom. It was just wisdom for the person to ask how much do you think we earn, sir? To know what he thinks he pays you and his expectations of you are. Then the man answered 150,000 naira. And teachers were like, what? Sir, no, we are paid 80,000 naira, not 150,000 naira. And I remember calculating this with my husband. We were like, if there are like 20 workers over there, and this principal, it means the principal had been cutting 70,000 naira off their salaries, and they have been approved to be paid 150,000 naira, but the principal continued to pay them 80,000 naira, which means that the principal has been getting 70,000 naira off of each of their heads. Let's times that 70,000 naira by say 20 teachers, which I believe might be more depending on the nature of the school. If it's secondary alone, if it's primary alone, if it's nursery and primary, if it's nursery, primary, secondary, it might be more. But let's just say, like most of the schools that I know, even nursery, usually operate on like a minimum of 20 teachers. But I have my calculator here. Let's just do 70 times 20 and see how much this person takes off of them every month. This person takes 1.4 million naira extra that he or she as a principal did not work for. Now imagine that person becomes president of Nigeria tomorrow. You can imagine what will happen. And then there are this other aspect of you see, you everywhere is dirty and like, the government is not doing anything, the government is not paying the people that are sweeping the streets, but then you are the one that is loitering the streets. You eat something. What I personally do, you can hardly, even if I mistakenly drop something on the street, I feel bad instantly. I remember one day we were just walking and I was drinking water, and then I dropped the sachet water on the floor, and I was like, oh my god, why did I drop this thing? And the person I was working with me was like, what is that? I'm like, I just dropped the sachet water on the street. I'm not supposed to do that. I usually put it in my bag. Whatever I'm eating, I would tie that thing up, put it in my bag, come back home, or somewhere I'm more comfortable with, or somewhere I see a refuse bin, I would dispose it properly in that refuse bin. That is how it should be. Not when you use something, when you've made out your waste, you tie it up and you throw it in the street or you throw it in the gutter, and the streets are smelling, everywhere is looking awful. The little one that you can do it. Stop waiting for the government. I digress because this issue has been heavy on my heart. Like, why we can't contribute our own quota and we keep waiting for the government to do everything for us. You want someone to do something for you and the person supplies you with fake products, fake items, and then the person is blaming the government. The person dupes you of your money and the person is blaming government. The person does not do what they are meant to do and the person is blaming the government. In the same way, you are saying, oh, they are rigging elections. Oh, my vote does not count. But you will not vote. You will not even come out to vote. Like, when you even come out to vote, you are so docile. You cannot fight for your rights. You cannot fight for the things that you believe in. You cannot stand your ground. When you cannot even approach all these talks, you know them, they are your friends, they're your husband, they're your brother, they are something to you. You know them personally, but you can't even have a conversation with them and deter them from doing or taking actions that are going to result in this. Like, educate them. Some of them, they don't even know better. They're just doing from what they do, because they don't even ask themselves critical questions. Raise these questions up with them. Let them go and ask themselves. Let them go and think more about it, and then make their decisions for themselves. But you're not doing anything. You're just saying government is not educating people, or they need to have peaceful election. Oh, government is just deceiving all those talks. But you're not even helping. Do the one you can. Do the one you can. I'm ranting because this has just been on my mind for a while now. Why we can't do things that we are meant to do, at least the quarter or the little that we can contribute to make this country a better country. We cannot do it. and we keep blaming government. Anyway, congratulations once more to all the women who has gotten their voters registration, who has gotten their voters card and completed their voters registration. We have to ensure that this time around we move past the ideology of just getting it and then into the action of voting. And in order to move into the action of voting, when you see something, say something, take action. Don't just be docile. Film evidence, use your phone film, but don't risk your life too much in the process of doing that. When you see something that's taking place, film it, go live instantly, if you feel like you're going to be in danger, so that you don't have anything to blackmail you on. Take pictures, educate people, stand your ground, and utilize your right as a full-fledged Nigerian. It's been a lot. Yeah, it's been a lot. Well, let's move over to our bowl of words, and hopefully we have something calming. I don't know, every time on Dear Woman is always packed, and there's something about Dear Woman. Even if a topic feels like it's going to be light, when we are done talking about it, it doesn't feel any light any longer. It just leaves a heavy. It just feels heavy. Let me just say it that way. But I hope we get something that eventually lightens the load. Okay, self-care is not selfish. It is essential for my well-being. I like this just because, yeah, self-care is not selfish. You going to vote, you participating in elections is actually a form of self-care. Yes, participating in elections is a form of self-care because, guess what? Every policy, every economic hardship, insecurity, lack of health facilities, deteriorating educational system, all of them have a direct or indirect link to you, access to you. They are going to affect you whether you like it or not, directly or indirectly. And I can go on and on and on and on and on and give you so many instances of how it's going to affect you. If, let's say for instance, the economic hardship continues to rise and the level of inflation that we're experiencing in the country continues to rise, that your baby girl lifestyle, that even commonly just having, because I think there was a time a few weeks back or a few days back, WHO released the fact that most Nigerians can no longer afford balanced diets. It's crazy, right? Yeah. But imagine, those people are people. The more you keep choosing not to participate, not to make your voice heard, not to utilize your right, you're handing over your self-care abilities to other person. You cannot take care of yourself. Nowadays, 20-something-year-old can no longer rent an apartment because they genuinely cannot afford it. You have to stay home with your parents. You cannot afford to move out. Where are you seeing the money? You cannot just buy a car. Things that are supposed to be basic things are becoming luxuries, unaffordable luxuries. Things are meant to be basic. Look at the way prices of houses rent are skyrocketing. Look at the way transportation is skyrocketing, food is skyrocketing. An amount of money that you usually feed someone for months can barely feed one for 1 month. And even that 1 month, you'll be rationing and portioning and managing, and it's still not enough. Salary that they will pay you before and you be a big man, they pay you right now and it's peanuts. And it's pushing people towards fraud and other things. And people that are doing fraud, when they want to do their ritual sacrifices, who are they trying to use? They're trying to use women. We are the ones that are suffering. So let's stand our ground. When the educational system keeps failing, who are most affected? Women, because there are some menial jobs that we women might shy away from not being able to do. We prefer office job, and then they are paying us peanuts, and then you are seeing women going back to being on scale prostitutes in order to earn living. Still women. It's a lot. But I just hope that we are fully able to move past registration, getting the voters card, and actually voting this time around. And please, I just hope somehow this gets to INEC. INEC officials, please and please do your best to ensure that this election, because the way the policies you guys are making, the way things are looking, I don't know, it's not looking up. It's not looking like this year is going to be any different. It's looking like we're going to even have more complaints this year than other years. But please, if you guys can just sort all those things out, and uphold the ethics, the values, and the policies and principles that are meant to guide democratic process, we'll be grateful. We'll be so grateful. Look at the woman that Professor Oti, I forgot Neka Oti, I've been Nena, I've forgotten if it's Nena or Neka Oti in Abia State, who ensured a peaceful, not should I say peaceful, a transparent election in Abia State in 2023. She's almost a martyrdom in Abia State, she has been decorated, honored, and is revered all over for her policies, her ideology, her honesty, her transparency, and what she did in that election. If you can recreate, can look at what she has done, the blueprint of what she has done, and follow it, we'll be grateful, and you people will be honored, and your name will remain in time immemorial. It's been a lot, and I'm happy if you're still here watching. Remember that Dale Woman shows on Aneke TV every Wednesday, and they will play on Saturdays. My name still remains Chidima Asogwa. I'll see you next week. Same Aneke TV, same station. Bye.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sights represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliaments. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Itu. Health is often described as what? And staying informed about common health conditions is essential for maintaining a good quality of life. One health concern that continues to affect many men worldwide is prostate cancer. Although prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers among men, awareness about its risk factors, symptoms, and the importance of early detection remains relatively low. On this program, we examine important health issues, speak with experts, and provide reliable information to help you make informed health decisions. This is Health Matters, where health comes first. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important men's health issue, prostate cancer. Prostate cancer occurs when abnormal cells develop in the prostate gland and begin to grow uncontrollably. While some cases progress slowly, others may become aggressive if not detected and treated early. Despite advances in diagnosis and treatment, Many men still present late due to limited awareness, fear, or misconceptions about the disease. Our focus today is prostate cancer, early detection, prevention, and management. Joining us in this program is a consultant urologist of University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Itugoza, Dr. Aneke Solomon, who will help us explore this important topic in detail. Welcome to this program.
Thank you for having me.
I'm glad to have you in this program. Now, this is a very, crucial aspect of every man's life. To begin, could you briefly explain what this prostate gland does and the role it plays in the male reproductive system?
All right, thank you very much. Prostate gland is an organ in men. It's located just beneath the urinary bladder. The size is about 15 to 25 grams. That is size, and it's very important for fertility in men. Prostate gland produces prostatic fluid that helps the sperm survive in the female genital tract. So without the prostate, a man will not be able to get a woman pregnant. So the secretion of prostate is very important for a man to have a female egg fertilized.
Now, speaking of prostate cancer, we're here to discuss the early detection, the prevention, the management, care. It's often described as one of the most common cancer affecting men. How significant is this health concern today?
It's very significant because it can affect the man's quality of life. If the cancer spreads to the bone, to the spine, it can make the man paralyzed and the person will be on wheelchair for life, and that affects the quality of life, of course. The financial burden will be on the family. It can also cause blood in urine. It can cause difficulty in walking. It can cause a lot of things. It can cause weight loss. So it's very important that it's detected early and managed so that this complication will not set in.
Why is this common? Because it's now very common among all cancers. Why is it?
Western lifestyle. In the 80s and 70s, prostate cancers were not this common. So it's believed, it's extrapolated that it could be because of adoption of Western lifestyle. So our eating habits has changed. Our lifestyle is changing gradually, and this may be contributory. But three important risk factors of prostate cancer: number one, age; number two, ethnicity; number three, family history. So age, as men advance in age, getting up to 50 years, the chance of developing prostate cancer is high. Ethnicity: prostate cancer is more common in blacks compared to whites. But even in America, prostate cancer is more common in black Americans than the white Americans. So that's for race and ethnicity. Of course, family history. When a man has prostate cancer, the brother is at risk, the sons are at risk. So family history, those are important factor of developing prostate cancer.
Okay, you just said that in the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't really common when it comes to cancers. But why do you think it's now common? And why do you think awareness about prostate cancer remains relatively low despite its prevalence, despite the fact that it's now common?
All right, two things to explain why the prostate cancer is more common. Is one, the screening has improved. In the 80s and 90s, men were not going for screening, and some men might have developed prostate cancer and then died from complication. But these days, a lot of men go for screening and cancer is detected early. So it appears that cancer is more common now, probably because of people going for screening. Then secondly, it appears that over time we are adopting Western lifestyle, and the diseases that are not common in 30, 40 years ago are more common now. Apart from prostate cancer, something like kidney stone is becoming more common, more prevalent in our environment now compared to what happened in the 70s and 80s. And that could be traced to our lifestyle. We are not adopting Western lifestyle. So this could explain why it's common now. Yeah, screening. The awareness is a bit poor, and that's why it's good to create this awareness. Some men don't even know what is prostate. Some don't know what we call PSA. PSA test, we'll talk about it, prostate-specific antigen. Some men, when you ask them about if they have done PSA, they don't even know what PSA means. So that means that awareness is still poor, despite the high prevalence of the disease these days.
So why do you think awareness is still poor? Is it coming from the professional, the healthcare system, or any other thing?
Yeah, it's still poor because we've not taken it seriously. If we take this disease seriously, that is affecting men, there'll be awareness. We should create awareness in churches, markets, in hospitals, and in fact, every aspect of our environment, of our society, we should create the awareness. We need to wake up. A lot of our men are dying from prostate cancer. A lot of men are confined to wheelchair because of prostate cancer. A lot of men are using what they call catheter. They can't pass it very well, so they have catheter for a long time because cancer has blocked the pathway. So we need to wake up and create awareness. Religious leaders, political leaders should be engaged with this, and then everyone should be on deck to make this awareness goes widely, both urban and rural settings.
Okay, you talked about age. Are there particular age groups or categories of men who should be more concerned about this prostate cancer?
Whenever a man gets up to 40 years, screening should start. We started with prostate cancer, but there are two other diseases that affect the prostate. Number one is prostatitis. Number two is prostate enlargement. So then the third one is prostate cancer, which we're not talking about. So when it's advised that when men get up to 40 years, they should go for screening. We call it prostate-specific antigen, PSA. That's short form, prostate-specific antigen. So that PSA, normal range is 0 to 4. When PSA is more than 4, becomes abnormal. See, infection of the prostate can make it more than 4. Prostate enlargement can make it more than 4. Then prostate cancer is the most important. Whenever it's more than 4, it could be that prostate is very big. It could be more than 4 when it's infected. For when there's prostate cancer. So when a man goes to hospital and more than 4, then the person will see a urologist. Urologist would request for transrectal or proton scan. Just also do what we call digital rectal examination. Put the finger in the man's anus to touch the prostate. There's a texture of the prostate that will suggest prostate cancer. Another texture will suggest normal enlargement. So two important things. Three important things. Number one is to do PSA. Number two is for the urologist to examine the prostate. We call it digital rectal examination. Number three is do an ultrasound scan to evaluate the prostate. The three things should be done for men, but PSA is the one that is commonly done. Once it's within normal 0 to 4, no need to go for these other aspects. Once it's less than 4, it's normal.
Okay, you talked about the prostate being affected. For the sake of our viewers, how can the prostate be infected?
There are 3 ways to get prostate infection. Number 1, 3 common ways. Remember, prostate infection is called prostatitis. When prostate is infected or inflamed, we call prostatitis. 3 common ways. Number 1, unprotected sex. Number 2, masturbation. Number 3, toilet infection. I once saw a secondary school student who was having severe problem with passing urine. So when the mother got to the hospital, I examined the patient and prostate was very painful. I sent the mother out as a boy. He was engaged in masturbation. So masturbation is a common cause, and patient may have symptoms that may be similar to symptoms of prostate cancer. Maybe we'll get to the symptoms. Symptoms may be similar to what you have in prostate enlargement. So they have similar symptoms. So it's good to see a urologist when someone has these urinary symptoms to know which one is causing the problem.
Okay, do you think that genetics can affect an individual's risk of developing this? And if so, how does it affect it?
Yes, it can affect it. I said earlier that ethnicity is a risk factor. So the black race is at risk of prostate cancer. It is more common in blacks compared to the whites. Coming to the America, even in the US, more common in Black America. So then, family history has to do with same genetics. If a man has prostate cancer, the children, the male children, sons are at risk. Even the brother is also at risk. So genetics has a role to play.
Okay. Now, basically, how can it be transmitted from one apart from genetics?
No. It cannot be transmitted. It's not a transmittable disease. It cannot be transmitted.
Okay. Now, is prostate cancer always associated with noticeable symptoms in its early stage?
Early stage, there may not be symptoms. That's why screening is important. That early stage is when the prostate cancer can be cured, but there may not be symptoms. When prostate cancer starts showing symptoms, the disease has progressed. It has spread to adjacent structures. It has spread to bone. But sometimes you have patients that complain of blood in urine. It's prostate cancer that has invaded the urinary bladder. So a lot of time, early prostate cancer is no symptoms, and that's the reason why we emphasize. That's the reason we emphasize on screening.
So, but what are the warning signs?
Warning signs. I will mention the warning signs that may also be found in prostate infection and prostate enlargement, and also mention the signs that we find only in prostate cancer. Number one is what we call frequency. The person wakes up goes to pass urine several times. In between less than 1 or 2 hours, person has gone to pass urine 2 or 3 times. We call it frequency. Number 2 is nocturia. Person wakes up several times at night, more than 3 times at night to pass urine. Number 3 is urgency. Person has also pass urine but cannot hold the urine. The 4th one is called urgent incontinence. Person has also pass urine, cannot hold the urine, but before the person gets to the restroom, urine starts coming out. We call it urgent incontinence. Number 5 is weak stream. So a person wants to pass urine and notice that stream is weak compared to before. Intermittency is number 6. Urine stops, starts. Then feeling of incomplete empty. After passing urine, the person thinks there is still urine remaining in the bladder. There's also the one we call terminal dribbling. These symptoms may be found in prostate cancer, prostate enlargement, and prostate infection. So it's when the doctor examines the patient by this stereotech examination, does the PSA or does ultrasound, that we know which one. Then there are other ones that may be specific for only prostate cancer. Very important is bone pain. See, prostate cancer commonly spread to bone. And that's what we also say, tell men, when they have bone pain, they should not go and take painkillers. They shouldn't go and change their foam to orthopedic foam. This happens a lot in the environment. Another man will have bone pain and goes to buy a new foam that maybe buys orthopedic foam because it's from maybe prostate cancer has spread to the bone. That's the reason why PSA is very important. So bone pain may be one sign. When an elderly man has bone pain, it may not be arthritis. It may not be sleeping posture. It may be cancer that spread to bone. And so when the person sees the urologist, PSA is done, the urologist may have an idea of what's happening. There may also be lower limb weakness, leg swelling, these are other symptoms. But when these symptoms appear, it's already late disease.
Okay, now talking about these renal symptoms, many renal symptoms, are linked to different prostate conditions. How can people distinguish between prostate cancer and prostate-related problems?
The patient will not be able to differentiate. It's the doctors, the urologists that will distinguish this. I'll give you an example. If somebody have a frequent urination or difficulty passing urine, or weak urinary stream, or urgency, person comes to hospital and PSA is done. That is, I said, prostate antigen normal is 0 to 4. If PSA is done and PSA is 2, it's not likely prostate cancer. It may just be prostate enlargement or infection of the prostate, depending on age. If this same patient, maybe let's say patient is 70 years, has the symptoms, PSA is done, PSA is 70, it's most likely prostate cancer until proven otherwise. Then the urologist also put his finger in the anus of the patient to check the prostate. When the prostate is hard with distorted architecture, it will be more keeping with prostate cancer. When it's smooth and intact architecture, it will be in keeping with prostate enlargement. If prostate is painful when it's touched, it suggests infection of the prostate. So it's urology that will help that we distinguish this together with the lab investigations.
Okay, earlier you spoke about the screening method. Can you please put more light to that aspect and explain what you really meant when it comes to that screening method?
Right, there's a test called PSA. The full meaning is prostate specific antigen. WHO recommends that every man that's up to 40 years should do it once a year. It will help to detect prostate cancer early and manage it properly so that there will be cure. You see, it's easy to remember and forget this PSA, but we encourage men to maybe do this PSA test on their birthday or the week they're celebrating their birthday or the month. So if you're born in June, you can do PSA every June. The recommendation is once a year. If it's normal, once a year, that's when that PSA should be done. So if you do it June 2026, next will be June 2027. And for men not to forget, you can do it the birthday or the week you're celebrating your birthday or that month. If the PSA is within normal and you don't have any symptom, you don't even need to see a doctor or a urologist. You can just file it, check it in the say. Once it's more than 4, it's important to see a urologist. If the PSA is within normal, but you're having symptoms, frequent urination, difficult in passing, it's also important to see urologist. So essentially, this test should be done once a year and know that the normal level is 0 to 4. If it's within normal and you don't have symptoms, you can just file the result and wait for the following year.
Okay, do you think there are misconceptions surrounding prostate screening, and what should men know about these procedures?
There are misconceptions. Number one, some men feel that prostate cancer is not treated with orthodox medicine, and a lot of men resort to herbal medication. A lot of time when they come to us, it's late. So a man will have the symptoms that I've mentioned, and the person knows that this may be prostate problem, and he goes for herbal medication. Meanwhile, the person has real prostate cancer, and that misconception is that when cured with herbs. Yeah, we know that there are some foods that have prostate problem, but it's not for prostate cancer. Some men, when we tell them what to do, they go and take in sour soup and take in tomato. So by the time they come back after meals, the cancer is not treatable. So that's number one. Number two is what can be called "it's not my portion" syndrome. Some men, when they tell them what will be done, they feel that it's not their portion, due to religious beliefs, and they will not do what is required of them. So these are common misconceptions we have about prostate disease, and it's very important that men know the actual thing about this disease.
Okay, now we are still talking about early detection. Why is early detection considered so important in the management of prostate cancer?
All right. When prostate cancer is detected early, before it spreads, the person can have curative treatment. If it has spread, cure will not be possible. What we do is palliative treatment and then some therapies to help to control the cancer. So early detection guarantees curative treatment. The cancer will be cured completely, no trace of cancer again. When a patient, but most time in our patient come late, so we don't have that room to do curative treatment. In developed countries, when patient present early, maybe because of health insurance, they don't need to pay from pocket. Most time, prostate cancer is detected early and patient is cured.
Okay, now still talking about this screening aspect. How frequent should screening be carried out, particularly for individuals who are higher risk, who didn't get early detection?
Conventionally, PSA is done once a year. But if someone has prostate cancer already, we normally will give person every 3 months or every 6 months, depending on the degree of cure or rather improvement of patient symptoms. So 3 months, 6 months, if patient already have prostate cancer, and we are monitoring the person. If apart from that, it should be done once a year.
Okay, now after this screening method, when the results is out and it raises concern, what are the next steps to take when it comes to treatment and diagnosis?
Yes, when the PSA is high, the doctor will be worried, the patient will be worried. But what next to do is what we call prostate biopsy. You take part of the prostate and send for analysis to make sure to know if there's cancer or no cancer in the prostate. Like what we do for a woman that has breast lump. If a woman has breast lump, who say that person has breast cancer, you take sample from that breast lump and send for test. So when PSA is high, we do what is called prostate biopsy, simply taking part of the specimen from the prostate to do biopsy. If the result comes out as cancer, we start treatment. If it's not cancer, then we can repeat the PSA subsequently.
So what you're saying is when it's detected early, you can still say it's not yet cancer?
No, if detected early, it's cancer, but it can be cured.
Okay.
We can offer curative treatment. It's still cancer, but it can be cured at that early stage when it has not spread. When it has spread, we cannot cure it.
Okay. Now, receiving a cancer diagnosis can be emotionally overwhelming for a patient. How do patients typically cope with this stage of the journey, and how do healthcare professionals help in this aspect?
Yes, for patients that have early detection when the cancer has not spread, we encourage them, tell them that it's curable. It's just that may have some financial burden on them, but it's curable. So we encourage them that they should go ahead and do they go ahead with the treatment. If cancer has spread, also reassure the patient that it can also be controlled. Even if it has spread, once we start treatment, cancer will be controlled and curtailed for a long time. So we encourage the patients and try to reassure the patient that that's not the end of life, that treatment can be done. Also can also tell them about people that have gone through that journey so that they will be encouraged.
So what treatment options are available for individuals diagnosed with prostate cancer today?
If the cancer is still early cancer means the cancer is still within the prostate.
Okay.
Surgery can be done to remove the whole prostate. We call it radical prostatectomy. You can also do what we call radical radiotherapy. So instead of removing the prostate surgically, you can use radiation therapy to kill the cancer cells. Radical prostatectomy can be done in 3 ways. Number 1 is open surgery. The one we use the knife cut to remove the whole prostate. Number 2 is laparoscopic. Number 3 is robotic. As of 2 years ago, there was no robot in Nigeria. But presently, there's robot in Nigeria, there's robot in Lagos. So robotic prostatectomy is done in Nigeria now. Some years ago, not even done in any place in West Africa. But presently, we have it around in our country.
Okay. Now, talking about either removing the prostate when it comes to the surgery aspect, right?
Yes.
Now, what if the prostate is being removed? Do you think that it will affect the reproductive system of the man?
Yes. When the prostate is removed, the man will not be able to get the man will not be able to get a woman pregnant. So counsel the person, make sure the person has completed his family. If the person has not completed family, we have to weigh the option cancer spreading or having more babies. So once the prostate is removed, the person will not be able to get a woman pregnant. But remember, this option I've mentioned are for early detection. When a patient comes late, most time our patient comes late in our environments. Cancer has spread to bone, cancer has spread to the liver, cancer has spread to lymph nodes. You will not be able to remove the whole prostate. If you remove the whole prostate, you still have tumor deposit in the bones. So what is done? It's what we call androgen deprivation therapy. One method is to do castration, remove the testis. The testis produces testosterone, and testosterone is what sustains the prostate cancer. So once the cancer has spread, one of the options is to remove the 2 testes, and cancer will start regressing because they have no testosterone. We call it surgical castration. We also have an injection that we give in place of surgical castration. We call that medical castration because there's some patients that will not want their testes removed, maybe due to religious reasons or cultural reasons. They don't want their testes removed, so we'll be giving them that injection. We call it medical castration. After that, we'll give them some drugs that they've been for a long time until we make sure that the cancer is under control. So this for individuals that present late when cancer has spread, or when cancer is still early, say within the prostate, can remove the whole prostate, and that is curative treatment.
Okay, now in what ways have advancement in medical technology improved outcomes for prostate cancer patients? When you mentioned about we don't have robots, what ways has that added to the advancements in medical technology?
Yes, very important. When we do open surgery for patients will stay in the hospital for up to 2 weeks. There is a lot of pain, there may be wound infection. But with the technological advancement, if you do robotic surgery, the person goes home in 2 days and you don't have pain. It's a lot of open operation, a lot of blood loss. Sometimes we keep up 5 minutes of blood, stay for a long time in the theater. But with laparoscopic or robotic surgery, minimal blood loss, the patient goes home in 2 days' time, and you have minimal complications. So that has improved care in our environments.
Okay, still talking about the surgery aspect. So when you meet a patient who haven't established a family yet, are there no other ways instead of doing the prostate gland?
The other ways will also affect fertility. About prostate, I can do radiotherapy. When you do radiotherapy, it also affects fertility and can also cause a weak erection because the nerves for erection, they lie close to the prostate. So when you do radiotherapy to the prostate, the nerves will be affected, and for a long time, the person will not have erection. So we counsel the patient on this complication before we go ahead and offer the treatment.
So apart from this, is there any other thing that the patient should expect?
Yes, when the surgery is done to remove the whole prostate, there may be urinary incontinence, so the person may be will not be able to control urine, so the person will be pampers for some time. But this is less common with more advanced surgical methods like robotic. Also, risk of wound infection. Then, of course, because of the blood loss, you have to give blood.
Okay, now let's talk about the lifestyle choices of your patients. Beyond medical treatment, what role does lifestyle plan play in supporting recovery and overall prostate health?
Yes, lifestyle is very important. See, exercise is very important for everything, general well-being, but also very important for the prostate. So we encourage men to engage in any form of exercise, can be running, swimming, it's very important. Then reduce intake. Men as advanced in age, they should reduce intake of processed food. We are taking more of processed food these days, and this was not common in the 80s and 70s.
Can you please put more light when you say processed food for our viewers?
People should cook in their houses. People should go and buy food and cook in your house. Don't go and buy food that was already stored, and then you want meat or would have been imported from the developed countries. Cook in your house. Take a lot of fruits and vegetables. Pineapple is not the same as pineapple juice. Watermelon is not similar to watermelon juice. So why don't you buy watermelon and take in your house? Why don't you buy orange? Why do you go to fast food joint and buy the juice and take? So reduce intake of sugary food substances. So go for natural food. Then there are some food that we know that are very good for prostate. One is soursop, and two is tomatoes. Fruits generally very important. Fruits and vegetables, but soursop and tomatoes, they contain antioxidants that help to maintain prostate health. So lifestyle is very important. It's good to also reduce intake of red meat as men advance in age. Take more of fish, take more of chicken. That's more healthier than red meat, for people that advance in age. So lifestyle is very important. Those things you used to take when you're 40, maybe when you're 30, 20. There's some you need to start dropping, and you may talk to a dietitian, talk to a urologist to get more information on that.
Okay, now let's wind back a little to misconceptions and myths. Are there misconceptions that you have encountered during your experience? Misconceptions surrounding prostate cancer?
Yes, a lot of them. Sometimes we will advise men on what to do. Maybe tell them that they should have castration to control the cancer. Some men will tell us outrightly that they are not going to do that. They will go for herbs. Some other people will not say that. They will go and say they will come back in 2 weeks. We'll see them again. They will go and be taking tomato and soursop. You see, these fruits and vegetables, they don't cure prostate cancer. They are good for prostate health, but they don't cure cancer. Tomato doesn't cure cancer. Onions, soursop, they do not cure prostate cancer. So the misconception that men have that these foods, they cure prostate cancer. If someone may have prostate disease, and soursop will help to improve the symptom, but it's not prostate foods. They contain antioxidants that may help with prostate health. So, maybe a man, maybe Mr. A, has prostate enlargement, takes fruits and vegetables, symptom improve. Then another man, Mr. B, has prostate cancer, and doctor tells him what should be done. He will not listen to doctor. He will listen to Mr. A that maybe that also helped, without knowing that that was a different diagnosis. So sometimes men assume that it's herbs that will help. That's one of the misconceptions we have. So also people think that it's enemies. See, sometimes man is passing blood in urine. What caused that? When we do tests, that prostate cancer has invaded the bladder. So sometimes we tell the person what to do, and the person will resort to other means, that is enemies from the village. The person will recall maybe there was a land dispute 2 weeks earlier, that because of the enemy that they send the blood. So person will not carry out our instruction. Person goes, seeks for alternative treatment, comes back after 1 month with worse disease. So these are the challenges we have in our environment, and maybe because of poor awareness, and I think maybe because of poverty. In our environment, people pay out of pocket. Western countries, they're not part of it, so they just go to hospital, they are treated. But here, we ask person to pay this, pay that. So when the person doesn't have money to pay, person will resort to other means, regular helps.
Okay, now let's talk about medical checkups. I believe that this medical checkups helps in a way, but how can this attitude, from your own perspective, how can this attitude affect outcomes in prostate cancer cases?
Yes, the checkups will help the cancer to be detected early, and that will allow for curative treatment. If you don't do checkup, cancer will be detected late, and that will there have no room for curative treatment.
Okay. Now let's talk about Nigerians who don't really take their health serious. Anytime we feel healthy, we feel like there's nothing wrong. So, what message would you give to men who are reluctant to undergo this screening because they feel they are healthy?
All right. The greatest asset men have, or people have, should be the health. Good health is a great asset. You may not have so much money in the bank, but good health is very important. If you have so much money in the bank, ill health can support the money within few days. So it's very important that men take their health seriously. Be proactive about your health. You mustn't fall sick before you go to hospital. Some people don't take their blood pressure because they say they're not hypertensive. A politician was shouting that people should vote for him, vote for me, vote for me, and then collapsed. It was stroke. I said he wasn't taking his blood pressure. So men should be able to be proactive about their health. Yes, you need to run around to get money, but remember, if you fall sick and bedridden, you will not be able to get that money. So regular checkup is very important. Apart from PSA, check your sugar, check your BP, do other general body tests so that you remain healthy to care for your family and to get more money.
Okay. Now, talking about patients with this prostate cancer, how can family members support a loved one who has been diagnosed with this cancer?
Yeah, it's very important that family member is counseled together with the patient. So, proper thing is to invite the patient, invite the spouse and other family members. If you don't invite the spouse, there will be problem later because a lot of time when we treat prostate cancer, the man may have weak erection or reduced libido. So, if you don't counsel the spouse, there'll be trouble in the house. So, we normally will invite the spouse to counsel the person, also counsel the children, tell them about the prognosis and of course the financial burden that may attract. So we normally will carry on the family along.
Before we round up, what improvements would you like to see in prostate cancer when it comes to awareness, screening and care within our communities?
It's essential that awareness is created in both rural and urban settings, not only in urban settings. Church leaders, religious leaders, political leaders, political office holders, members of House of Assembly should take this information to their community, to their people. More awareness should be created by the media so that our men will not be having complications of prostate cancer, so that men will not be dying from prostate cancer, so that men will not be coming to the urologist when cancer has spread and not curable.
Okay, finally, what key message would you like to leave with to our viewers to remember about prostate cancer and the importance of early action?
Yes. For every man, once you are 40 years and above, make sure that you do your PSA, prostate split at least once a year. You have to remember that you can do that test on your birthday or your birth month. Your health is a great asset. Make sure that you do this screening. Normal level of PSA is 0 to 4. If it's less than 4, everything is fine. If it's more than 4, it doesn't mean that you have prostate cancer. You need to see a urologist for further evaluation.
Okay, thank you very much for this valuable insight. We appreciate our guests for sharing valuable insights on this important health issue. As a reminder, regular medical checkups, awareness of risk factors, and timely screening can play a significant role in the early detection and effective management of prostate cancer. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon, and thank you for watching and joining us on Health Matters on Aneke TV.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve.
Competitive pay, safer work environment, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward, better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting. Relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.